shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it, 'cause that we love the thrill, we know it, it's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, 'cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. When all the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the survived the pain, I know it made me stronger.
Look above your head at the moonlit sky. The stardust drifts and shines brightly in your eye. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. Oh, 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 yeah, yeah. The stardust falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
I was dancing on my own when you spilled that rum and coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette
bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a action, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donish, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it, you sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go.
I feel like with the Pro Tour coming out, it's really awesome. I miss this connection between events where you do good at some events, you know you're gonna be invited for the next, especially the point system. I think it makes a lot of sense. That's also why we got invited for Katowice after doing good at Pro League. We won it. So all in all, the Pro Tour, it makes sense with a big circuit where you know the best teams are coming.
Something like Champions League in football. Maybe this is a big tournament that go to bigger stages. The qualifies every time it was online. Right now it's LAN, and I love it.
Everything is connected, even for the lower teams that are qualifying through the open events and going all the way up. It really makes sense for the landscape of CS to have that sort of trajectory for teams to be aiming for.
It's going to give some longevity and some structure, which is much needed in the Counter-Strike scene right now, and it's just going to be a lot more beneficial and exciting. You can create more storylines.
10 out of 10 top 10 teams are here, which I think is fantastic, and I think that's what Pro Tour will do in the future as well.
This is definitely the motivation for us to improve, to show the world, to show the other teams maybe that we are one of the best teams in the world, and try to keep our spot.
Cologne and Katowice is by far the most prestigious tournament you can ever play in. It's tournaments where I have competed every year. I haven't won one of them. I've been finals 2 times in Katowice, and for me it feels like a major every time you come here. You know the crowd is good, you know the place, you know all the teams are coming here only to lift the trophy in front of all these people.
The crowd, the arena, the energy in these events are amazing.
This special energy that you can't really describe as a player. We never forget every single tournament that we attend, if it's in Katowice and Cologne.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters here in Katowice, Poland. 4 days of groups, and now 10 teams are gone. We approach the Spodek. This week, the greatest teams from around the world have come together to compete for one of the most coveted prizes in esports, the Intel Extreme Masters Championship Trophy. Over the next 3 days, players will give everything to see their names engraved on the cup. Katowice has, over the years, become a place of tradition. It has formed a legacy, not only for Counter-Strike, but for esports as a whole. In regards to 2020, this is no different. Unfortunately, one thing in the Spodek will be missing. Teams will head into the arena, and without many things, it'll be you in the arena with us. Unfortunately, that is how this has all crumbled down this year, and that's completely okay. This tournament will drive on. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 will crown a champion. And for all of us here in the studio at ESL, and even you at home, we hope that we can bring to you the best possible tournament conditions that we can possibly bring. We hope to put on the best show that we could possibly bring to you right here, right now. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020.
Out of the shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle. 'Cause I got it down to think that I'll crumble. Show me a mistake.
Where you see me coming, better run for cover. 'Cause I'm not soaring that I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer.
We're about to leave the hotel lobby and head to the Spodek Arena, and I'm not on my own because I'm traveling with 100 Thieves this morning, including Coach Kassad. Kassad, let's walk and talk. Let's West Wing this. Now, yesterday was epic for you, winning 2 series to make it through to the Spodek. Are you surprised that your boys were able to pull it together?
It's just the usual for us to go down in the lower bracket and just claw our way back. It's just how we do things.
Why do you think that is? Let's keep walking. Why do you think that is, Kassad?
I don't know. Sometimes it's the confidence thing in the first game. Sometimes it's just a rough game. It happens to us, but we managed to do it, to come back always. So it's kind of a good thing, positive that we are kind of tenacity. We have that kind of thing for us going on every single tournament. So right now it's a good day. So we're just gonna try to win.
We're in the playoffs though now. There's no lower bracket, Kassad, and you're facing Fnatic, who are absolutely explosive. So how can you conquer them today?
I don't know, Fnatic has been a really tough opponent for us as well, but we used to beat them before. They beat us in Pro League last time. We beat them before that in Star Series or something. So it's always an interesting game, you know. We like the way they play. I think they like the way we play, so we kind of always, when we play, it's always close games. It's always interesting, and I think it's going to be the same thing today.
Now, you're on the way to the arena. What's actually the plan for a team, though, when they're heading to playoff in a playoffs?
It's the same thing like every other match. We just prepare for the game. We just prepare for the game. We have our schedule going on, and we just go into the match like it's any other. It doesn't matter if it's the arena or it's the group stage. It's always the same for us.
So you get there, you simply set up on stage?
Exactly, and we do our warm-up, our settings, and we team talk and huddle and everything else that we do usually, and we just go in and play.
The only difference is it's a massive stage, Kassad. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs. I'm going to let you get on the bus. Thank you for talking to me this morning. We're going to see 100 Thieves play against Fnatic for a spot in the semi-finals. See you later, lads. See ya. Bye.
Well, there you have it. The 100 Thieves are on their way here now, and it's been quite the journey for them. Of course, a journey for us as well, as we do take a look at this analyst desk. I've got Pimp on one side, I've got Sponge right next to him, and of course, my name being Trey Stunna-Saranthus. We are ready to kick off the playoffs, fellas.
I want to take a lot of credit for them being here. I changed my prediction method. In the beginning of the tournament, I predicted them to win. And then every game following that, I predicted them to lose. So we've gone back to normal programming. When I predict the Aussies to lose, they win. which means that I want them to win.
Well, just real quick, let's just talk about sort of the run that they've had here, kind of an overview,
Crazy
because
run.
some of these results are ridiculous, right?
I wrote them off after the first few games, especially that opener against G2.
Five rounds in 2 maps.
5 rounds in 2 maps, 16-3, 16-2. You're thinking to yourself, yeah, sure, G2 is playing well, and they have been turning out to play well at this tournament so far, but to lose that big in an opening game at such a big tournament, to any team, I feel, would be a big confidence blow right there. But for whatever reason, they've been managing to stay cool. They won Tyloo in the lower bracket, then proceeded to play Evil Geniuses, a game I didn't think they would be able to win. They again, started out by losing their own map pick, ended up winning the series. Same thing happened against Mousesports. Lose their own map pick, still end up winning the series. So they've been fighting backs against the wall throughout the entire tournament, and somehow they find themselves in a quarterfinal now. And I'm actually building up some confidence in this lineup right now. They're showing a lot of resilience.
The biggest thing for me, right, is the mental side of these guys, because I saw them after they lost to G2. They were absolutely defeated, right? You've been there as a manager of a team, and I know you've definitely been there as a player of the team, but when everything falls apart and it's so bleak, it's so grim, nobody believes in anything, these guys were playing not to lose. They weren't playing to win. They lost complete confidence, and they had to be broken on down. Losing to G2, I actually think is a positive thing for them, because it put them in a position where they had to look at each other. They had to have one of these team talks and say, hey, what's going on? Let's fix this. They've already been through adversity just in this tournament, and that's the group stage alone, and now they're in the playoffs, and I think they can really deliver here.
And there are teams that have shown up here that haven't shown up here, if that makes any sense. There are teams like the 100 Thieves that really did get that rough start. They took an L, had to fight through the lower bracket. Right here, we have highlights of them beating Mousesports, which I'm pretty sure no one thought they could do.
No, I personally didn't believe they would be good enough to beat Mousesports, and that was based on the start to 2020 for them. They were also in London, where they didn't do too good. Then again, the first game against G2, it didn't give me a lot of confidence in this squad. But as Chad said, the mental strength coming out of this lineup right now, the fact that they're able to fight back in every single game they play right now and actually showcase how good they are, gives me a lot of confidence that at the very least, they're going to make this quarterfinal very competitive.
Well, Group B was full of just craziness, right? We also had G2 over there, like we were talking about, and Liquid. How did that matchup go from, Liquid might have this in the bag to a 2-0 just straight away for G2?
Well, G2 were the team we just referenced, right, who started this off by absolutely destroying 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves went to go beat EG and Mousesports, 2 teams within the top 5. So for them going up against Liquid, it was like, hey, can they do it again? Can they beat another top 10 opponent? And for them to be able to do it, you can just see how much confidence these guys are playing with. You look at the top 10 highest rated players in the tournament so far. It's littered with the names from this G2 roster. And they are really coming with some fire at the moment. They look very prepared. Whatever Malik's doing with these guys, keep it up, because they are looking nuts.
I think it's super impressive. You look towards some of the players as well. Nexa and Hunter, they were brought into this lineup. They had to revamp the entire inner workings of G2. Now they communicate in English. It's a team that they've been going through a lot of diversity, I feel, and finally they're starting to shape up as a superstar team. Kenny S playing like his old self. Nexa, the in-game leader, the highest rated player against Team Liquid. There's so much skill within the G2 camp.
And certainly we're going to be talking about G2 throughout the duration of this tournament. You can just feel that way, especially if you take a look at some of the paths that these teams have taken to get to the playoffs. Now, of course, G2 are in the other group. But this group of A, what are we looking at, Chad?
Yeah, so the big ones to note here is Astralis got through relatively unscathed, right? They didn't drop a map here. They made Fnatic suffer yesterday with the map choices of Overpass and Vertigo coming on through there. And then in the lower bracket, well, this is where it got very interesting, right? We obviously had FaZe Clan taking on the side of Na'Vi there to the final decider, who was going to be the third team to make it to the arena from that bunch. And, well, somehow, Simple and the boys, they made it through on Inferno, that third and final decider. But as you can see on your screen right here, ZywOo, the best player in the world of 2019, maybe of 2020, maybe I'm thinking ahead, didn't make it to the arena this time. Vitality weren't good enough here, and look, there's been a lot of questions about the makeup of this team. This man delivers, but the rest of them seem to still struggle and maybe let him down a little bit.
Yes, of the 7 maps he has played here, he has put up quite a, impressive performance and quite an impressive set of numbers. And yes, unfortunately, Vitality do falter to the wayside. Group B, kind of panning out like you'd expect, but maybe not so much, Jacob.
I mean, the one that springs into your eyes here is the fact that Evil Geniuses weren't able to beat the 100 Thieves, right? We look at EG as a lineup that has at least the potential to be one of the best in the world. They have some of the greatest individuals to touch.
They normally have their number as well.
They normally have the number as well, but this time around, they weren't showing up. It's been a rough ending to 2019. It's been a rough start to 2020 for EG. So impressive that the Thieves did it, but also a little bit worrying signs of the EG camp that they are not able to follow up on the success they had in 2019.
Yes, following up on success is the idea. Capitalizing on what you're able to accomplish here in Katowice is certainly the big goal, and certainly you can take it a little bit further than that. I'm going to take it all the way over here. I'll be back with you guys shortly.
Okay.
But for the time being, there's a whole party going on over here on the sofa, and I'm pretty sure you can guess as to who's over here partying. We got Moses and Anders.
The kind of party you want to be invited to, Trace.
The one in the front or the back?
The back.
Okay.
Yeah.
definitely.
Backyard, front yard. I don't know what you're thinking. You guys were
I was thinking mullets, mostly, yeah.
I realized we should have sat on that couch so that we would force you to walk, all the way across.
Across the shot. Right?
Yeah.
Guys, there's been a lot of things happening this entire week, but most importantly, the Counter-Strike. Let's begin to I guess, kind of talk and discuss as to what this means. We're now in the cusp of championship matches here within the Pro Tour. Where do we sit currently?
I mean, I think this is great. This is like the first the major championship for the Pro Tour, which is awesome, and it's like kind of the first culmination of, or like kind of we're seeing how this project is coming together. So I think it's awesome to have Mousesports obviously playing well, sitting towards the top of the standings. Astralis is towards the top of the standings, and all you can see in this Pro Tour at the moment with how these teams stand is, we keep hyping this up as one of the toughest and most difficult tournaments in terms of teams that are attending it. And there's so many squads that have had some success that are already gaining points towards the next one, towards Cologne. So this is really cool to watch pan out.
And we're looking at least the paths up to Katowice at this point, Anders. We're talking about the teams that did qualify for there. Obviously, there's a whole set of qualification to go for Cologne. But running up to Katowice, what has shocked you?
I think what's really shocked me more than anything is how, and I mean, this has been a recurring talking point really, but how much of a lack of a front runner we have, which is so incredible when you're starting this all off. I think it's amazing. You could have been in a point in time where you would have had almost nobody, that could have rivaled someone like Astralis, and we have a lot of teams, and they're all here. So I think that's setting off the season really well.
And that's just a whole nother talking point by itself. You start adding on things like the Intel Grand Slam, where we don't have a clear favorite for that either.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fun to watch, especially considering, Astralis won it so quickly, and then Liquid won it so quickly, and now this time we're going to have some long, drawn-out battle for it. I think also one of the big things that doesn't get talked about enough with the Pro Tour is the entire leveraging of like every tournament structure they have at different levels. So you have, the ESEA that leads into the Mountain Dew League, that leads into the DreamHack Opens, that leads into the Masters events, that leads into the professional portion of the Pro Tour. I think that's a really cool structure to have for someone who wants to come and get into the game and just have like some visualization of a path that you can take to get to the top. And I think we're very fortunate in Counter-Strike to have that.
It adds the tiers there. It kind of gives that sort of sought-after effect. What do you got, Anders?
No, I can't wait for it. I think some of the stories that you're alluding to that we haven't even seen yet, right? Those are going to happen within, the next year, 2 years. We're going to start to see some of those teams break through. And I feel confident that that's actually going to happen more and more because there is so much up-and-coming talent. This is sort of the second, let's say, wave of CSGO where we've got all this new talent. So, yeah, I think we're just waiting for those stories to be built now.
And the game continues to evolve. Gentlemen, I love what you're doing over there. I love your work. And more importantly, I can't wait to get this quarterfinal started. So with that being said, I have to move on now. I have to go back home to where I belong, which is over there. So adios.
We'll continue the party while you're gone.
Yeah, you guys do whatever you do over here. Don't really know what that is sometimes. Anyway, all right, guys, let's start to talk about the matches that we have at hand. Let's start to talk about some of the, I don't want to say theatrics, but some of the components surrounding the environment that we have here. Look for it, Jacob.
Look for it. There's,
Am I good? I'm good now. That wasn't even my fault that time. So look, I won't take the blame for that one. I took it yesterday. I won't take it today. Where we were going with this is the elephant in the room, or the lack thereof, right? So we've already touched on the fact that there will be no audience, there will be no crowd. But it would be, we'd be disingenuous if we weren't to sit here and say that some of these players may benefit from the lack of crowd here. And G2, that would be the biggest name here. You've got a bunch of individuals who aren't experienced in the same way as an Astralis, as the Fnatic players, right? This G2 roster has a whole bunch of, let's not say rookies, but rookies in the sense of playing on a big stage, and now that crowd element, that's kind of disappeared.
It adds a different dynamic to it, and I'm not really sure where to put my finger on it, Jacob.
I mean, there's even teams, right, that thrive well off the crowd. I think Team Liquid is a great example that comes into mind. They like playing on a big stage. They feed off that crowd. They feed off that energy. Sometimes you look towards them when they play the studio group stages, and they're a little bit flat. You want to see Stu 2K get off. You want to see the entire team get off, and without no crowd, that could be a bit of a problem for Liquid.
These guys here are the experts, or I suppose the definition of big stage players. No one has won more big trophies under pressure than these boys right here, right? So to have that element kind of relieved, it means whatever advantage they had in terms of that over other teams, right? Like, let's say they meet G2 in the final. That's completely gone. Sure, they're still on the stage. Sure, it's still a playoff match. Sure, it's still a grand final. Sure. But the crowd that we talk about it, right? You can feed off of that energy. You can play off of that energy. It can defeat you because every single kill that goes down, people are watching at home.
Right.
But when you have an arena full and they're cheering after every kill or every death or every moment that happens, you're under the microscope at that point and you feel like quite claustrophobic.
And Twitch chat can be full of wildlings. We know that much, but in no way does it equate. It doesn't really translate over that way, Jacob.
No, surely not. And it's just a different environment to play in. I don't know how many times you tried it, chat, but I remember...
Not enough.
Not enough. enough. But
Not by my choice.
Some of the best memories of my career is sitting on that stage, feeding off the energy from the crowd. So unfortunately, that's gone. But still, we just got to see who's the most professional team in this setting. Circumstances, they change, and you just got to add up to it and play your game anyway.
Well, speaking of guys that are pretty big veterans in terms of, hey, we've played on this stage before. There's this little team. They come from Sweden. You might know them as Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're the team that could, right? They won here in 2018 with Golden on the roster, then they booted him off, and now Golden's back, and now things are looking pretty good. They've come into this event with 78 days off between LAN officials.
Wild.
And they got a nice little soft opening against Renegades, right? They got that soft opening, but they struggled on their map pick of Inferno, and then they went on through and beat Na'Vi, and that qualified them to this point.
Yes, it certainly did. We're going to see them in the first game of the day, and obviously, because we have a game on the way right now, Fnatic versus 100 Thieves, we need to know what maps we're going to be going.
Lovely.
Perhaps it is time we get the veto and just get it right out of the way.
I think this is wide open for 100 Thieves to pick right here. The bans of through Overpass and Vertigo have gone, but 100 Thieves, by winning Dust 2 and Nuke over these last couple of days, they've picked 100 Thieves picked Inferno into probably one of the best Inferno teams in the world.
You don't seem happy with this, Chad.
But I can understand it a little bit because Fnatic did struggle on Inferno, right? They struggled against Renegades. It was a 16-14 victory, and then they lost against Na'Vi on it, right? 16-14, I believe.
Also lost against Mousesports yesterday.
So, 100 Thieves did lose on it. Yeah, that is right. But maybe they see the weakness that the other team saw in Fnatic's Inferno.
So you're saying there's a chance, Chad?
I'm saying it's a risky move. I can get behind it. It's a comfortable pick for them. They've been playing it, but considering how it's been going so far in the tournament, it's a risky move.
Well, let's not get too deep into it. Let's not go too in depth right now. We do need to cut to a quick break, get our players situated, and get this thing started off right. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 is right here and right now.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back your back now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know it's on. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
We had a struggle at the start of the year. We started this tournament pretty slow, also playing pretty solid right now in these last couple of days. It seems we've gained our confidence back too, which is showing in game, which is great. To make it this year, honestly, it feels amazing. Leading into the match, we didn't want to overthink anything. We just wanted to play our own game. Practice on Dust 2 hasn't been the greatest. It's actually a little bit surprising that we've done so well on Dust 2 in this tournament. We let them use their utility and we were able to take advantage of that. And when we knew they had low buy, we could just execute them easily. They never really fought us on catwalk or anything like that. Our T-side on Nuke has definitely been getting better and better. A lot of teams in the top tier play Nuke, and if you can't play it to a top level, it's like you're going to lose it straight away. That's just been an ongoing thing for us in practice, and we won some pretty key rounds, which broke their money, and we played pretty good individually also on the T side. First goal was obviously to make playoffs, and we made that, and now we've just got to go step by step and win each game. So next goal is definitely to beat Fnatic and then carry on from there. They're just a very dangerous team in general. Very skilled players. They know how to play the game. They have a lot of versatility in their lineup, and they have a lot of firepower. So since they made the lineup change of bringing in Roland and Golden back into the team, it seems that they've had a huge resurgence, and they seem really good. But we'll make sure that doesn't happen when we verse them.
Quarterfinals are here, and we are here as well. We are ready to jump into this best of 3 at a furious pace. However, right now I need to tell you that 100 Thieves versus that of Fnatic is where we're going to be starting. Right here, we are ready to get this one going, guys. I don't know if we can contain this excitement just anymore.
Yeah, I feel like 100 Thieves have given them a gift. They've gone, hey, you know, you really like that Inferno map? We're gonna give that to you to start off. You can go to one of your home picks, one of the maps that you seem to be picking, but also a map that 100 Thieves seem to be picking as well, right? So if we just want to talk about the specifics of this one straight away, I think that the confidence now has definitely built for the Aussies to the point where, hey, we're starting to believe again, and hopefully the individuals show up here because their CT sides on this first map have been absolutely abysmal so far.
Statistically speaking, right, it's not a great pick. They lost it twice in this tournament already. It was their own map pick. So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I think, you know, you're looking towards what is the strengths of the 100 Thieves, right? It's Kassad, the coach, and the preparation he puts into it. So he's found weakness within the Fnatic camp on the specific map of Inferno. I think they have, you know, enough confidence in their coach that they are willing to play the map if he found a few, you know, gimmicks they can try to execute on. So in that sense, statistically speaking, you know, rationally speaking, it doesn't make much sense. But again, I have high praises for Kassad, and I think he's found something they can work with.
If we want to look at these two teams, these two rosters head-to-head, they played twice last year in Best of Threes, one of the Star Series I-League Season 8 finals, and Renegades at the time, who are now 100 Thieves, were able to beat them. And Inferno was one of the maps, as well as Mirage, which are the first two here. But when they played more recently at the Pro League finals, it was a bit more of a beatdown. They lost Mirage and Train. So look, recent history, Fnatic have the one up on them, but there's a lot of things that go into that, right? You know, there's a lot of factors when you have to reflect back on those moments. So Fnatic so far, with the 78 days off, haven't really been tested, right? Like, they played against Renegades. That's a kind of nice warm-up match.
Yeah. Yep.
Na'Vi obviously have been up and down. They're still integrating Perfecto. So I don't know. I want Na'Vi to be one of the best teams in the world. I don't think they're there yet. Sure. I think they're on that path. So them being up and down, that win right there, how much stock can we put in that? That's the question.
I'm not sure I agree with that sentiment, though,
Okay.
just to follow up, right? Because I think Fnatic have been testing, and they failed that test. Against Astralis,
yeah.
It wasn't good enough, right? You should be able to make that game at least a bit competitive. Maybe Astralis is back in a shape where you think to yourself, all right, nobody's going to be able to beat Astralis. They're really playing some solid Counter-Strike as of right now. But still, if you're Fnatic and if you're a team that, let's be honest, they won the tournament 2 years ago, they can still be a contender for this one. They should be able to make it competitive at the very least.
So who's got the better resume, do you reckon? Do you think 100 Thieves beating Mouse Sports and EG has the better resume than Fnatic beating Na'Vi and Renegades?
No, I think it evens out a bit.
Evens out?
Yeah.
Are you asking me?
Well,
I know what I gotta think.
We got three of us
Look,
here.
I'm gonna say that, yeah, I mean, it's got to be a more impressive resume for the 100 Thieves.
That's what I think as well, because they started in such a low position, right? Whereas the victory over Na'Vi, I think that's a huge win. To ever beat Simple is a big win right there. But to the way that 100 Thieves had to come back in both of those games versus EG and Mouse Sports, they were in the dumps, right? Like, I saw the guys in the hotel. I haven't seen Aaron that glum since I was playing with him, right? And I can definitely imagine why. And for them in this situation to come back with that after that G2 loss, only getting 5 rounds over 2 maps of Counter-Strike, and now to be back in the playoffs, I feel like, especially with what I saw from Liaz yesterday on Nuke, they're being a lot more confident in their approach to the game. And I'm not happy with the maps, but I'm happy in the confidence behind the map choice, if that makes sense.
Kind of believe in the madness, believe in the method to the madness even. Speaking of madness, we have our commentators right here. We're going to get their inside thoughts and what they think about this matchup going into 100 Thieves versus Fnatic.
Yes, thank you, Trace. Welcome to the Vodafone View. This is going to be good stuff. Previously, we only had this segment at ESL1 Cologne.
Yes.
We've all loved it. We had so many messages. We've brought it to the World Championships here in Katowice. 100 Thieves, and we're taking on Fnatic, and this is going to be good, some good stuff. We got JKS and Flusha as two players to watch out for.
Yeah. Two absolutely pivotal players. Flusha, I believe in that last game they were playing, ended up at something like -22, which I don't think is going to be anywhere near good enough. JKS, I think he was doing a little bit better, like -4 instead. But they need to play better. I think both of them. They're obviously pivotal players. Flusha is a major player in that sense. You know, all the important games, he's almost always going to be there. So yeah, I think it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Flusha actually still, whenever I make predictions in the day, he likes to tweet, and it creeps me out. I always like look over my shoulder afterwards because I feel like...
A little scared?
I think he's like hunting me or looking at me through a wall or something. It's pretty wild. I think JKS, he's such a player that we've had so much fun talking about over the years because of all the potential and how much skill. The fact that he like blew up last year and had this like renaissance year was like, this is what we've been waiting for. That's so exciting. And 100 Thieves need that kind of performance out of him so frequently if they want to go deep into these tournaments.
Yeah, it was amazing to see Gratisfaction rediscover himself on that Dust 2 game yesterday where they were really struggling and he came back and he started playing well. Yeah, I want this game to be led by JKS. I think he's so good. If anyone is going to be able to stop Fnatic, it has to be him, sort of the tip of the spear right there. I don't think it's going to work otherwise. And I have no doubt about Flusha showing up. He always does.
Yeah, I don't either. He's a machine. Either way, that's it from us at the Vodafone View. Back to the boys at the desk. Trace, take it away.
Thank you, guys. It's always nice to see you guys working this early in the day. I do really appreciate that.
They even had the same call time as us today.
Yeah, I know. I
couldn't
love
believe it.
every second of that. I also love the amount of work that we're going to have to put in right here to really just put our hands and grasp the situation that we have.
Yeah, look, this game right here, if I want to like look at the nitty and the gritty of Inferno, like there's some little details, right? For example, if you're 100 Thieves and you're able to win the T-sided pistol, Fnatic have, I think it's like a 75% round 2 conversion on the force buys. Yeah. On the CT side specifically, it's 50% overall. But if you filter it down, HRTV.org, lovely stats page, you can see that it's 75% on their CT side. So if they can weather that storm, they can maybe have a good T-half like they have been so far.
Another thing that's interesting is the map of Inferno, right? We often talk about it as being the map where you need to use your utility well. Currently, Fnatic is the team out of all the teams in the tournament who does the most damage with the grenade. So 100 Thieves, better watch out for that one.
Got to watch out for that one, and you've got to watch out for this. Right now, we are ready to get this started inside of this big old arena with one big old man himself, OJ Borge. Let's get Katowice underway.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, one of the most prestigious tournaments in all of Counter-Strike. Here the greatest teams from around the world compete for the Masters Championship trophy.
When all smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's emotion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Wherever you are watching this around the world, your sofa, in your chair, it is time for our first quarter-finalist. Please welcome to the stage, 100 Thieves and Fnatic.
The 100 Thieves are here in spades. They have pretty much eradicated everyone throughout that lower bracket, and they've done it with style, Chad.
These boys have been here before. Last year, they made history. Last year, they learned what it means to be a top team. This year, they have to defend that. This year, we need to see if they can continue to replicate that. They've got JKS, who made history, the first Australian player to ever be in the top 20. I want to see them keep delivering.
Fnatic only dropping thus far there to Astralis, have found their way into the arena as well, Jacob.
Fnatic is a team that is familiar playing on big stages. 4 of these players won the 2018 edition of IEM Katowice. Crims, JW, Frosher, and Golden were all part of that lineup. Fnatic, they know what they need to do. They know what they need to do in order to win a trophy, and the first step of the way is taking down the 100 Thieves.
That's what we're going to be looking for. We're going to be looking for that live on 3. We're going to look for some of this sweat to subside because the nerves are just about at peak levels, fellas.
Yeah, look, no matter what happens here today, these are still the best Counter-Strike teams in the world. Right here, we have 6 names who are all in the top 10. These guys pour their lives into this every single day. Counter-Strike going harder and harder for moments like this. And unfortunately, we have what we have, but I know that we are going to get some fantastic games out of this, right? These are, like I said, these are the best Counter-Strike teams in the world. They're going to deliver still the best moments that we've seen.
None of this detracts from what we have here. An extreme respect for the competition at hand, and just an upholding of tradition here in Katowice, Jacob.
And I bet you the players feel that too, right? This is one of the most historic tournaments we have on the circuit. The players, they want to win IEM Katowice. It would mean the world, regardless of the circumstances going on right now. Winning an IEM Katowice, securing all the points towards Cologne, there's so much at stake for these teams. And Fnatic is a lineup, as I said before, they tried it before, they won before. They want to get back to the level where they consider themselves to be one of the best in the world. This could be the first step of the way.
This could be, and it might just have to be. We're going to be talking 100 Thieves. We're going to be talking Fnatic. And more importantly, OJ's going to be talking to them directly.
I am indeed in the shadow of the trophy here in Katowice. As you have been on some run at this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. We've had a rough start to the year, and to come through the lower bracket that we did, we played great, and we got to continue on from here.
Now you're at the knockout stage. It's the rarefied atmosphere of the quarterfinals. Do you change things?
No, not really. Everything's been working for us so far, so just keep doing what we're doing, and everything should fall into place.
You blew Sponge's mind with that pick of Inferno.
Yeah, probably. I think a lot of people would be surprised with it, but we're very confident in the map, so yeah.
Talking to Sponge, he also talked about you changing the way you played here after that first loss. You went from being a team that was playing not to lose to a team playing to win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the start of this year, we played very scared Counter-Strike. So after the first day we lost to G2, we had a very serious talk, and I think a lot of people had a lot of stuff on their minds to say, and we got that out, and since then we've been performing a lot better.
And that trophy down there, how much is that a possibility?
Oof, it's definitely there. It's definitely right in front of us, so we're pretty confident, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, we're looking forward to this matchup. And Golden, for you, playing for Fnatic, a team that's had so much success over the years, especially here in Katowice, 3-time champion, you are one of those teams. How much does that legacy play on your mind wearing that shirt in this place?
A lot. We're like defending it rather than just taking it.
You missed out last year. Personally, what is it like to be back on this stage?
2018 we won it, 2019 I missed it. This time the stats says that we should win it, so it means a lot to be here actually on the stage, but unfortunately without the crowd.
You look at the man opposite you, you look at the run that 100 Thieves have been on. What sort of problems do you think they pose you?
Not much.
Anything you'd like to reply to that?
Come at me, bro. Let's go.
Oh, do you want to shake hands? The hands are shaking. 100 Thieves Fnatic, wherever you're watching this, get your snacks, get ready for it. It's about to go off.
Words that are going to reverberate around this entire arena and through the internet. Come at me, bro.
Look, Azza and JKS, you know, these boys have been coming here for years. The same thing can be said for those guys on the other side of the stage, Fnatic. But for Golden there in that interview, his greatest memory in Counter-Strike has to be lifting that trophy in 2018. Yeah. He must have such fond memories of this place. For him, what he achieved with that team back then was inspirational. If they want to do the same thing at this tournament, look, Astralis still stands in their way. That's still another one of the big names here, right? The other side of the bracket is absolutely stacked. This first task right here, I think it's going to be more difficult than probably what Fnatic feel it is at the moment because of 100 Thieves struggles up to this point.
Sure.
This shouldn't be an easy game by any means.
No, I definitely agree with that sentiment. I think it's very important for us to set the expectations for this game as well. I think we have a close one on our hands. There's no doubt that if you had to edge towards someone, you'd say Fnatic are the favorites coming into this match. But I think what 100 Thieves have done up until this point in this tournament, the way they've been playing better and better game after game, is definitely going to add some extra pressure towards the Fnatic camp.
Which kind of leads me to expand on something we just heard out of the 100 Thieves camp, is the fact that they went back and they had to make those changes. They recognized the fact that this method and this formula is not going to work, and now they've had to go back to the drawing board, come back to the table, and then try to eat again.
And you know what? They had to, right? Losing the first game 16-3, 16-2, it's a no-brainer, let's be honest. You can't do that on this level. So the fact they were able to do that, go back, have that talk, and mentally reset and come back into this tournament, to me, that is such a strong sign of mental strength within this camp of players.
And if we want to talk about the strength of these teams, right? Regardless of when 100 Thieves were having the struggles over there in London, they still had the fundamentals, right? They still had that base there. They were still playing Counter-Strike how you want to see the game played. However, they didn't have confidence in themselves as individuals, so they were losing duels. You can carry that through here to the CT side of their Inferno. When they do flick on over, they have really struggled, and I put that down to the individuals. They have their two best players, JKS and Jacob, playing that B-bomb site. The guys over at A need to step up.
Just to follow up with a stat line from this tournament, they're currently the team with the worst opening kill ratio out of the remaining teams in the tournament, sitting at 48.8% success rate in that department. Jacob is the guy to go to, right? He is the entry fragger for this lineup. He's the guy that's going to create the space for the JKS, the Assas, and the Lias to work. So we need to see him play well. It's not that the 100 Thieves have been playing bad at this tournament. I wouldn't say so. It's just every single game we've seen them play, it's been close, it's been back and forth. It would be nice to see them actually come in from the get-go of this game and bring the confidence they're talking about.
If I say this, Chad, maybe you agree. The 100 Thieves came here a little clumsy.
Maybe clouded, you know?
Yeah, maybe that too.
Yeah, I don't think they were on the same page when they came to this tournament, right? And what they would have spoken about behind closed doors, it's the things that we do in everyday life, right? Miscommunication is the cause of what? Like 90% of arguments and disagreements. So once you can get that all cleared on out and get everybody communicating in a more clear way and everybody on the same page, then you're going to be delivering a better brand of Counter-Strike. If we look at the Fnatic boys we have on the other side of the stage here, the one name that Jacob didn't mention when we were talking about that 2018 trophy lift is actually the highest rated player in this team at this event so far, and that's Brolin. He is one of these rookies, one of these kids, one of these absolute prodigies who's come on through, and he is looking hot to trot, right? I think what they need to make sure they do if they're the 100 Thieves here is not allow the individuals of Fnatic to be getting those multi-kills, right? They're going to have to lift their trading game here because Fnatic, they want to take the fights. We saw what they did on Mirage. We saw Crims have that absolute beast mode performance earlier in the tournament.
Even if we roll back the years, we talk about Flusha and some of the things that he's had to do to turn it around here for Fnatic. The 100 Thieves are going to run into a wall if Flusha turns it on.
They could potentially be, right? Flusha is another player that I wouldn't necessarily say he's been struggling within Fnatic, but he hasn't found the same level we saw a few years ago. It's been a while since Flusha actually had a positive event. We go all the way back to Star Series in Belgic, which is more than, I think, 7-8 months ago, that he had a positive event, you know, in terms of kill death. So Flusha, sure, he can't be that wall. Flusha, sure, he used to be one of the best players in the world. We just haven't seen that transpire in this iteration of Fnatic in quite some time. So there's still more potential to be unlocked, I feel, within the Fnatic camp. You named it yourself. Brolin, the highest rated player right now for the Fnatic players. I think he is the future and the current star of Swedish Counter-Strike. So if you can set him up for success, I don't think the 100 Thieves has anyone else than JKS who can match him in raw firepower.
Sure.
So he has to turn up.
But 100 Thieves have gone into all these matches where you would say that the other team has them covered in terms of firepower, right? G2, EG, and Mouse Sports, pound for pound firepower-wise, you would say are better than them. They don't. But what they do have is a lot more weapons in their arsenal in terms of strategies and fundamentals and being able to fall back on that. That's what gets them into these games. And that's when the individuals then step up and you see the clutches that they're winning. They won a bunch of 1v2 scenarios yesterday.
A stat that suggests you're right about that is that they're currently having the highest flash assist ratio in the entire tournament as well.
Nice.
Teamwork. They flash for each other. They try to set up each other for success. And that's exactly what they need to do with JKS, with JKIM. Those two players are the strongest individuals within the 100 Thieves camp. So if the rest of the team can set them up with some nice flashes, some nice smokes for that matter as well, and make sure they thrive, then there's definitely a chance they can match Fnatic in terms of firepower and in terms of individual skill.
Now, Chad, just how pivotal is a player like Azza and what he's accomplishing over there? We talk all the time about him being that sort of leader role over there. You know, he's calling the shots. But just how pivotal is it when he has a game where he goes plus 12?
When he was playing back under me as the in-game leader, he was one of our star players. It was Azza and JKS. They were the two names. They were the boys I send out and say, go kill. Ever since he's taken over the in-game leadership role, he has tapered on off. He's making sure everybody else is pushed up into those positions. The last 2 days, he has played an inspired brand of Counter-Strike. Whatever they said in that talk, he's played some big boy CS to get them to this position. He's had to step up majorly. If he can do that now in a playoff match and continue to be there, then that is an extra level for 100 Thieves that we haven't actually seen before up until this point. We talk about Grat having some good games with the York. We talk about Liaz at the Berlin Major coming alive. We know what JKS and Jacob can do. But then if Azza becomes an individual who fits into the team and is fragging well like he used to, now it starts to get a little bit scarier, and I start to believe, because this side of the bracket, it's doable. They can make it to the grand final.
In terms of just inversing each other right here, right? You have one heavy hitter on one side, and you got to have a response for that. Let's say Fnatic comes online right here, Jacob. Who's going to be the responser from the side of 100 Thieves?
I mean, it has to be JKS for me. It has to be JKIM. I think they are the best performing players when everything is going well for the Thieves. I think JKIM in particular, in terms of opening up the rounds, making sure to create space for Lias, create space for Gratisfaction as well to work functionally with the AWP. He has to have a great game. He has to have impact at the very least. JKS has the potential to be the best player on the server. And I think that's a ballsy statement to say when you have Crimson there, you have JW, you have Brolin for that matter as well. But I think JKS could be an ace, one of the best riflers in the entire world when he's feeling it. The problem for me is that he's not that consistent at the very highest level. He's consistently good all the time, I feel, but to get up to the next level where he actually outperforms guys like Crims, JW, and Brolin, we need to see that happen more and more if we really want to consider him to be one of the very best in the world.
Yeah, look, the numbers back that up, right? If you were to just have a look at these guys' stats on Inferno, JKS is the highest rated player, then it's Jacob, then Azza, then Grat, then Liaz, and that's the concern that I have. That A defense, once they get over towards the CT side, is the 3 lowest rated players, right? You know, and that's troublesome. They need to step on up here. There are a few other little Inferno details that I want to point out. It's like if Fnatic don't get the plant on their T side, they're going to go for a full eco. So if you're 100 Thieves, make sure you're denying them the plant on your pistol. Make sure that you are very, very on point if you do win your T side pistol of your 100 Thieves because of that conversion rate I was talking about from Fnatic on the force base. That is where I really want to be focusing on in the early stages of these halves.
I think a lot lays on Gratisfaction as well, having a great game. Because if you look towards JW, you know how he plays Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
If you're a Counter-Strike nerd like us, we've seen him plenty of time on Inferno just running around towards App, towards Banana, towards middle. He could do the most ridiculous thing with the AWP. So if you have Gratisfaction on fire, able to hit those shots, able to hit the easy shots, just shut him down as soon as you can, then that may put a stop to JW and his harassment. So I think Gratisfaction as well stands, you know, he has a big task ahead of him, surely, but if he can fill that task and if he can do it to a somewhat decent job, I think that could be a key to victory as well for the 100 Thieves. He had a rough start yesterday against Mouse Sports. He turned it around, and again, the mentality coming out from the Thieves right here in this tournament in general, it's just been stellar.
Real quick, guys, we've done this before. I want to do it again. Who do we have?
Remember, I'm predicting against them so they win. So let's go Fnatic. Yay!
I actually think the Thieves have a decent chance of taking this one. I expect them to lose their own map pick. They've been doing that for the entire tournament, so let's see how that goes. But the match is going to be competitive. It's going to be close regardless.
Hell, they're not the only one that's been losing their map pick. That seems like the trend. That seems like the thing to do here in Katowice. Lose the map pick of yourself. We're going to be jumping into this best of 3, this quarterfinal. It's going to be between Fnatic and 100 Thieves right here. Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2 in the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Well, this is where you want to be. I'm going to go ahead and kick it to our commentators. I do have Anders and Moses standing eagerly by.
Thank you so much, Trace, and thank you to the desk Yes, we're here to get you into the game. Fnatic and 100 Thieves, the first quarterfinals here at Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice 2020. We're kicking off this amazing playoff series. I think it's going to be wild and out of control. Inferno as the first game, with Fnatic starting on the CT side, 100 Thieves on the T side. Jason, how are you feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm so hyped for this. This is going to be fantastic. Right off the bat as well, Fnatic, keep an eye on it throughout this game. The utility usage, we talk about it on Inferno. They do a stellar job of utilizing their nades. Nearly 20 average damage higher than the next team in terms of their nades and utility. That's a thing of beauty. And Brolin, I love this aggression. Oh, and he's missed his chance. Gratisfaction's going to force him back. So a stalemate in the initial battle.
Yeah, but didn't take any damage for it. And even showing himself means they have to be a bit more careful. They probably have to slow it down a bit. Gratisfaction now just clearing that part of the apartments. And Lies is also shoulder peeking it. Yeah, they want to do this together and for good reason. Golden kind of alone at B, but he's got Flusher, you know, near enough by that he could swing in either direction. So Fnatic trying to play half and half at the moment. Mostly A, but a little bit B as well. Brolin close with the C set, 75. Oh, he's going to try and go early, and that's their cue to go. They want to rush it down. Crims immediately shut down. Jacob with a nice kill, and they overwhelm that bomb site. Flusher trying to get in there to help out, and he had nothing to say in that particular round. So now it's Golden. I mean, save what you have. There's no doubt about it.
No, that was powerful. You felt each one of those kills as they came in. That is a nice statement victory in the pistol round for 100 Thieves. And it's not like they found like an easy bomb site to take. They had to battle the whole stretch.
Well, here's something that's always nice and helpful, because you always think about, you know, when do we go? What's the cue to go? I mean, sometimes if you wait like that, if you're close enough, you just count, you know, a certain amount of seconds, and then you hit it off. But when you get peaked like that and you get the kill, there's no doubt. Everyone is in. So, yeah, it kind of fell apart like that. I don't mind that Brolin was trying to go with that CSAT 75. Again, I think very often, you know, I think in almost any scenario, if you're the guy taking the initiative, that's going to work in your favor.
Well, and it's also, I mean, you can understand the initiative as well from the sense of just wanting to get the information of what's coming. We see so frequently on Inferno, especially in pistol rounds that can be played so passively, it's just too late to rotate into position. So, fair play, nice attempt all around, 0-1.
Don't know if it would have made a difference at all, but it was one of the rare times where we didn't see the 4-1 stack.
Yeah.
Not sure if Flusher would have been there if that actually had made any difference. Just want to point it out.
I don't think it would have entirely mattered. They hit those shots so quick and so convincingly. Second round bye from Fnatic. Scout is going to be on JW, swinging out wide towards mid, but no one is going to give him a chance on 100 Thieves. He'll have to go take it. Missed shot, and now he's running out of time because Jacob's going to start peeking up from the pit. You could see it there. Banana control for 100 Thieves, mid control for 100 Thieves, and Fnatic are going to have to play the stall-it-out game with those smokes.
Yeah, but here's something that's funny. They actually have more smokes currently than 100 Thieves do. So if it happens that the T side, let's say they use a smoke to take one side, like take, you know, push back archway or something. If they end up going really slowly, they could themselves be in kind of a weird position. Fnatic are a team that are very, very good. I mean, just look at how many smokes they're saving now. It's about to be close to a minute. That's impressive.
Fnatic's a team that's not going to be scared to take a fight straight up. I mean, they relish in peeking into those fights and taking some of those duels, so they'll hold on to those smokes very, very long. One just goes out now. That's Brolin. Still towards the B bomb site, though, there's no pressure. So Flusha has his, Golden has his still. So if 100 Thieves stalls out here and want to fall back, it might not be an option for him.
I don't know what it'll take, though. The problem is there are no more smokes on the A bomb site. So once those go away, 100 Thieves are ooh, that is an important kill. JKS going down, and now they're going to try and wrap around Arch, but the bombs are alone up in the apartments right now, and that is making me unbelievably nervous. If Brolin wins another fight up there, they actually probably don't have time to really fight for this any longer. Bumping into each other inside of the smoke, and JW, now they're bringing the bomb back at least. They're going to try and see if they can split through CT spawn into the B bomb side, and Flusher, he'll have heard the call already. They know that they're coming. He's hearing all the footsteps. 18 seconds. He's about to shoot them in the back. It's a crossfire. A lot of damage. The bomb goes down on the ground. Golden is gone, but and a shot from JW catches another one with that scout, and Jacob just clearing the corner once that bomb plant. Oh, it's not going to happen. Fnatic stealing the round away. What an epic hunt through that CT spawn, and they take everything away from 100 Thieves early on in the second round.
What a godlike shot from JW and the follow-up on the planter. And Fnatic now 3 for 3, 100% when they lose the pistol round on the CT side. They have won the second round 3 times. That is ridiculous that they're able to pull this off. That's a tough shot. Flusha did the damage, but JW cleans it up, and yeah, he knows exactly where the plant is going down. Jacob, not a whole lot of time to consider his options, and yeah, that's definitely going to be frustrating. We mentioned it. Fnatic able to stall them out there. Beautiful stuff.
heads-up play. You see how Flusher, as he's rotating back, he stops, he listens, he just waits for the optimal time. I think it was Golden over in construction, so they had like the timing down between those two. Because if they don't get that timing, if one of them peeks and just gets headshot and the other one then peeks out, it's nothing like that.
Well, I wonder if Flusher was waiting as well or just aiming specifically for the bomb carrier. Either way, you don't always have the option to just pick a target out of the crowd, but he certainly dropped that bomb and just helped run the clock very low. JW with the nade combination takes a kill. Oh, and he gets returned upon. Aza. Deagle shot to the face, but there's still Golden to challenge on this side of middle.
Aza's been playing some really great games lately. And again, we were excited to see that, but also at the same time felt like maybe he shouldn't actually be the one to lead much of this. Boost completely read there by Flusher. I think they can wake up really, really early to catch Flusher off guard in pretty much any game. AK will do it. A little bit of an early reload, but Golden is there to help him out. So pretty good teamwork. Couple of kills with the MP9. And Fnatic secure the lead that they just got, or at least the advantage they got in that second round. So now the money for 100 Thieves, even the bomb plant wouldn't really help them out here. They're going to have to cool it down a little bit, slow it down.
Definitely. Save everything.
What do you think? I mean, you know, it's not that anyone has to stick to this, but you have to make like a top 3 of who has to be performing. Like the best possible scoreboard for 100 Thieves at the end of a match. What does it look like? Who's you know, first, second, third? Just roughly.
JKS and Jacob, I think, are the two big ones, and yeah. I like seeing Aza back in there because I think his game could just be so influential. But as the in-game leader, you're not going to see it too frequently, especially on a T side. But I mean, those are the 3 guys I would look to and say, you know, if anyone's likely to climb that scoreboard, it's going to be them.
Yeah.
But definitely JKS or Jacob has to have a very good game. JW applying a lot of pressure, and you know, he's up against unarmored Glocks. He's got that SMG, not going to be afraid.
Got that.
Some through the smoke as well.
Eco round thirst, doesn't he?
He does. He's the definition, I guess, of an Eco Cobra. I don't even know if people still use that. Do the kids use that term these days?
I don't think the kids know what that means, but it's fine. We'll revive it. We'll try and see if we can bring it back. Call up Heaton and he'll tell you all about it. It's going to be one more round for Fnatic. No surprise. That's what we were all expecting, given the economy situation. Now, 100 Thieves will be picking up the rifles, though. And let's see what kind of an impact they can have. They don't have very many kills between them. Just 6 kills across the board if you combine all of them there for 100 Thieves. That's as much as Golden has.
And 4 of them, I believe, were on the pistol round, correct?
Yes, 4 of them were on the pistol round. You're right. It's not necessarily that alarming.
No, it's not. It's still very early. This is the first big opportunity for them to grow that number. The Lils, Kriegs, AK-47s, it's the nades that they're missing most of all. One of the best teams we have in terms of flash assists and setting their teammates up. We saw that just the other day as well. Flashbang off the wall, going to force Golden back, but that's going to do some decent chip damage. The utility return from Fnatic and pre-firing the corner. Golden's in some trouble, but they line up for him. They didn't even mean to do it. He's got a double kill. JW thought that was it. It's just an SMG on the ground, but 100 Thieves are set back.
Kind of a shame that JW ended up going down, because it does actually open up the round a bit for 100 Thieves, especially if they could sneak in a kill there, but not going to be able to. Crim's low on health, still wants to get flashed in, and Jacob, he just found the perfect timing to fire that. I'm pretty sure he was flashed. It doesn't even matter. Now it's a 3-on-3 with a health advantage actually going the way of 100 Thieves. And inside of the bomb site, it's Brolin alone with a MAC-10.
It's not going to make you feel good. It's not going to make you feel comfortable. And the only thing he can really do is get aggressive, get close. They're not going to expect this, but he can't win the fight. Smoked out, Flusha, crossing his fingers. But this is a specialty of his, not able to land the kill just yet. And oh man, they might have to give it up if he can't find anything. He's almost found JKS.
A solo on health. I can't believe they're still swinging for it. A 3rd kill for Golden, and they have to fall back. And I think it is just the health. That's the math they're looking at right here. Man, I'd be annoyed if I was Golden. You get those 2 kills out there, 3rd one to end the round, and it's not enough.
Yeah, well, JW is never expecting, after a double kill at that corner at the B bomb site, he's not expecting a 3rd person to be posted up for him to throw a nade. That was an easy one. And obviously, Crim's not also expecting the challenge towards Rap side at that point. Didn't have the information, and shoulder peeks into a ton of damage.
Well, good turnaround for 100 Thieves, especially given the start. Nice to get around in like this, where you're 4 versus 3 or something like that, and you still end up winning it. I'm surprised at the beginning of this round, you see how the double setup was for Fnatic over at B at top banana there?
Yeah.
That's such a common position to double nade. Now, maybe they could have guessed that 100 Thieves wouldn't have had all the grenades, like they thought the economy was a bit low, so it's less likely that there's going to be that double stack. But that happens so much that I was getting a bit worried in the beginning. Because having one person there with the AWP, you could say, well, if he eats a grenade, then, you know, tough luck. But two of them at the same time, if they double naded, that's a lot of casualties and just a lost round, probably.
It's a lot of pain. 3-2, timeout called early by 100 Thieves.
I mean, yeah, you are going to want to use those timeouts probably before things start spiraling out of control. Fnatic do have this ridiculous energy underneath them when things start going well. Like there's a special kind of laugh and a smile that you see on JW and Flusher when things are going all right, and you know, like, oh man.
Yeah, when they're really feeling the game. It is a creepy version of a laugh and smile.
Exactly, you want to keep that off their faces at all costs, pretty much.
Oh, here's the AWP, smoke to put out the flames. There's a nice flashbang over though, and JW, he's taking a good amount of damage between that flash peek and the utility. So he'll rotate back. Slow start for J-Dubs. Ooh, good return though. That nade is beautiful.
And they've taken a fair bit of damage, but
Jesus.
That one will have done it.
Listen, we mentioned Fnatic is going to be doing a lot of damage on this map with their utility. That's a good, you know, taste of what's to come.
Yeah, he stubbed his toe on a grenade.
Ooh, that's the worst.
The only thing worse
than
Legos.
Still not as bad as I was going to say. Oh.
Well, hopefully you don't have grenades lying around your apartment tonight that you can, you know, bump into. So luckily you don't have to worry about these things.
That's how I operate. I like to keep life spicy. Live grenades all over the place.
Jason Moses O'Toole, obstacle course.
Here we go, Jacob. Control of top brackets.
Yeah, this is a classic Inferno. They've taken top mid, they've taken banana, and then they say, okay, before they realize that we're not at top mid anymore, let's go B and hope that there's not enough people there.
And that's the complete logic of Fnatic as well. They just did a flash peek, they smoked off mid, they went and took control, got the information. Yusuchi, JW rotating over, he's gonna get there quick. He has one flashbang he can use from afar to help out. Surely, yeah, Flush is gonna get that one. Burning is the rest of 100 Thieves, and he's got two. The entries are denied.
He's expecting someone to be jumping up. Flusher through the smoke. If he actually landed that shot on Azza, who was trying to put the bomb down, it would have been miraculous. Now it's a 3 versus 4, and the bomb is only just down. Flusher and Crim's already in construction. This is an incredible boost up. He almost falls into the AWP. Gratisfaction barely staying alive for just another second. JKS and Azza, can they hold this one alive and get back on even course here? JKS has got a good lineup with the AK-47. He sees just the top of the face, but Flusher will win that fight. A quad kill now, and he's going to get the ace early on in this quarterfinals. Flusher has come alive. That's what they needed. We said it on the desk before we got here.
Yeah.
8-1 on him right now.
Yeah, and Flusha is an absolute... I mean, Fnatic in general just turns into a different team when Flusha is performing in that way. He is such a unique player, and that is a great start to shut down that B hit. 2 kills through the smoke, all the rest of the cleanups as we go on. He's got a complete game. That's a 4th round, and that's really, really rough for 100 Thieves, just a standard. And the key to that is, we'll keep an eye on it with Fnatic. The key to that round isn't necessarily, you know, those kills, which are great, but it's the fact that they flash peeked and they got aggressive over at the 8 bomb save. They were proactive in finding out the information of what's going on in the map. It gives your players Flusha. He had that time, he had the knowledge, so he could drop the Molotov, he could be prepared for it.
Think about this for a minute from 100 Thieves' point of view. They win the pistol, then they lose, then they get a really cool round where they're, what, 5 versus 3? So then that's the way to springboard your way back in a game. Then they actually get the B-bomb side, and somehow they stay, you know, they get aced by Flusher. So this is kind of a rough start emotionally for 100 Thieves to get into the game. It's still early on, but again, you want to have a little bit of fortune going your way. Grenade will land, almost taking down Jacob there. Another one just might do it. Surely that's going to take someone. I can't believe that they're still living.
No, this is pretty mental. Molotov, that's a lot of utility just to get Liaz. He's alive as well. This is absolutely mental for Fnatic that they haven't been able to get a kill, but certainly they've made their lives much easier when the hit does come in. This is just going to be an annihilation.
Yeah, JW still has an HE, so we could get that final grenade in.
Oh, there
we go!
Yes!
Right on top! Beautiful grenade, 3 for 1, and JKS. Oh man. Not even worth calling the ambulance, is it?
It was set up so perfectly. This whole round was about that one grenade. Or actually, I should say the 5 grenades, the Molotovs, everything. JKS, a nice little headshot there. Traded off, but JW, there's that cheeky little smirk. It's starting to get there. It's a shadow of it.
Yeah, but even that is scary, right? I mean, that makes you nervous. I can't believe that he actually found it.
It almost feels bad that they did so much work to survive through all the Molotovs and all the grenades just to get taken out by that one. They're like, how many of these do we have to survive?
One more was the answer, but they couldn't. Okay, well, certainly off to an explosive start here in Intel Extreme Masters, the quarterfinals, 8th round now. Some rifles back in their hands, and that's JW besting Gratisfaction, puts him in the grave, and starts off 4-on-5.
I love seeing Oppers bold enough to take that. Holy hell, the double nade on Jacob as well. What a huge advantage Fnatic is setting themselves up with. JW gonna go for more, and he's got it. Liaz not expecting the off angle. The bomb is gonna be just burning. It's on fire. No one can recover it for the moment. And how aggressive does he want to remain? Remember, Boiler is smoked off, so he's safe for the moment.
3 versus 5, and realistically, well, theoretically, they should be playing this one a bit slowly now, just fall back and stay defensive, but that is not their style, and it's one of the reasons why they're so cool to watch. Fnatic, when they're in this mood, you have to stop them right now if you're 100 Thieves. If this keeps going, it's only going to get worse. Actually trying to fight, even though you've just got 3 kills, and again, it could definitely cost them, but they're keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with it, but this does put some on Golden. And no, he didn't get the spot. He doesn't have the information. Now he hears the footsteps, gonna hide behind sandbags. I don't think they'll expect it, but likely, you have to imagine they'll still clear it out. Surely, here come the smokes. They don't check it. Golden, he's gonna get both kills. He finishes what JW started. That's a 6th round for Fnatic now. And in a map, Fnatic generally in this tournament have only won 30% of their opening fights. They're now up 9-2 in terms of opening kills. Or, excuse me, 7-1.
Still, that's quite amazing.
I was going to say, there haven't even been 11 rounds. Something's off.
Listen, it's fine. I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah, I figured it out quick.
I wasn't doing the math, I'll be honest.
Second time out for 100 Thieves.
This is a crazy way to get started. I really can't believe it. If Brolin had jumped, sorry, not Brolin, but if Golden had jumped and spotted them, you're right, he would have had the information and would have fallen back. The fact that he didn't means they also didn't spot him, and they're thinking, if he is playing Banana, he is doing the jumping. Since we didn't see him jumping, he's probably playing further back. I mean, they have to make some assumption, because if they wait, then more people are going to show up. So it kind of worked out both ways. Like, it was kind of a little bit rough on him not getting the spot, but then he heard them running, and they didn't see him.
Yeah, he had the information early enough. JW not able to recover or his teammates not able to recover the AWP, and he actually doesn't invest in one. I really enjoy watching Oppers willing to challenge mid in that fashion. I actually thought he was going to get punished. That smoke and boiler that he threw went deeper. It actually landed on one of the steps, so he was almost punished by it, but got the information just in time. And now with the M4 staying aggressive, and yeah, he spotted a lot. Molotov to keep some space, but 100 Thieves know it's coming.
They got some grenades to try and execute this with. It's worth it. Get a good flashbang off, maybe get a kill on someone here. JW behind the pillar, and he's needing a little bit of backup. Not going to get it. The M4, though, will be very hard to recover, I think, for the T side. Flasher trying his luck through the smoke. He nearly gets the one. Ran out of bullets towards the end. Oh! He didn't care about the smoke. He just swept the entire horizon with that AK-47 and was able to pick up 3 kills.
That's got to be just what it feels like playing against Fnatic at all times. Just someone getting kills through smoke, and you don't understand why.
Yeah, that's the Fnatic experience, isn't it? At least much of the time.
Good win for Golden inside that bomb site.
I think on top of that, though, the other part of the Fnatic experience, and again, we're selling it like it's, you know, something you might want to take part in. I don't think you actually do if you're on the receiving end.
No, but I think you want to take part in it if you're a viewer.
If you're a viewer, you loved it.
Yeah.
But think about this mentality that they have, right? Because we keep saying, oh, they got 1 or 2 kills early on, just fall back, play it safe, that's the playbook, you know, don't risk anything. And that's probably what 100 Thieves might be thinking half the time. Now, they're happy when they do get a chance to get back in the game, but I guarantee you, if you keep getting just pushed and they're so aggressive, that could be incredibly exhausting as well.
I mean, there's truth to that, because the whole time I was watching JW in the previous round, I was like, this is a stupid fight to be taking. This is an awful fight to be taking. And the same can be said about Flusha playing aggressive after JW went down, but then Crims is there to spray 3 through the smoke and recover nicely. Now, how aggressive does JW get? This is where you see what kind of a mood he's in. He's at the end of halls, and if he keeps pushing towards alt mid, and he is, he's feeling frisky today.
This is some real old school AWP on Inferno style. I hadn't seen this for a long time. More grenades out Banana and Roland. A little bit of a hiccup there. JW, though, coming back with just a USP and executing Jacob. He was so confident in that. So back in a 4-on-4.
Yeah, but this is the wrong information. Fnatic have the wrong read about this. You can see Flush has already rotated back. Again, it's only Golden at that B bomb site. Now, they haven't started attacking it just yet. And actually, they backed down Banana. So that might be a benefit to Fnatic.
Yeah, and Golden has a smoke and a Molotov still, so he could buy some time. He's got a Krieg, and he's been playing an amazing game, so maybe they're all right with just having him alone, at least for the minute. They can maybe start to rotate Flusher a bit back. Crims.
This is actually a 6 setup. They boosted Crims up.
Yeah.
The AWP is going to play far back, JW peering deep in towards Halls so that Flusher can cheat over. So actually, this is pretty staunch, and Crims should have an easy time with only one player coming up mid.
Yeah, but if JW misses a shot, then Crims has to turn as well, and that's a problem. There's the missed shot. Crims, you could see he's worried about it. He knows eventually they're going to show up. How's the timing? He takes down one in nearly a second. And then finally through the middle, Azza, he's still waiting in the boiler room. 18 seconds on the clock, and the bomb will be planted this round here. 3-on-3, a little bit of a lack of health on the 100 Thieves side. And JW, he knows, he's got some feeling. It's weird that no one came through middle. So he's still thinking about that. Crims will have called that out. He actually never saw anyone there. And Golden and Flusher on the other side looking for the retake. JW has a smoke and a flashbang, and they're going to have to try and set this one up. If they win this round, 100 Thieves are going to be very, very far behind. And JKS just standing up after the flashbang didn't touch him. The smoke, though, means he can't do much from the pit. And Gratisfaction, he hasn't seen anyone yet. They're right on top of him when the fight happens. Azza wins one, and JKS with the follow-up, and this should be the round. Flusher should have no chance to get this. The bomb is already so far ticked, and JKS doesn't even let him out of the smoke. Survives on 1 health. And 100 Thieves on a 3rd round. Didn't took a lot there.
Yeah, well, towards the end of that, you could see Flush's mindset shift. The goal was no longer to win the round because that was an impossibility, so he just wanted to take the AWP away from JKS, force them into a victory where they lose everything. The money's just fine for Fnatic. They have so much cash that they can buy up again into this. That is a nice round from 100 Thieves. A little bit of a back and forth, but you're exactly right. That mismanagement, the fact that no one comes up mid, really throws everyone off. It was a well-played round from Azza after the plant as well.
Yeah, it's very cool. He's at the insurance policy,
yeah,
right?
He's just maintaining his presence so that nobody can flank.
Because I almost guarantee you, if Crims gets that 2nd kill, Azza's there to shoot him in the side of the head immediately. But since they handle things just fine, he just stays there for a long time, and JW can find him, and ended up going down.
And out of a victory, 100 Thieves set back in a big way. Mac 10 on Azza, Galil on Jacob, Light on Nades. 3 players into Banana, and actually already aggressively peeking up mid. So bracket control pretty early on for 100 Thieves, which is nice. Having some kind of a presence there, forcing Fnatic to respect it. But they're going to try and fall back and execute onto this B bomb site before Fnatic realize what's coming, before anyone can clear and check mid. Which is happening right now.
Flush is just walking through the smoke. I mean, he's got Golden there in the crossfire, but still, might be risky. I'm guessing they're going to be re-smoking this. If they do it, again, I don't think Flush is going to wait. I think he'll just flash his way through and do whatever it is he does. They actually go beforehand. That's an amazing opening from JKS. That is so worth it. Now they're going to re-smoke it, and Golden, he's going to have to get more than that 1 kill, and he nearly does. And JW, that's the problem, though. Couldn't really help out because of that secondary smoke. So now it's a 3-on-3, and the bomb, oh, nearly not getting planted. That was about to be a disaster.
Yeah, they had to plant in the open because I think the Molotov was stretching in towards Coffin, so they didn't want to plant inside the flames. Obviously, JW so aggressive over the top of the smoke. He comes right through it before they expect. That's a quick retake that 100 Thieves was not ready for. Man, and it's so cool. Watch, next time that we see 100 Thieves take brackets and fall back, watch the sequence from Fnatic because they throw their own smoke in towards top mid and towards that choke point on the ramp. They throw 2 Molotovs and plenty of the flashes. They grab the timing of the alt mid smoke, or the wrap side mid smoke.
Yes.
And as soon as that starts fading, they execute with their own utility to make sure they have the information. If people are there, you're caught in a whole hell of a lot of fire and flashbangs.
Yeah, those are some of the little details that we end up talking about on Inferno when teams do it right, and so many teams don't. So it's interesting to see that. Don't stand up. That AWP, he heard that shot. He felt that shot, didn't he, Gratisfaction?
I felt the wind.
Again, Golden and Flusher in that double grenade position. Now they're moving forward, which may be fine enough. Shooting a little bit through that smoke. I do appreciate JKS going forward to take that first fight. That's some next level play. And that's the kind of play that almost always will win you the round, actually. So.
Well, 100 Thieves are going to have to go back to basics. Ooh, that's a leg shot. That's a really nice leg shot by JW. Jacob just seemingly stopped. And they've done such a good job of getting early damage. They haven't always gotten the early kills, Fnatic, but they do a very nice job of just chipping away at some of the HP.
Yeah.
Jacob's going to be frustrated that he's forced to play pretty passive.
Shot splintered his shins, didn't it? It was just...
Listen, for a team that has one of the best rates of flash assists that we have in the tournament, 100 Thieves is having a really, really tough time. They only have 4 assists overall in this game. Struggling with the opening, struggling with taking early damage, not having assists.
Look at Golden, though. This time he has no grenades to hold on, so they have to bring Flusher back. Previously, when he had the smoke and the HE, and the Molotov, he was happy to just sit and wait. JKS inside of one of those smokes up in the apartments, and 24 seconds, and the bomb is still outside of second mid. Oh no,
they're gonna go back.
Yeah, but they have to go. There's no slowing this down. If they run into any speed bumps along the way now, they're not gonna have time for it at all. Improvised smoke set up immediately. JW, more than just a speed bump here, taking down Jacob. 9 seconds left, and they try and cross the bomb now, inside of the bomb site. 4 seconds, they find another kill. Can they get it? No, I don't think they had it in time. They don't win it. Fnatic instead with 9 on the board.
It's not just the kill, it's also the unfortunate nature of the bomb rolling away from the rest of the team. They had to go chase that down, so nothing complying with what 100 Thieves wants at the moment. 9-3, this is just nice. JW with the first, and all they have to do, Crims, this is the only fight he has to win because the time is just an opponent.
Yeah, look, it does.
Yeah, it rolls so far.
They need to come up with like a little upgrade you can buy to like wrap it in rubber or something.
Have a magnet?
Yeah, the magnet. Just don't let it get away. The worst is obviously on Catwalk Dust 2 if it falls into CT spawn.
I don't even, sometimes we get critical of teams who like run the clock down that far before initiating the attack. I actually don't even mind the call from 100 Thieves to be so much. Oh, that is a quick timing on the Halls play, and JKS wanted the fight. Now he's gonna back off. He's got what he wanted. Brolin was having a tough game, 1-7.
He actually stuck around for that fight, JKS. We introed him as one of the players that probably has to really step it up. I love seeing aggressive and confident JKS. Another headshot to ring in there with the AK-47. They need him. He's top of the scoreboard right now for his team, 11-9. Yeah, has to be, I think, that tip of the spear. And it's for plays like that.
Well, the question now, Fnatic, look at the money. $300 on JW, who's dead. $0 on Brolin, who's dead. $500 on Golden. This is going to be a very harsh reset. So do they want to do the gamble stack towards the B bomb site? Do they want to just bail out of A, let 100 Thieves have it? I think they're trying to do it right now. Yeah, Flusha doesn't want anything to do with this fight. He knows they're coming.
Yep.
He's already gone. So this is about all you can do if you're Fnatic when you have no money in the bank. So 100 Thieves will get up to 4 rounds. And still, as sketchy as it looks at the moment, 100 Thieves have a chance to still salvage this half.
Absolutely. And the fact that Fnatic even have to escape and don't have the money to throw away rifles in itself is evidence that they've been doing a lot of things right. They just, they've run into some trouble along the way, and that's definitely cost them. Just think about, winning that pistol round, then winning that 5 versus 3, and then still getting shot down. That ace from Flusher actually turned a lot in that early part of the half here.
Yeah, that ace from Flusher was wild. He's at 13-5, Golden's at 14-4, JW at 14-9. That's a well-performing trio of Fnatic players. Flusher's got 138 ADR.
He is just a game day player, isn't he? So
like, no matter how sketchy or how weak of a group stage he has, you put him on a stage.
It's so outrageous. I remember these are some of the troubles that they've had, in the past. I seem to remember, just in terms of, how much prep work do you want to do? How much do you want to? And I think famously they have one of those interviews where they sort of say, we don't like to, practice so much. We're trying to, keep it on the down low. Yeah, that almost plays into like this ridiculous style that they have of like, say, yeah, we'll just show up on the day and it'll be all right.
Well, I think it was like Crims who hadn't played the game in like 2 weeks and showed up to an event and got the MVP.
Yeah.
I mean, this is rolling back the years, like 2014, 2015 or something like that. But they do have like this weird relationship with
and I just want to say, we're not condoning this in any way.
You should definitely play the game.
You should,
you should practice. You should enjoy practice.
Hard work beats talent, all those things. But there's
always people who can break the rules.
There's a kind of charm to it They have their own charm Fnatic in this particular area. Which
well, it's only a charm because they won so many trophies.
Yeah.
Like if those are the interviews you're giving, if those are the things you're saying and the stories that we're hearing, and you're getting banged out of every tournament, there's nothing charming about that.
No, that is absolutely true. Well, 9-4, moving into round number 14 soon. And the fact that they've brought the economy this low, if they get up to 6 rounds, 100 Thieves, the game is absolutely on. And even 5 rounds is completely doable.
Remember, this Inferno is their pick into this series, which was a head-scratcher for the desk, which was, you know...
They went wild, didn't they, on the desk? They weren't expecting it.
I like that. I like seeing our analysts sometimes get stumped with the map vetoes, because they do a very good job at understanding what's coming and what teams are going to like to play, and they obviously put some work into that. So when they get stumped, it's like, cool, let's go.
And then, I mean, it becomes the springboard for so much discussion afterwards, because will it work out or will it not? You're certainly getting a very clear taste of why they were, you know, potentially a little bit shocked, because Fnatic, the style that they brought. Think about some of these rounds that they've almost thrown away Fnatic, where they actually do have the early lead. If they win, you know, all of those rounds too, maybe 100 Thieves don't even have the 4 rounds. So there's, yeah, the aggression that's coming out now from the CT side. It's hard to play anywhere. There are other teams, right, where if you know, once you take, let's say, second mid and banana, you're just going to be allowed to keep them for pretty much most of the game, because the CTs, they'll wait around and try and fight you at that point. Fnatic just aren't that team. They'll put you to the test, and they'll come looking for you. JW will come looking for you alone with an AWP and no backup.
We've seen it. We've seen it already in this game. So extended pause here as some issues get worked on. 5-round lead for Fnatic, 2 left in this opening half.
Yeah. The thing that makes me excited right now is seeing JKS. Not just, you know, the number is one thing.
He got to the end of the hole so quick. He wanted that fight. That's the exact fight that he was looking for that time.
He wanted the fight, but you can get there with the mentality that says, okay, maybe I could catch someone off guard, you know, they're not expecting it, and then I just get a shot. He got spotted, and he said,
I'm going to win this fight no matter what.
So what? Yeah. And I think that's the kind of mentality you need to match the, you know, madness of Fnatic some of the time. And it's so hard to do. That's the kind of mentality in some ways you can't really fake it. Like you actually, I think they all know, yeah, you'd play better if you could psych yourself up to that level of, you know, aggressiveness and confidence, but it's very hard to fake that. You either have it on that given day or you don't. And I mean, hopefully through preparation, all the rest of it, that's why they're feeling pretty good. But I just want to see JKS continue that.
It can also be a very fragile thing at times. I mean, it's something that can be ripped out of your hands when you get aced by Flusha, when you eat, you know, 5 nades through a smoke, or when you get sprayed down by Crims through a smoke. And all these things can just prey on your mind. So, yeah, hopefully that continues. See some smiles on the face, although I think Gratisfaction, I don't think he can do anything but smile.
No, he's a very positive guy, isn't he?
You got a mustache like that, you might as well smile. Make it look good. All right, extended timeout is over. We're back in freeze time, coming to an end. 9-4 in the favor of Fnatic. This is the first quarterfinal of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice World Championships. And we'll see if Fnatic can close this half strong, or if 100 Thieves are going to claw themselves into a tiny comeback to make this very, very close affair at halftime.
Tiny but significant comeback. Distinct lack of grenades on the Fnatic side. That will be interesting to see if that's going to have an effect, especially during the later stages of this round, because you could definitely be lacking some of those smokes. Flush up. Flashed in by a teammate. There is a little bit of a return. Oh, Golden is there to catch Lias in Gratisfaction. He wanted to try and follow that up, but he is immediately done. And that's a strong opening. And again, now you would normally say, go back, play it safe, 5 versus 3. You could do whatever you want, and it'll probably work out.
Yeah, well, Golden is 3-0 in opening duels. That one was just with the smoke. It's not even a duel, it's just an opening kill. Brolin's had a tough time, and he might have to go up against JKS. Again, where he had success last time with 2 kills, JKS wants to go for more. That smoke is going to be frustrating. If this is just so heartbreaking for 100 Thieves. You imagine they feel it as a team. A round that they have Fnatic so close to running out of money. Good Molotov also needs that kill, but Golden peeks from far back.
Part of me, ooh, JKS through the smoke. He's down as well. I was going to say it would be cool if he just used it to stand on the edge, JKS, and just try to shoot someone as it fades, but they had the same idea apparently. I mean, just shooting through the smoke as it faded. 10-4 now. Strong opening. Okay. Again, what a constricting round for 100 Thieves, right? You don't even get to set up what you wanted. You don't even get a chance.
No, you lose 2 players immediately. And that's the round that could have brought them right back. That could have taken all the money, all the weapons, and all the nades away from Fnatic. And this round would have been immeasurably easier.
They're doing all of this, and Brolin is still on 2 kills, which And not even necessarily his fault, but
No, he hasn't had a whole lot of action. So whatever. Oh, I like this. Here we go. JW feeling bold, feeling aggressive, but the deep Molotov, the smoke on top of it should give away the game. And yeah, you could see everyone from 100 Thieves. Liaz is backed all the way off. They're looking for underpass. They know somebody is likely pushed.
yeah, they definitely know, and they know that someone might be covering him from this angle. Crims, shoulder peek to confirm it. And that smoke, again, JW is now completely alone. He's got no backup. Brolin goes down, trying to see if he could play inside of that boiler.
JW is almost in an impossible situation, and it's going to sound crazy, I guess, but he might just have to get more aggressive than he already is. He might have to start pushing down T-ramp or in towards underpass, but with the teammate going down at the A bomb site, he's in, I can't believe they still haven't cleared him. There's a minute left. This is a long time for JW to just be sat at the base of mid.
It truly is. Have they? No, they've not forgotten. They're still checking for it. 50 seconds. Now they're running up, and they have forgotten. He's shooting them in the back. Oh, no! Gratisfaction and Azza going down, and Flusher flying off the balcony, nearly taking down Lias as well.
Oh, no. Look at this play from Crims. Into the smoke, into the halls. This is the last place they'll expect, and Crims just has to tell his teammates, nobody die. He's already won the round. As long as his teammates don't fall in some kind of an ill-advised fight, Crims is going to win this for him.
Yeah, you can never guess this coming. Lias jumping down right through the flames. He just wants to get that bomb down, maybe try and get some sort of a miracle. Molotov actually doesn't land
He
anyway.
might have waited too long now.
Oh no, yeah, they're sneaking out. You might be right. They're actually checking for it. Might have been a second too long. There's JW going down, and that leaves Golden and 100 Thieves. How did they turn this round back in their favor? Golden trying to sneak on through. Lias will execute him. A 5-10 lead here at the end in favor of Fnatic, but that is such an important round for the Thieves.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of extra breathing room. I actually think, easy to criticize, but Crims might have outplayed himself there. Might have waited just too long to get into the fight. Either way, we've got a battle on our hands. We've got a brawl. 10-5 at halftime in the favor of Fnatic, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in Katowice for the Intel Extreme Masters. The first quarterfinals is already begun. The second half is coming up now. It's Fnatic up 10-5. This is the map that 100 Thieves picked, and everyone was shocked. The desk could not believe their eyes when they saw that. And we're getting a taste of maybe why. But it's not done yet, Jason. They can still come back.
Yeah, they can, but it's going to require a very, very solid CT side, especially if Fnatic gets off to an early start. Look at the performance of JW, Golden, and Flusha. They are just destroying everything in their path. That's going to be difficult to overcome. Jacob peering down Banana, and JW ready and waiting just to his left.
Yeah, it's a bit of a standoff. I think Gratisfaction took a look into second mid, and there are a lot of people coming his way. So, I don't know. Action could be anywhere across the map right now.
It's a silent boost up into the window. Maybe to catch him off guard. There's the HE grenade, the peek with it. That certainly would have destroyed Gratisfaction. It might get him anyways. How are you going to fall back? If Brolin holds that angle, Gratisfaction is not getting away.
No, he's not. There's the other fight going Jacob's way, and Gratisfaction will fall. So a quick trade. 4 for 4 now, and they have a flashbang and just one flashbang to set this up if they want to go for it. Crims doesn't need one, taking down Azure and Flusha. Is he going to be able to throw it over the building? He's thinking about it right now, and I think, yeah, he's going to try and just toss it into the site. Again, they don't even need the grenades, Fnatic. They're just hitting the headshots up through middle. Jacob trying to see if he can get there to help out, but it might be too late. 2 on 4. It will require something off the charts here for 100 Thieves to turn this around and get back into this pistol round. They have a flashbang and a kit on JKS.
I don't think they're going to do it. Jacob's already, look how far away Jacob is.
Yeah.
There's no way they're actually going for this. He's actually just sitting and pausing and saying, I got the armor. We're going to save everything. JKS as well with the kit. So pistol round goes to Fnatic, and that is honestly just like a pretty standard Fnatic pistol round. You could see just spread across the map, a few individual fights. They're just kind of waiting for their own fights, calling in some very nice teamwork. The combination of the peek from Brolin with the HE grenade towards Boiler. Small, like micro teamwork like that.
Yeah, I thought it was cool, and I think it's important what you mentioned as well. The silent boost, people might not, think about that as being part of that build-up, but it absolutely is.
Yeah, because I mean, if you are jumping up there and making noise, I mean, first of all, that could just straight up scare someone out of Boiler. It could also prompt them to just like peek in and have an advantage, especially with that CZ that Brolin had. So the silent one, he just didn't expect that player to be that close with the nade. It sucks when you say, oh, I just got dealt a ton of damage by a nade, but the combination of the person peeking that you don't expect is really brutal. 11-5.
So is that jumping block shot from Crims. If you're Azure in that position, you're thinking, all right.
What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, what am I supposed to do?
Well, they're probably thinking that right now, down 11-5 with USPs, one flashbang on JKS. They're going to have to use it here. Gratisfaction has already eaten a lot, and certainly it's going to come in any moment. Right now, Flusha, he turns, and they get blind. He has not been affected whatsoever. 3 quick kills, and Golden gets the other 2. It's a Flusha and Golden.
Mac 10 sandwich.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
They got all 5 kills. The Mac 10s made a ton of money. They could get them gold-plated now and just...
I was going to say a full house.
Yeah, true.
That works too.
That also works.
I like sandwich, though. I can't believe that Flusha is just not even blind by anything.
It's not his thing.
Yeah, it's not really his style, getting blind.
Flashbangs and smoke just don't work against Flusha. Might as well just don't throw them.
Don't even buy them, waste of money.
Yeah.
Gratisfaction listening for some kind of fast play, waiting for a pop flash from a teammate. That's a nice, fortunate spam. That's one way to get started in this first gun round. Holy hell.
Yeah, trying to maybe speed it up, but that smoke will put an end to it. It's a cool idea. I mean, if they were able to take Arch as a response to Flusha going down, that can work out pretty well. Grenade will chip away at JW. Thought actually it was going to maybe chase him a little bit further down. Ooh, that's an excellent grenade. Jacob needs to play just a little bit careful here because he's alone on B.
Yeah.
Which could be fine, but again, you don't want to commit to the fight. It's just not worth it. He goes down, and that's a problem.
That's an open bomb site. This is a retake now. This is not great. Smoke is going to go up into the choke point. Actually, excuse me, is it? No, they're going to have to battle on the cross, and Oz's got 2. JKS chimes in, and yeah, JW responds with a scout, but oh, Lord. That could have been a disaster for 100 Thieves, but they just barely averted it.
They did not have a smoke. They had a Molotov, doesn't really accomplish the same goal.
No, they had a smoke. It went to Coffins.
Oh, really?
They threw it at Coffins. That's a miscall, a misplay, or a miscommunication, but no smoke in the choke point means 100 Thieves. They were so far away from being able to have an impact in that round, but just that one missed detail.
Well, here's the other thing, though. Just take a look at this, right? This is how it all gets started. If you didn't have that smoke, which is obviously unfortunate, you have one, whatever you choose, but if you don't throw the smoke to CT spawn, line up the flashbang and fight instead, you know, because what they were doing there was, I mean, they were trying to double peek it, but it was without any flashbangs or anything. It was sort of half, it's like half of them didn't even realize there wasn't going to be a smoke at that point in time.
Well, even a Molotov was thrown towards triple boxes. Could have tried to use the cover of those flames.
Okay, well...
Yeah, I mean, there was some options.
Yeah, but we can't completely let Jay come off the hook either. That's important for that not to happen. There's the double nade to top banana. I was talking about this when Fnatic were playing that position on the CT side, and it's 100 Thieves instead to experience the pain of having two people standing on top of each other, and that could very easily cost them. Now, to make up for it, they go for the boost, which again, it can be Molotov. We saw that yesterday when now we were playing a little bit further forward, I guess. But yeah, you can absolutely Molotov that box as well. In fact, you could land a Molotov that could hit both these players. Berlin has one, so...
There's a lot of HP missing on this 100 Thieves team. One smoke on Liaz. That's over in pit. And he's probably got to save that in case he gets mollied out of position.
If you think hard enough, do you think you can telepathically tell Brolin to throw that Molotov? Is it possible?
I don't know. You give it a shot and let me know how it goes.
Okay, I'm doing it right now.
Well, listen, there's not a lot of HP combined on these two defenders, so Azza's now cheating over, but he's also injured just a little bit, so we'll see how this goes. They should have an opportunity. This time a smoke surely going to go up in the choke point and towards Coffins. There's the flashbang as well. Golden with an opening kill, a second one. Golden delivers 2 frags that gets him into the bomb site. And Azza's position is well known. Crim's gonna flick over. He goes down as well on 100 Thieves, forced into a save. 3 defenders here, but nobody gets a chance.
They were low on health and he headshot them anyway. Just didn't even matter. What an entry from Golden. He's just such a fantastic player. 20-6. It's not his individual style just. It's obviously all of the calling that he's brought with him. Why they ever gave him away is just a mystery.
I wonder if he just says that after each and every tournament. He's just your daily reminder that you should have never cut me from this team.
Just from the outside, he seems like he's such a nice guy that he wouldn't, but yeah.
Surely he does it at least once or twice.
If I'm being honest, I'm just glad he's back because it's so cool to see the team play like this. 12-6, actually 13-6, and Golden, 20-6 as a scoreline.
Oh, it's so mental. The criticism for Golden is that, he might be the in-game leader, he might be the tactician that Swedish Counter-Strike needs, but individually not up to par for the rest of the players. There would be other options that would be better just because he's so individually deficient, but I mean, you got to start thinking that story is going to fade away very quickly.
Yeah, actually, you just touched on another topic that should be revisited at some point in the future when we have more time. But where are all the Swedish tacticians? How come they don't have more? That's actually a genuine mystery. I can't, because they have lots of up-and-coming talent all over the place. That's not what they're lacking.
Yeah.
They're lacking some of those in-game leaders. Golden is...
We just got to wait for Pronax to come back.
Pronax? Well, he's running Godsend, so don't know.
Just saying, I haven't seen him announce his retirement. Has he done it?
Probably not. Keeping us waiting.
So let's get him back.
Okay, well.
Bring it all back.
Here we go. Round number 20. An AK and an M4 on 100 Thieves. They picked this map, and I want to know why. This is where I need the evidence. I need those little tricks, something to prove that there was a logic behind this. Yeah, it could be this right here, but Brolan, he just flicks that Krieg around and takes down Gratisfaction. And remember, these walls are paper thin. If there's a battle up there, Brolan will take down Azure as well. And Liaz trying to fight his way out. I don't even know if JW didn't even react in time. He can't get the AK out, turning the corner, but they know where Jacob is, and I think they know where Liaz is as well. So 3-on-3, but he's in a lot of trouble right here.
Yeah, he's not getting out of this. Surely him and Golden and Crims are at least going to trade this 1-for-1, and he's the only defender. So if they want to hold on to the safe bomb site, it's got to be a win there, and it's not. Now Crims can actually just post up on Rap side. They still don't realize the site is clear just yet. And it's Jacob to rotate over. Crims is, this is such a hard position to clear out, and that's an easy one for Crims. He just slides right into it. And again, JKS, just a deagle. What are you supposed to do here?
Nothing at all, I think. Maybe try and get this rifle if you can, and then just escape.
Do you think Gratisfaction knows what hit him? Do you think he said, oh man, they did the quiet boost?
Doubtful, very doubtful. But the swing was amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
What?
JK's like, how are you getting that timing?
He's like, why? I didn't do anything. He's at least got an AK-47. I don't know if he'll be able to keep it. Flusha. about to turn the corner. You might not consider CT spawn, but he does indeed. It is Flusha after all. And yeah, JKS keeps it in his hands. So 100 Thieves, 6-14. You're down 8 rounds. Fnatic's just 2 rounds away from taking this opening map, from taking your map pick. Now is the time to get started. Now is the time to wake up.
I actually think Jacob could have... This is so quick. Really, really fast. I think Jacob could have maybe turned this round for them. He had that angle covered against Crims, was it? Or Flusha, I can't remember, but he was in the library looking over towards Arch.
Yeah.
And Jacob is... He has some of the most ridiculously crisp aim you could imagine. They need that right now. They need him to step it up to that level. Charging through, that's just catching Flusha completely with his pants down. And the follow-up, he actually was standing inside of the models. I think he just wanted to take a shot, and then JKS did the damage with the AK right afterwards. So that's going to make a huge difference. What a start. 5 versus 3. Now, they can't obviously let this go. This is where you want to see the fundamentals come into play for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I think we will, because it's not only you have to still win the round, but you need a lot of players to survive. You need to make sure you don't have any economic issues moving forward. It's that whole song and dance. Brolin going to jump over the top of the smoke, and he's going to drop down. I don't think they saw this. I don't think they heard it. They were spraying themselves. Oz is a free kill. Gratisfaction now in the site. He must win this duel. Brolin can actually do a lot to turn this round back in their favor, and he's got another one. Jumping around the corner, it's Jacob to fall. And there's even more information. Brolin knows there's 2 in the site. He knows there was 1 in the pit. He knows there was 1 at the plant boxes.
Yeah, so he's low on health. He's called in Crims instead. He's obviously called out the coordinates for those 2 players and said, you know what, you try and do this. Now he can set up some flashbangs to make Crims peek if he really wants to. And right now they're waiting for that smoke to fade in front of Crims, and then I guess they're going to try and see what they could do afterwards. 30 seconds, so not a lot of time yet. Just a little bit of a noise out here pushing JKS back. But Gratisfaction and Elias are still over here, and Brolin is actually fully committed to trying to do this fake, and it is a fake. If Crims can win the fight, though, they can absolutely win the round. More Molotovs raining in, and Crims, he wants someone to rotate. He's hoping that someone walks into this crosshair so he can just get an easy fight, and no one is. A little bit of a view there. 10 seconds now, Brolin going down, and this round is absolutely over. Really well played for 100 Thieves. You could have seen them panicking when they, especially when that Molotov goes into B.
Yeah.
They kept their cool.
Calm and collected. But still, that's pretty good damage done by Fnatic. Those 2 kills that Brolin gets right at the end. This one here on Aza and jumping around this corner, a wild kill to get. Unfortunately, just too much damage, but still, it all counts against 100 Thieves at the moment because their economy is not in any kind of a good position, and some frustration on Jacob's face. JW's got the AWP, and he's got a good spawn. I imagine he's going to post up in Banana. There he is at the logs. He wants to get aggressive, not posted up, and he gets that shot right before he's blind. So we saw frustration on Jacob in the last round. That one's going to be painful as well.
Beautiful return grenade. Can they catch him? The Molotov was nearly on him. Yeah, we need, I mean, if 100 Thieves need Jacob to turn that frustration into something else. Again, he has some unbelievable highlights. They need that.
There's been 21 multi-kill rounds between Golden, JW, and Flusha. That means one of those 3 players has gotten 2+ kills every single round of this game so far. This is round 22. That's a really difficult thing to match in terms of production if you're on the 100 Thieves side. And look at that kill, that 1 kill towards Banana. 100 Thieves has to keep 2 players there, and the defense at the A-bomb site is actually, there's no one in pit. So that's going to be a huge part. If when Fnatic jumps in and gets control of pit, they have a great leg into taking this A-bomb site.
He's going to have to do the best Krieg spray down of all time. He gets the headshot on Brolin and walking out Gratisfaction just there in time, and he can follow it up. The bomb is out there, he sees it, and now he's just trying to buy time for the rest of the cavalry to get here. 38 seconds, dodging that AWP shot, swings wide and takes down JW. Oh! Through the smoke, JW there. Oh, sorry, Crim's almost able to get it. The round is barely saved by JKS.
It's costly.
I can't believe he just shot through the smoke and got that kill. Fnatic have been doing this all game.
Yeah, for no good reason. Old Fnatic is back. 14-8, and I think if you're Fnatic at this point, you just got 4 kills. I think you have to invest something in this round. That one's going to be brutal. It's obviously a 5-on-4 you let slip away, but you still have such a big lead. It's not going to be any kind of stress just yet. But certainly you invest in some armor, some upgraded pistols, a couple deagles on the side of Fnatic. But still, money's so brutal that they can't even really go for utility and armor on all 5 players. So you're going to rely on Golden, you're going to rely on Crims with the deagle to continue keeping economic pressure on 100 Thieves.
But this game suddenly turned really interesting. This can actually be done now for the CT side. They can turn it around. They've got the economic edge now, and if they can just come out of this round without losing too much, they can start to build it. But I still think the more important thing is building some of these players into it. Yeah, they're all more or less, even JKS he's playing his role right now. He's doing what he's supposed to be doing. I've still got all my eyes on Jacob. That's all my eyes, both my eyes, Jason.
Both of them?
Only have the 2.
1.5, really.
Not wrong. Jacob, he's got that from us. This is not one of those rounds where we're going to be, again, just don't lose the rifles. That's pretty much it. Don't need highlight clips of any kind. As it does go down, still covering it, and Gratisfaction is there with another crossfire. So again, just don't play for a lot of kills. Just, stay safe and don't get shut down.
Nice wide swing, good angle from Jacob. He does eventually fall with only the 1 kill. The 2 Deagles are still on the board, still capable of doing some danger. Good shot from Liaz. And Gratisfaction has to be careful with this peek. He's going to get dropped from the side. 14-9. 100 Thieves closing the gap just a little bit. They only have 1 timeout left. Fnatic haven't used a single one of theirs.
24th round. Going to be coming up right here and now. The pressure is certainly mounting on 100 Thieves. They know if they stumble now, they're not going to probably get up on Inferno, right? That's going to be their own map being swept away from under them. And even in some of these rounds that don't look like Fnatic have that much to work with, they still seem pretty dangerous. See what they got here. Azure and Gratisfaction with some early grenades down towards the bottom of Banana. And no one really taking any damage for it.
I mean, the first half, it was all Golden, JW, and Flusher. Now Crims has joined the party. Crims is up to 17 kills, 17-9. Very good job so far for Fnatic as well. You've got 4 players having a good game on the Swedish side. And still, somehow, I mean, you have to say, too, it's also impressive that 100 Thieves have been able to withstand such a barrage and still remain in this game. There's a couple more rounds and the comeback is truly on. Some nade usage towards brackets, towards top mid. But Fnatic have firm control. But 4 players from 100 Thieves are going to be here. 2 watching Rap side and 2 watching lane.
They have got a very hard defense on this A-bomb side. Jacob and Gratisfaction covering this archway. And that, how do they break that open? The smoke there, I mean, it blocks off Gratisfaction for a bit, but now Jacob is covering it instead. 45 seconds. Fnatic, they want to move on, get into the next map. They take down again through the smoke. It's Crims to drop Gratisfaction. And now Jacob playing by the pillar, but they see him. And Golden, he's almost got him. One more shot will do it inside of the bomb site. It's Azure and Elias, but they're wrapping. They're switching it up in the middle of the push. They go for the B bomb site. And JKS is alone with 30 health. 1 smoke to buy a little bit of time. Now let's see what you've got here, Justin, because this is all on you. 17 seconds. He actually sprays down Golden. The smoke to buy a bit of time, but right behind him, he's getting flanked. Crims is waiting for him. 10 seconds on the clock. The ball making its way up. It's JW carrying it through. JKS just hiding. 6 seconds, and he gets shot in the back. The bomb being planted, and no one there to stop it. Fnatic threading the needle in this round. Now it's a 2-on-3, and Azza trying to come in a bit early. Lias now left alone.
He needs a save. And you hate to do it. You hate to let Fnatic get to 15, but you have no money. Your teammates have no money. You need to hang on to whatever you can. Oh, that time. JKS played that just about as well as you could, even using his own smoke to delay and search for the bomb planter.
Yeah, I mean...
That's about all he could have done with that kind of HP. You're not stopping everyone. You need that one critical kill.
Could have worked out so well.
I mean, you asked how Fnatic gets through that kind of a defense at the A bomb site. 1 kill, spam through a smoke. Another one is Golden's challenge in Arch. And then all of a sudden, you've got an impromptu B split. That's actually a brilliant call from the Fnatic offense to switch that into an attack towards B.
It's so smart. And it's, you have to appreciate not just the call, right, but a good call, let's say how good that is, decays the longer you wait.
Yeah.
So you make that call instantly, and it's so crisp.
Well, and also when you get those 2 kills on Rap side, that's the exact information you need, especially when one of them is Jacob. When you see Jacob going down, the knowledge that he is a B player, he is the B rotator, you say, okay, we have 1 B rotator and 1 A defender, so now they still have 2 at A, and the B bomb site can only surely have 1 defender. And that's just the best call, the highest percentage call you can make.
Brolin sneaking up here, 15-9. It is map point for Fnatic. And they're looking to see if they can win this one right here, right now. Not a lot of weaponry on the 100 Thieves side. A smoke, and it's a lot of MP9s. They managed to put Flusher low there at top Banana. And some grenades to at least mount a defense here in middle. Flashed into a three-way crossfire is not looking good as Lias will take down 2 big kills and JW falls next to the MP9. So Golden and Flusher, and a very winnable round here for the CT side.
Yeah, surprised to see Fnatic challenge that early when they had so much pressure, when they saw the Molotov put out, they saw the flashbangs in the nade. JKS full blind. Flusher, that's an immediate headshot, and he had to get it. Such low HP. There's the spam from the Krieg. Flusher, one more through smoke. Why not do it? Ozza's down low. This is going to be such a difficult retake, and all the bullets, meanwhile, for 100 Thieves are missing.
It does not seem fair, does it? It's so close to Azza getting that. Now Lias goes down. Fnatic, surely they can't win this round. Gratisfaction will get a shot on Flusher finally, and that leaves Golden. They smoke him off, but is that actually an advantage? They tag him through, and they'll take him down. Good shots from Gratisfaction. 10 rounds for 100 Thieves, and they stay alive here on Inferno. Man, I mean, even the rounds that look like they should be easy, they're just not.
I mean, that peak from CT Spawn for Golden is a thing of beauty. The fact that, I mean, he knows as well he has to be aggressive if they want to have a better chance of winning that, especially with the way that bomb is planted. He had to remain aggressive and look for the next fight. This is a nice stack in middle. As I said, I thought Fnatic would have been able to read, considering the counter flashes and the counter nades that were coming out, that 100 Thieves was postured to defend against a mid presence. But no one on 100 Thieves really having a good time.
Well,
5 rounds back.
Fnatic Molotov'd under the canopy, right?
Yeah.
And no one was burning from that. But what the guy playing in front of the fire did is he turned around and smoked it off. And if you're Fnatic, you might be thinking, ooh, someone's hiding inside of that smoke. You know, so you could even use that, you know, extinguishing a smoke that actually has no relevance to you in some sense, but that becomes an immediate signal. So I'm wondering if Fnatic had an idea that, you know, there's someone there that we could punish. If we go pretty quickly, maybe we can catch it. Didn't work out that way, and again, 3-way crossfire is huge like that. So, yeah, maybe a little bit of a misplay. And again, that was still a close round in spite of all of that.
Yeah, I know. It's got to be so crushing. 10 to 15, 100 Thieves embarking on a journey here. Need to win 5 rounds in a row to force overtime on this opening map.
Now, if Fnatic is truly back, then this would be one of the rounds that they just win. They've done this so many times in the past. Just closing out rounds and think, well, why was this the one that they happened to pick up?
Yeah, but this ain't the old school force spawn. This isn't the Tech 9s. This isn't the CZs, the old CZs. This is going to be difficult. Gratisfaction with the Krieg as well. There's all this smokes. I don't know how Brolin got into pit with nobody realizing it. Oh, but he's got a dink as well. And you might have just called it. If this is the old school Fnatic, they surely have such a huge advantage. And they're going to switch things up. They're going to the B bomb site. JKS has left it all alone. Another kill. And they know where JKS is. Now they can just get in for free.
You're getting the full experience now. 15 to 10. They're close. JKS wants to fight it, and he goes for a second one. Beautiful headshot to take down Golden. And Krim's now hiding inside. It's a 1 versus 3. He's got the deal, but how do you do this? They have all the grenades to try and get rid of you here. They line up, and he can't hit the shot. JKS will save his team with a quad kill. He is stepping up right now. He's not done with playing Inferno just yet.
He's the only one matching Fnatic. 22 and 15 on JKS, 73 ADR. That's good for the second best kill count in the server.
I mean,
I cannot believe that he's able to recover that. He falls back from mid to that B bomb site so quickly. How did no one see Brolin get here? That's a pretty filthy shot.
I think Lias did, and he was like, boop.
He was like, wait. Who's got the balls of steel? 15 to 11. 100 Thieves now just need 4 rounds.
And 4 rounds, again, some of these rounds, Fnatic are not going to have enough money to make it a really, you know, full investment. So it's closer than it might seem. Deep grenade.
And there's nothing easy from Fnatic at this point. You don't win a single round with ease against them. Golden going to jump right through. A little bit blind, but this is a lot of utility use. That's a late Molotov to force Golden into the open. He's going to have to smoke it off, but he's still in danger. Still risking his life because Jacob wants to hunt him down.
They don't check that smoke just yet. Jacob wants to go forward. This could catch Flusher, and indeed it will. He feels about Golden as well. Jacob, this is a big play. Pistols out, and he gets a double. Taking Banana with a little bit of help from that flashbang on JKS. And now they should have a run at it here. On the A-bomb side, they're going to go quick, Fnatic. They know they've lost that B side. Crims takes 1 kill, but Brolin goes down in return. And now 4 versus 2. Make it actually 2 versus 3 here. Gratisfaction covering 1 line. The Molotov forcing him back a bit, but up through middle. The B defense has finally shown up and leaves JW in a 1 versus 3, and he can't get it done. Nice shot from Gratisfaction, and a nice double from Jacob. That's what they need a lot more out of.
That's actually a really good play from Gratisfaction inside the bomb site with that AWP, not overextending when you're all alone, when you're like the last bastion of defense, and he had to be very mobile, and he had to dodge a lot to stay alive. 15-12 as Fnatic used their first time out. Talking things over and figuring out exactly how they want to close this, how they want to get on to map 2 with a victory here on Inferno. 100 Thieves, though. Money's starting to be pretty decent, starting to build up. They've got all the weapons. There's no deficiencies in their arsenal.
And again, they have been punished so badly throughout this map. 100 Thieves. Eventually, maybe you start to get used to it. Maybe you start to, all right, we know every round is going to be rough. Everyone is on alert all the time. Don't take anything for granted here.
Man, you gotta have to, I mean, this has to be the conversation that Kassad would have with his players at halftime. How poorly they started playing this game, how dominated they were getting, and the fact that they've stuck through it mentally this long, and Jacob's still taking that kind of a risk to make such an incredible play to give his team an advantage. That's impressive stuff. Again, 3-man defense at the B bomb site early. Jacob to take that point. This time, no one is over towards logs. Another round of deagles and upgraded pistols for Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're just edging their way towards that A bomb site at the moment. They've got 2 smokes and a couple of flashbangs, which again, should not be able to stand up to the firepower there on the 100 Thieves side, but you just never know. Nice shot. Jacob starting to do a little bit more. We still haven't really seen, I think, even 50% of what he could do. It's not every game, but if Jacob has the right kind of game, it's so absurd. And it's, again, I don't think he doesn't have to play over what JKS is doing at the moment, but just get closer, help him out.
Yeah, the impact that Jacob can provide.
Yeah.
They'll have another chance here. Molotov into the face of Fnatic, exactly where they wanted to go. They've still got 4 flashbangs and a smoke, and they definitely want to at least challenge here. 2 players, Jacob and Gratisfaction. Oh, Jacob goes down, completely blind. The flick shot through the smoke doesn't connect, and Crimson is going to try and wrap. He knows Gratisfaction is there! What a shot after the leg shot! And JKS, he's got to be the hero again. He's going to be called upon one more time. And he's got 2 different angles to worry about. But oh, that's the bomb. Ozza might have just done it. The transfer over, and it's just Crims. So much danger again, and just barely 100 Thieves has gotten out of it. Just a narrowly avoiding complete disaster.
If they rotated through Arch instead, Crims was so ready for them. It's only because that last that last banana player there just didn't have his gun out in time. Otherwise, that could have sprung right back in their face once again. They do at least get to save the AWP there on Crims. I guess that's something. 15-13 though.
Last time we saw an AWP on Fnatic on this T side, it was JW who got aggressive towards the B bomb side. He had the spawn.
Yeah,
and he pushed up towards half wall, and he went for a kill, and he got it. We'll see about another one. Migraine. 15-13.
Find a way to make that headache, you know, into something else. Take it out on them.
Round 29 coming in hot. Molotov deep down mid. 4 Molotovs in banana in top mid. 3 of them from 100 Thieves.
That's a very deep HE grenade, and it doesn't really do what they were expecting.
You asked me the players to look for. JKS and Jacob is what I said, and also added in Ozza, but mostly Jacob and JKS.
Yeah.
They're 11-4 in opening duels. 11 wins, 4 losses between the 2 of them.
All right. Well, I'm guessing that's JKS with a lot of it. I have to.
Certainly a lot of it with the T side. Jacob might have gained a lot of his opening kills here on the CT side. He's been really proactive. There's been a lot of emphasis on banana for him. Now, one kill that Fnatic's been able to find a decent amount of success with, that's not an easy one to get, is this kill on Delias in pit. They've been able to pick him off with these Kriegs 2 or 3 times when they've attacked this part of the map, and it's mostly been Brolin who's challenging.
The fact that he could even get here and just peek in like this is very, very dangerous to that A-side defense. You've got to be very worried about that. There should be something there to punish him or something to make it harder to do that. 40 seconds. Russia. He started to make a bit of noise over in Banana. He's sneaking in and see if he could drag anyone back. If he could make Jacob rotate as they wrap around this arch, they might go for another B split. Let's just see how this works out.
Aza's got a Molotov in the site. He can hold that for when any set piece comes in. 22 seconds.
And they're going to go for it now. Smoking off the AWP. It doesn't connect with the first shot, not the second one either. Lias, though, doing a lot, and he's still alive in the pit as inside of the bomb site. 10 seconds left. Oh, this might go the full distance. They're trying to break through now, Fnatic, but I don't think they've left enough time. 8 seconds left, and Lias just spraying through the smoke. 4 seconds. I don't think they have that bomb plant. The round they left, not enough time in it. And they're going to lose everything here, so...
It was the Molotov. I just mentioned it before that set piece began. Aza tosses that Molotov towards small pit, covers the entire choke point. Fnatic could not cross. They didn't have the HP, and you certainly can't cross fighting in library and fighting towards pit and fighting towards site. That's way too much chaos to break through, even for Fnatic. Crims hit some nice shots down at the stretch, down the end of this round. They obviously double up for him there, but that's at the cost of not being able to plant the bomb. He had to get off it because he just wasn't safe. And this is the whole map. 100 Thieves have battled all the way back. It's an 8-1 run and 5 in a row for the moment.
Quite the comeback they're working on, but now it's time to complete it and get it in to overtime. What a quarterfinals we have already here in Katowice, and they're going to go back to it again. They feel like that arch is maybe a bit weak. They're running up close with those rifles, and as he is forced into the fight, there's 4 people waiting. I can't believe you got a kill, and JKS takes one more, another headshot, taking down Brolin, and that's Golden and Flusher now. Certainly confused, certainly shocked. They thought they'd found the weakness, but JKS showed up, and he will get it into overtime. Justin Savage ends regulation on 27 kills and saves his team. There's no other way to put it.
He's done everything. He's caught fire at the end of this. He's going to break 30 before overtime is done with. 15-15. What a comeback from 100 Thieves. It seemed so unlikely. 9-1 run to close out regulation. That is mental.
Amazing scenes here in Katowice. This is what we love. It's why we love this arena, and it's the reason why Inferno should always be the map in any playoffs.
Just play it 3 times.
Just play it 3 times. Just keep going at this rate. But now Fnatic have money, which is something they've been lacking sorely when they were playing on this T side for a lot of it.
I think it would be interesting to analyze that T side, in some content after the event. But Fnatic had a huge emphasis down the stretch of attacking that rap side of Inferno, and I wonder if they're going to switch things up here in overtime, because it almost feels like they have to. 100 Thieves was having 2 players on rap side.
Yes.
They were having 2 players still, in the pit, in the bomb site. That's so many obstacles to get through, and Fnatic kept trying to just bash their head against the wall.
Here's something else. Remember that round where Brolin takes that deep peek in towards the pit?
Yeah.
If you think they are heavy on rap side and you say, okay, fine, you go do that, we'll just smoke off that side and then crush the quad side instead, you can definitely get in there. I mean, they've already seen a little bit. All of those things is what basically you have to compile if you're the in-game leader and sort of run through all the rounds and say, where's the weakness? Where can I exploit this? Such a tough job. Flusher takes an HE to the chest, and he will go down. Jacob with the USP.
The biggest problem wasn't the damage the nade did, it was the fact that it stopped his jump. He wanted to come through that smoke. He's going to be frustrated with the timing on that one. So a little bit of luck goes the way of 100 Thieves, but another opening kill for Jacob.
And a grenade lands in the middle on Golden, down to 33. Brolin again, trying to see if we could take that peak. No one hiding there, but good check.
Who's going to deliver? Golden has been stunning. Crims has overtaken the Fnatic scoreboard. He's at 26 kills, leading the way.
Back to B. Back to JKS, whom they've not been able to take down very many times. Let's see if this is going to be one of them. A jump. And he actually goes to challenge. This seems hugely risky. Definitely don't do it. He has a smoke and a Molotov. That smoke is already going to be buying a lot of time. If he puts, Molotov on the other side, they can't come through now. They are going to have to wait a little bit here, and the backup is being called for. There's about to be 3 people on the bomb site defending JKS. All he has to do is live for a second. He actually shoots his teammate in the foot, but I don't think it matters. 24 seconds. Bomb plant, but the boost. They spot it. They actually don't get the kill. JW able to save it, taking down Jacob. That should have been the round right then and there.
Banana, the flank on Banana. That's going to be a huge kill. Crims is going to have to give up this angle at a certain point. There's the smoke, but JW cannot properly protect him from this angle. Crims is just hoping that he can get that one fight, and he's got it. He's found it. JW now, he sees the shadow. There's the no-scope, and I think they're going to do it. JW over the top. 16-5, and they break a huge streak from 100 Thieves.
And might be wondering, Where was this round when we actually could have won it in regulation? But I guess they'll take it anyway. What an unlikely round to be winning. They did nearly everything right. 100 Thieves. Again, JKS, the falling back, the smoke, the Molotov, all of that is looking so good. What a victory in this round for Fnatic.
And they just look so casual when they win a round like that. They had no business in that. The spotting, JW getting the kill on the boost. Oh, it all worked out so well. Gratisfaction. Oh, this is beautiful. Jacob, he's pushing down the cover of the Molotovs, and he wants more. Again, on this defensive side, Jacob has been phenomenal in Banana.
Oh, that's going to dink him. He'll hear that and spam through. That little audio cue is enough. A third kill for Jacob. And again, they could just fall back. They've got 4 people here with the bomb, so I guess they're just going to keep... I'm always worried when people do this, all stack up in Banana. I understand the bomb is there, but sometimes, you know, you don't want to get too aggressive about defending the bomb necessarily.
Well, I guess the logic of it is, you know, that it happens so early. The other side of the coin is if you don't get aggressive, then you just get stuck. Look how many smokes are still in the hands of 100 Thieves. Look how many Molotovs. You just want to sit behind, you know, 45 seconds of smokes and...
Yeah, they actually have enough grenades to last the round pretty much.
Yeah, they can stall it out entirely.
As they're not even worried about the Molotovs. Finding him. 40 seconds, and with the money, they might as well go for it, Fnatic. There's no point not.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're definitely gonna go for this. That's a nice little find. Fnatic getting kills through smokes. It's becoming a very frequent occurrence.
Yeah, it was already a meme.
Now it's just the world we live in. JW, that's not gonna pan out. Krieg, he does his own mission. 16-16, all tied up.
Kassad relieved that they're able to get that round. Nice job from Jacob ultimately. 20 kills on him. Still 8 behind JKS, but yeah, this is the sort of stuff that I think they were lacking earlier on. You saw the frustration on him, you saw the headache that was building. Again, mechanically world-class player, I would say. Looking for the run boost down the middle. Gratisfaction not going to find any challenges, but that's still pretty cool. The Molotov burning on top of JW. He's committed to the fight. Oh! He actually finds him. That took almost all of his health. How do you stay composed like that?
Nothing phases JW. That's the similar pick he got earlier in regulation on this T side with the AWP. Another 5-on-4 for Fnatic, and this surely, when you're at overtime, this has to be a round you win. Golden takes good nade damage, down to 42 health. This time, 100 Thieves, 2 players at B, 2 players at A. They're splitting the defense. They've got 3 Molotovs and 1 more smoke to utilize.
I think especially at the A-bomb side.
That's got to be a fake.
Yeah, I think it is. Golden making some noise, shooting the rifle through, but Gratisfaction, a huge pickup on Broland. Again, that double defense at the A-bomb side is so weak. If any one of them go down, well, then you're going to get completely wrapped. So, critical kill coming out there from Gratisfaction. And now, Lias in the pit. He's going to fall back already. He knows they're coming and he'll smoke it off. He's preparing for that smoke, for that Molotov to actually rain down. It does reveal his position, but now there's 40 seconds. He walks into the HE grenade. Gratisfaction still inside of the bomb site with 35 seconds left. There is a flank coming in, a missed opportunity now. He's going to get one more chance. Dropping JW, he stands up. Can he find the third kill? No! They'll be too close for it, and JKS gets shot in the face. It's Golden to close the round. And 17-16 favor in Fnatic here. The magic number that we're looking for is 19 rounds, but that's a close round. That's more or less a killer pot, I think.
Crims is our first player at 30.
Yeah, it kind of snuck up on us, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. He was not one of the people that we kind of talked about in that first half. It was the trio of JW, Golden, and Flusha, but Crims has just been trucking along, slow and steady. 17-16, Fnatic need 2 to take this map. And how crushing would that be if you're 100 Thieves? You fought all the way back. 9-1 run to get here into overtime. JW matters in his own hand, and he's got Gratisfaction. He's got an opening kill in towards ultimate. A big risk, but it pays off.
A shot that's very, very hard to hit.
He's keeping it up in overtime as well. We saw that kind of aggression in the first half. It's back.
Wow. That grenade went deep in the hallways. Jacob gets put down to 36. So what's the plan now for 100 Thieves? There's there really aren't a lot of openings right now. They haven't forced that many grenades out. Golden is over on the one side with Flusher also over at B. It could have been the end of Azza.
A little bit of extra damage onto Jacob, and yeah, 52 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure what 100 Thieves, if their plan is going to be down the stretch. Azzo's rotating back with the bomb. They might just say 4 versus 5, let's go B. 2 smokes and a Molotov.
I mean, it's a classic.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why it is so popular for teams to just do this is because you don't need a whole lot of utility to make it work.
But now look at Flusher setting up with that flashbang. Golden, I'm guessing, yeah, he's going to be close to swing.
He's here early enough, though, that Flusher needs to actually get to the site. It's JW with the 2 flashbangs who can really help.
Yeah. Now they're coming for it. 24 seconds. Flusher, as they're setting up, and Golden with a headshot. The defense is looking perfect at the moment. 16 seconds, and absolutely no way to win the round here. Jacob is going to get shot in the back, and 18 rounds now on Fnatic. 1 away from winning it. Again, they've been at map point for quite a while.
Do they have it in them again? 100 Thieves. Can they win 2 in a row to force double overtime? They had to win so much to get to the first overtime.
The problem is because Fnatic have such a good economy.
Look at that. Wait, hold the phone. 780 utility damage in this map for Flusher.
No way.
What a freak. Listen, he's someone since we started tracking nade damage. Flusher's always been at the top, but that is obscene. That's almost 8 kills with just nades.
I actually have such a hard time believing that.
We have to know the record. We've got to find that out.
Someone will get right on that. But yeah, you can't even... It's very hard to rush something like Banana if you wanted to change the pace of the game, because you know they're going to have all that utility. So they do fall back eventually, Fnatic, after put a little bit of pressure on it.
Look, that's all the utility that Golden and Flusher had. Golden's got 1 smoke. They used both flashes. They used their Molotovs. They used their HEs. So over a minute. And they're going to have to be comfortable taking a fight. I think that might be why Flusher's calling for a boost. He just says we're going to need some kind of an advantage. But I think if anyone, you put Flusher up there with lack of nades.
Yeah, it looked like he wanted the chicken to boost him for just a second. Are they just going to double? I mean, you can play this as a trick, right?
Yes.
So, you know, if Golden gets picked off...
Well, and if there's a Molotov thrown there, Golden drops the smoke, and then Flusher just gets to hide in that.
Yeah, and Golden drops the smoke and fights.
Yes.
You don't want to stay here, and you want to fight so that they actually say, all right, that was the guy, he was forced out, now, you know, let's check for the rest. JW smoked off that angle, but that's just what they want to set up this B hit, right? You don't want anyone having any information in the middle. We've gone through that already now. 18 to 16. They're going to need to stay alive. They're going to need to win this round 100 Thieves. Everybody here at the bomb site, and they're going to have Molotovs. So, yeah, this trick is everything. Let's see. I'm guessing it will be Molotov. Yeah, this setting. JKS is going to throw that Molotov. So let's just see. Golden immediately Molotoving it, and then he comes through, goes for the fight. It's all going according to plan right now. 14 seconds on the clock, and Flusher, he's counting it. He's still hiding back there. That's 1 kill. That's the bombs to Flusher! An absolutely genius move. They finally take him, but that is too late. They brought the fight onto Fnatic's playground, and they took all of their toys and sent them packing. In overtime, 19 to 16.
You got everything out of Fnatic in this game. You got the skill, you have the individual plays, you have the clutches, you have the smoke kills, and they win it, that last trick up their sleeve. That little bait and switch with the smoke, that's so crushing. What 100 Thieves, you just piss yourself as soon as that play starts coming, as soon as Flusher pops out of that smoke for those 2 kills. They run out of time. That's a heartbreak and a half to end that map. What a comeback from 100 Thieves, but a better performance from Fnatic. We're going to a break, then we've got the desk. Stay with us.
Well, there you have it, folks. The first map of the quarterfinals is done and dusted. In fact, we do see that first map go quite the distance all the way, and that is exactly what I signed up for when I decided, hey, you know what? We're going to go to the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. These are the matches that I want. And more importantly, it's Fnatic that get it done at the end of the day, and we're going to walk you through this thing step by step. First of all, Chad, I need you to take some steps towards the telestrator.
I'm on the way over here. Now, look, Fnatic were able to keep 100 Thieves to their worst T-half so far on that of Inferno. So we're going to dive into some of the things they were doing well, something that Jason actually pointed out during the cast. It's how good they deal with losing mid-control. They were very aggressive, they were very pushy, they were very proddy. You had JW pushing apps, but this is around here where they actually lose mid-control here. You can just see, well, put the X up, the smoke's gone down. No one can see middle from that side of things. JW is going to get flashback off the line. They lose mid-control. But it's what they do next that I really like. I want you to keep your eyes here on Brolin. He's going to throw a smoke. Krims here is going to be a guy looking for information, and old mate JW will be throwing a flash. Now, what this does is it gets all the information back for Fnatic and then applies a lot more pressure on 100 Thieves. So check this out. Krims has put down a defensive smoke. As that clears, a flash comes in. Here's going to be that smoke from Brolin I was talking about. A Molotov here to make sure no one can pick from Boiler. A second flash, and now mid is completely clear. What does that allow? That allows them to cheat this rotation over. So have a look. You're going to see individuals already starting to come on over as this B hit comes in. They're able to dump all their utility, and they're going to fight them here in the choke point of B. Now, what this causes here for the late round situation for 100 Thieves is, look, they're in. They've taken out all the B defenders, but look, we already have 2 guys on site. Brolin's here, JW's already pushed up, and now, Krims is already rotated in, and now everybody's here. They can't set up this post-plant situation, and 100 Thieves are frazzled throughout the entirety of this round, Trace.
And that does kind of, I don't know, it's hard to look at this and say, you know what, the 100 Thieves, they just never were here. Because that's not the case at all. We're looking at 100 Thieves that ran it back, took us to OT, Jacob.
That was a very impressive comeback coming in from the Thieves. Again, they showed that mental strength we talked about coming into this matchup. Being down at that point, I thought, this is all right. There's no way they're coming back. You look towards Fnatic, you look towards all the statistics as well. Fnatic in this game had 37 multi-kills spread out on the players, whereas for 100 Thieves, they have only 19. So it's safe to say they got out-fragged. But in terms of the team play, and in terms of when the Thieves made the comeback with a strong CT side, which hasn't been the case on Inferno at all in this tournament, you just got to give it up for the team play of the Thieves.
19 multi-frags, 7 of them were for JKS, who I think we need to look at here as an absolutely phenomenal player on that CT side, right? He saved them over towards that B-bomb site time and time again with some absolutely instrumental plays. But once we got to overtime, once we made it to that point, JW and Krims with that 2-on-5 decided to break some hearts, didn't they? That was a rough one to watch.
And Chad, you are absolutely correct when you say instrumental and even crucial in this comeback that was 100 Thieves. Unfortunately, they do take the L, which means we get to catch up with Fnatic right now via Frankie.
I'm with Sammy, the coach from Fnatic, and you were just telling me it was quite a scary match for you.
Yeah, it was a really scary match, to be honest. It was our game for so long, then we lost it, but we took it back, and I'm impressed how the guys played in the overtime. Yeah.
How did you nearly lose it, though?
That's a good question. I feel that we caught the rotation good many rounds, but we couldn't, like JKS, he was alone at B site, and we tried to wrap him from Banana and from City Spawn many times, but we couldn't like close it, and yeah, they gained some momentum, and it was hard to stop.
Something that's really interesting to me about watching you guys on your CT side is the efficiency of the retakes, the coordination. It's almost like a set piece you would expect from an offense. Is that something you've been working on?
Yeah, retakes is like one of 3 things that we have put the most work on. I would say the last 2-3 weeks, so I'm glad you noticed that. But because it was like a mess in the beginning of this year when we practiced, but it's feeling better and better, yeah.
And how do you keep the team so disciplined? Because you've got superstars like JW and Flusher. They can go out, they can kill anyone on a good day, but it's a team effort, right?
I mean, it's all about team for us, I think. We don't have like top 10 players last year, but we still did so good. And that's one thing that me and Golden wanted, like everything is like team play, both outside and inside the server. So that's like our new structure. And we have, as you said, like superstars that can kill the entire team by themselves. So that feels amazing.
Well, I've run out of time to talk to you about Mirage. So Sammy, go off, get ready with the team. Thank you for talking to me. And let's head back to the desk.
Thank you very much over on that side of the lens. We're going to go ahead and take a break on this side of the lens and come back with a second map in this series. Fnatic looking to end this series out on a number 2 map. And for the time being, the Thieves get that opportunity to bounce back. We'll be back, everyone. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Don't move.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Seven questions. Prize boost challenges. And Paula and James. Welcome to the quiz break.
With Paula and James, it's so nice to have a robot assistant. And yes, that's right, I'm Paula and this is James.
What's going on, guys?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the premiere of the quiz break. We are going to give you 7 questions for the chance to win amazing prizes, such as ESL tickets, headphones, keyboards, and more. All you have to do is head on over to esl.glhf.gg. But that is not all.
Unfortunately not. Not only will we be testing your CSGO knowledge, we will be acting as human guinea pigs. And from there, well, guess what? We're going to be trying to boost your chances to win more prizes, adding to this crazy pot and delivering some more fun for all of you guys at home. I want to do our best we can, but I think this is going to be a little bit harder than we expect, mate.
James, I'm slightly nervous, but there's no time for that. Let's get into the first question.
Who was the first player to have a graffiti implemented in the game from one of their great players? Was it Olaf Meister, Simple, or Cold Zero? Now, if you're old farts like us, then you should remember this. If you're one of the young guns in it, it might be a little bit harder, mate.
Speak for yourself, James. Moving on. Who has the highest net worth? Kylie Jenner, Gabe Newell, or Mark Zuckerberg? James, I'm praying for Gabe. I'm praying for Gabe, our Lord and Savior, buddy.
I want him to have that money. Make Valve great.
Make Valve great again.
But let's move on to the next question. who was not a part of the first ever CSGO show match at IEM 6 Global Challenge in New York? Was it Khan, Get Right, or Spawn? Now I know, because I was there. Any ideas, mate?
I wasn't born, mate, so...
You're not that much younger than me.
James, don't worry about it, mate. All right, 3 questions down, 4 more to go. And you do not want to miss this next part because we are going to be putting our pride and reputations on the line for the Prize Boost Challenge.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to kick off this second map. Me personally, I'm ready to get into Mirage. I'm pretty sure that all of you out there in Twitch land, on the Twitter sphere, on whatever social media platform that you could possibly think of, are also ready to get this one going. So, without any further ado, we're going to talk some Mirage. We're going to be talking Fnatic, 100 Thieves. We're going to start with Jacob over on the Telestrator.
We've seen Fnatic play Mirage one time at this tournament already. That was against Natus Vincere. They had a strong CT side, and they already lined up the players where they played, just so you guys are aware. We have Golden towards the B bomb side. We have Flusher towards Catwalk. We have JW in middle, having a presence with the AWP. Crimps towards Connector, and then Brolan is the sole anchor towards the A bomb side. Now, 2 players I want to highlight here. Brolan, he had a strong game against Na'Vi. He is super good at playing that bomb side anchor by himself. Despite being so young, he's very versatile in the way he plays it. He likes to be aggressive sometimes towards ramp. He likes to sit back and just be a team player. So look out for him and be strong right there. The other player I want to highlight up here was Golden. We can just find him one more time, put him towards the B bomb side. He didn't have a great game against Na'Vi. And if you look towards weaknesses within this Fnatic CT side defense, you're looking towards Golden. He's not the strongest individual. So if I'm the 100 Thieves, I want to use all my tactical knowledge in terms of running that B strat, see if you can poke towards Golden and then create Fnatic to rotate. Because that is the one weak link I see within Fnatic defense on Mirage.
Yes, come on back, Jacob. We need to give this one a chat. I want to hear what you're thinking right now with 100 Thieves with their back against the wall.
Yeah, look, when 100 Thieves are on their T side, they do a lot of mid-heavy stuff, right? I always talk about their window boost. So there's a lot to look at there. But with Brolan over towards A, like you were talking about, he just had a really rough game. He only had 10 kills. He was the worst statistic player right there. So maybe that's something they can look to, attack a little bit more. But I want to really make sure everybody understands this. If 100 Thieves can make sure on their CT pistol, which we're going into right now, that they can stop Fnatic from planting, right? Fnatic are just going to go for a save round. They won't go for a force buy. At least traditionally, maybe they'll change it up. That way, 100 Thieves can actually get off to a stable start to the game. They don't have to worry about defending against the force buys or the Kriegs. If they just have to stop the bomb going down here. So that is the key starting point for me for the Thieves. They weren't able to do it in the first map when, I said, make sure you don't lose the force buy. The second round, they're 75%.
And you say first map, Chad. I want to bring this question full circle. Is this first map going to come back to haunt them for picking Inferno?
Look, I think they're going to be really comfortable with how they warmed into that game, right? But going into Mirage right now, it used to be one of their best maps, and it's kind of dropped off a little bit in recent times. So I think they're not going to be regretting picking the first map after how everything went down. I think they're going to be regretting some of the decisions within that map.
Okay.
But look, at least they should have the confidence as individuals that they can take it to them on Mirage here, right? I think at like round 18 in that last map, I saw like a gear shift within the Thieves where they went from being a team who were playing fundamentally to a team going, hey, we know we can beat them. Let's fight them. Let's go toe-to-toe with these big boys.
Well, let's find out who's going to beat who here in the second map. This first quarterfinal of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 will barrel on right here and could be decided sooner rather than later. Mirage between Fnatic and 100 Thieves. And also with Moses and Anders. Live on 3, boys.
Well, we're not even going to wait 3 seconds. We're already good to go with the game. It's going to be map number 2 here, as you said. First quarterfinals at Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. Mirage is coming up next between 100 Thieves and Fnatic. This should be an interesting test, shouldn't it?
No, it really should be, especially considering, I think, the point of 100 Thieves warming up into that first map. They can't do that here. They have to just start out hot, and they ended it hot, and that's a good shot from Jacob. Again, the CT side openings for Jacob have been phenomenal. From Inferno now starting on Mirage, that's great.
As it goes down, though, that's JW able to find the kill. This fight should really favor the USP, but it's taking so long, and that bench just recently put in enough to get the high ground there. Jacob gets dropped next, and now it's JKS 1 versus 3. It was the absolute style for 100 Thieves in the first map. That's the bomb now, and he's running a little bit wide there. Could get shot in the back. JW's in there, and I don't think he knows yet. JKS, he can actually see the bomb, and they don't have a smoke or anything. Oh, this could get so weird. He's going to fall all the way back.
I cannot believe 100 Thieves is so dedicated to fighting in middle that whole time. Golden being cautious, and JKS just making a gamble read, just saying, I will go to the B bomb site, and God help me, I hope you plant here. But he isn't. God is not a help in this situation.
Yeah,
Fnatic are going to get a plant, and they'll have plenty of time to position themselves.
It's not as silly as it seems. Again, what are you meant to do? The other option, I guess, I don't even know if did he know the bomb was in
He might not have known the bomb was in the window. The only other option is to stick around at top mid and fight when they try and go for it. But that would be precluded by the idea that he knows the bomb is there.
Yeah, he's really quickly in this position, just running through, looking for JW, instant headshot, and now can he bring it back? He's already got the double. He's so fast on his feet at the moment. He's got that kit, so he has a couple of extra seconds. Going to use a smoke to just see if he can force the fight, and Golden is right in front. That smoke, I don't even think really got up and running, so Fnatic will pick up the pistol round, and that's great news for them.
Risky, though. JKS almost able to win a 1 versus 3. I like the play from Golden there right at the end. Just play it by sound, play it at the default boxes, and just kind of work around the box, negate his ability to find that kill. Fnatic does a great job of trading, though. With all that pressure in middle, that had to be so frustrating. Just repeatedly fights being thrown at you at all times. 1-0. An investment in this second round. Scout on Gratisfaction. He'll have first crack at the Fnatic players. Smoke just plumes now. It's a timing shot, and he's got it. He even delayed it, and JW walks right into the bullet.
Is that the first time they get a shot through the smoke throughout all of them?
It has felt like it's been all Fnatic through smoke.
Yeah, they can't even complain, Kat, there. Then you can't even say, "Wow, that's so unfair." It's like, shh.
You shut your mouth.
Don't say anything.
Shut your dirty mouth. JKS. Top of the stairs. Top of a ramp. No shadow showing. No information being passed on by Crims, but this is what Fnatic has left. 4 versus 5. Utility and set piece, and you can see they're checking behind them. They're checking towards T-spawn because they know they have no presence elsewhere. So as soon as these smokes run over the walls, it's going to give away the game. And look, JKS has a smoke. As soon as he sees him come over the wall, he's going to drop that smoke and back off, surely.
Yeah, he just wants to buy a little bit of time. Again, they need everyone here. They really don't have the weapons to fight that much. Gratisfaction trying to reposition to look over that smoke at CT spawn. JKS missing a couple of bullets. He lined that up, though, and a team kill from a grenade. It's falling apart for Fnatic in this round. And that is exactly what 100 Thieves were banking on. I don't know if that's going to help much. 30 seconds, Flusher.
If anyone wins this, it's Flusher. If anyone wins this, Anders,
yeah,
it's Flusher.
You're right. He would have to go for the ace clutch now. He ran back like he was going to go for it. You can get from A to B in 35 seconds, so it would have been possible, but he's just relocating back into upper apartments and trying to see if he could find a new angle. Sees one with the AK, shoots him right through, and Lias, though, there to save the day. A little bit scary. 100 Thieves pick up the round. That is, what a welcome change of pace for them.
Yeah, it is, and they did a great job of bottlenecking Fnatic at that choke point. I mean, that smoke that comes up really denies their ability to actually kind of help each other, and enough players being aggressive at the A bomb site means nobody could swing wide on JKS, who is playing in dark.
I enjoyed the part where JKS just eventually crouched and just said, don't fail me now. That's the last eagle shot.
He missed like the first 4 shots, and he was like, one of these is going to connect. I enjoyed the part where Crims killed a teammate with a nade. That was funny to me. Dark.
Yeah. Was that where it happened? I didn't even see
I'm assuming Crims went to throw it and got killed, and it dropped to the floor.
That makes a lot of sense.
Gratisfaction. He started it all off in the second round. A headshot through smoke.
Don't lose this. For the love of God, don't be fighting in middle too much.
That was part of the issue on Inferno. They had a couple nice wins early on in the half, in that first half, but Fnatic was able to respond in just a couple crushing losses. This is good damage from Gratisfaction. Still fighting in window to his death. Admirable. But now you have the 3 rifles on Jacob, Azza, and Liaz that are going to get involved. A free kill for Azza coming in to the window room.
Yeah, and they should be able to find the rest here. So pretty aggressive. Flusher will take 1 more kill, but he's low on health. And again, they could set this up. They have a flashbang. If they really want to go for it, shouldn't be any kind of an issue to win this one. So they lose a couple. I mean, they lose the scout. That's not really such a loss, I guess. And they're up 2-1. And Fnatic cannot buy in this round. So they might actually, maybe for the first time in this quarterfinals, get a chance to just take a deep breath here. 100 Thieves, I mean.
Yeah, it might be like the first really, quote-unquote easy round that they've had. They don't have to worry about anything. 2-1.
Because even the pistol rounds that Fnatic were playing on Inferno were rough. Even those were high pressure.
Yeah, even the ones where they survived with 3 players alive, it was like they lost bomb sites, they got outmaneuvered across the map, there was a lot of stress involved in even those victories. This one, there's just nothing that Fnatic's bringing to the table that's really any danger. You could see almost just chilling in the back, Brolin, taking his hands off the keyboard and mouse. It's all Glocks, no utility.
Yeah, and that's the kind of cleanup we're expecting here. Very mid-centric defense coming out from 100 Thieves. Which is, I mean, maybe we can just talk about that while they're buying here in this next round. There are lots of teams that, don't even defend mid on this map. They just say, we'll just leave it alone. For now, at least 100 Thieves are doing that. So what can Fnatic do to punish it?
Well, we're going to start seeing, once the AWP comes out, obviously that'll be a fun piece of the challenge for JW. But, the standard smokes, once that all comes out, it's kind of hard for that more passive mid setup. The 100 Thieves would have to get more aggressive. So it'll be interesting to see. I guess the first test is how does 100 Thieves respond to just the standard mid smokes that are going to come out. Here's that first one, base of Catwalk for Fnatic. Gratisfaction preemptively dropping a smoke for a Molotov that is not coming.
Yeah, cool movement, though. I mean, in a different world, they throw the Molotov, they jump past that smoke that's up there, and right into the crosshairs. He missed them by nothing at all.
Quarter of a second. I wonder if he saw that they even jumped across. He's looking for it at the moment. This is dangerous for Brolin, more dangerous for Gratisfaction. Not aware that they were going to come from the right side of his screen.
That Krieg is so good at those kind of fights. Smoke in the window. And they still have Jacob and Azza here, so at least part of the answer for now is they wanted to stay aggressive, and even losing a fight, they want to keep going.
They're going to, yeah, go on.
No, I was going to say, almost both A and B are undefended at the moment.
Yeah, well, they're going to be a very mid-centric defense, which is unfortunate for 100 Thieves because the main attack is not going to come from that position, although JW, that's huge. 3 players here, he's going to keep their attention. Meanwhile, it's JKS who's pushed into the bomb site. He's committed, and he's in for a rude awakening. The Molotov is way too late. He's stuck. 1 kill is impressive. A dink is impressive, but he couldn't get anything more.
I'm shocked that he even got that much. That's way too much to ask. Liaz hunting. Oh! JW, 15 health, doesn't even care.
That's just typical of J-Dubs. Nice job with the op. 3-2. 100 Thieves is completely wiped out. This is the opening. A lot of time for Brolin to grab that kill, and yeah, just perfect calling from Fnatic from the Swedes, crossing around the map, and JW ready for that. He knew the jump was coming.
All right, so mid-defense, once Fnatic had all the rifles and everything else. Also, just to point this out, a kind of mid-defense that seemed to be very much one person at a time, which maybe you don't want to do. Definitely saw the gunfire coming out now, going to be looking in towards lower. And he's got Jacob and Azza on either side, but one of them is smoked off, so he's kind of alone. Does he see the gun barrel? No, he doesn't. Has no idea just yet. This is such a dangerous position to be in with an AWP. I love Gratisfaction who are playing this aggressively early on in the match, because something is going to, put a halt to Fnatic. But if it backfires round after round, the confidence is gone, and certainly so is the AWP.
Yeah, that was actually a very cool sequence from Gratisfaction. Calm the whole time as well, dropping the smoke, holding it for as long as possible, looking for that one shot. He risked so much just to get an opening kill. Unfortunately, he's not rewarded. Brolin walking up Catwalk by himself. Again, 1 player in middle, and Fnatic rotates around for an A hit. And at the moment, 100 Thieves is shifting their defense. Gratisfaction is out of position for maybe another 2 seconds.
If I'm Brolin, I'm not loving this position in middle while my team is waiting for the smoke to clear, and they'll transfer it all the way into the ladder room instead. JKS and Gratisfaction might have a hard time helping each other. Molotov to force JKS back, and Gratisfaction just holding it for now. JKS gone, that's Golden with a huge double opening and just a clear path into the bomb site here for the Swedish side. Gratisfaction's got no chance at all. What a clean hit coming out from Fnatic. That's very well done.
Well, I mean, Golden getting those two kills is massive for their entrance into the bomb site because Gratisfaction is waiting for someone to peek from Palace, but when you get the 2 kills, that Palace person doesn't ever need to peek. And it just had Gratisfaction frozen in time, not able to help his teammates, having to kind of hold the choke point, but being ineffective largely. And man, if Golden has another good game, he had a phenomenal first map. Actually, I mean, everyone on Fnatic pretty much had a phenomenal first map. Brolin was a little bit quiet, but unneeded. And now comes the hunt. Fnatic taking the weapons away.
Yeah, and Azza stumbling down a little bit. We'll catch Flusher at the very least. Crims is trying to maybe get them. Don't know if it's worth it to really run at the last couple of seconds. They also get the AWP on JW. They knew that was in CT spawns. They're going to pick that one. Oh, they actually had one already, didn't they? He won that fight against against Gratisfaction. So I guess that's good news. Oof. Yeah, that's a good job. Where does he get the second kill, though? Right over.
He is, he's feeling it at the moment. Those are some precise shots. And look, JKS looks like he's a little bit confused that people were even able to get up that A ramp. It might have been some miscommunication. He might have thought that Gratisfaction was holding ramp with the AWP. Gratisfaction's attention, if you remember, was pulled away just by the presence of Brolin on catwalk all alone. He started to fall back as if it was going to be a B hit.
One flashbang to set this all up. They've got a smoke in there. They've got a lot of people towards the middle. Surprised they actually don't all just show up. Krieg doesn't do that much. I don't know. I'm confused by this particular round for 100 Thieves.
It's not started out too poorly. Obviously can't recover the Krieg, but 1 kill and a dink. A little bit of luck goes your way. They've got another one. The USP out-dueling Flusher with an AK at long range. Crims is exposed as well. Gratisfaction has a chance to peek. The Molotov forces him back, and Fnatic have made another good call. Wrapping to the B bomb site where there's nobody, there's no presence here. But Crims is going to stick around in mid, and that's not a bad idea. Make sure you can keep your eyes on the weapons.
Oh, Molotov on top of Brolin could be dangerous if he was sitting on the bomb already. Doesn't have that much health. But ultimately, 3 versus 3 now as the bomb goes down. We'll see.
I think they're just going to be content to have the Krieg and the AK-47. No reason to go for it. You have no armor, so play the economy game. Especially this early, try and establish it as fast as possible, but Fnatic's going to take a 4-3 lead, a 1-round lead over 100 Thieves. Again, if you're just joining us, first quarterfinals of IEM Katowice. First map was won by Fnatic. It was a 100 Thieves pick on Inferno. It was a 19-16 win in overtime. And later on, we'll have the second quarterfinal. Navi versus Liquid. That'll be brought to you by Henry G and Machine. The dulcet tones of the Brits.
Dr. Greer, as I like to call him.
Dr. Greer?
Yeah.
It's the kind of roleplay you guys are into?
You know what? Not many people know this about Henry, but he does have a doctorate. No one knows in what. It's part of the mystique and mystery that surrounds him. But yeah, 8th round is about to show up here.
Well, here we go. Interestingly enough, Fnatic have won more of the opening battles in this map so far. 6-1 in their favor. Just not able to convert these 5-on-4s.
Decent grenade. JKS. They've been able to shut him down really effectively. Flashbang, but it doesn't really touch him. And this time the spray is a bit better. And now he has to stay hidden.
Oh no, that Molotov bounce actually in their favor. That was a team Molotov at the top of a ramp. That might slow things down, but a 1-for-1 trade and actually not too much damage lost by Fnatic. And that's a lot of emphasis on the A bomb site. A lot of utility used by Fnatic, and they've got to back away. They were stalled out.
There's so much, they have no smokes left at all on that T side. So yeah, getting out of there is great, I guess. But ultimately, how do you get into a bomb site now? You need something to pave the way.
Look at this play from Jacob. You have to admire this. So JW has a chance against Gratisfaction, but I think it's just out of his line of sight. It needs to be a trade, and it is from Brolin. And Jacob, the timing on this is everything. Doing his best Snacks impression.
Yeah, hiding in the corner. Knife out for Brolin. He's got to have no chance to see this coming. And that's the bomb with 40 seconds. And what's weird is that Golden's already crossed this mark. Azza will find him. heads-up play for 100 Thieves, not taking anything for granted there. And that should give them every chance here. About 25 seconds for Flusher to try and do economic damage more than anything else. He had the right idea, but yeah, they've all shown up for this party, and they'll be able to take him down. Jacob able to land that one. That should tie it all up at 4-4.
That's a good play from Jacob. I mean, that's a good play from 100 Thieves. Not only just not rotating directly to the B bomb site, but rotating into positions where you can at least get the information. Coming up that stairs, unexpected. Unexpected today in 2020, just as it was back in 2014.
Yeah, some things don't change. He even got the kill then, but that shadow position's been kind of rough.
He didn't wait. He didn't wait.
All right. Exchange of grenades out the middle. Berlin. Thought maybe he was going to go for the shot. I think Gratisfaction took... But he beats Flusher anyway. He took some damage down the middle. But he's happy about that exchange. Roland trying to flash his way through, but he's stuck inside of the smoke. And when he gets out, the flashbang actually, that worked. Azza couldn't see a single thing. And he gets back and gets the kill anyway. Now on the bomb side, Lias able to take out Golden finally. And if he can just stay alive, the backup is going to be here. And they should be able to win the round. 2 versus 3 right now. JW's all the way in middle. Everything working out for 100 Thieves in this round so far.
This can be so dangerous, though. JW has just turned himself into a pivot point. He doesn't need to be aggressive here, but he might find JKS. The timing is everything. Oh, and JKS just spins to get it. If JW gets that kill, the pivot to the A bomb site turns so deadly. JW can get aggressive towards window room. He can cut off rotation through the murder hole, but now instead a 1 versus 3 for Crims. And Jacob doesn't even have to be aggressive. He doesn't ever have to peek this. He can wait for Crims to get into the bomb site and actually try and plant.
And JK has heard him running. That's why you saw him tracking through the wall like that, if you're new to the game. Jacob, easy shot as he was jumping. And 100 Thieves now 5-4. And things starting to look way better. This is the CT side, so they should be winning the majority of the rounds. But they've depleted the Fnatic economy. They've actually slowed them down. The Fnatic aren't just, crushing through like they were earlier. This is, first of all, the fact that Azza gets this kill, this is so important, and nearly the second on Golden too.
It's a bit crazy he's able to get that. This was the one that really sealed the round, even with 100 Thieves having an advantage. That was massive that JW couldn't get anything done on Catwalk. Round number 10, right here. Gratisfaction still with the AWP, still challenging in middle, but it's Jacob who's dropped down. 1 deagle on Crims, the only player in middle. Another 4-1 for Fnatic, and I think Crims is going to let his teammates take the attention away while he hides in the smoke. Oh, and that's so close. And Crims doesn't blink. He doesn't flinch.
Yeah, he just takes it. Says, you know what? Give it your best. Now, they're going to be flashing their way in. I think they're just hoping for a bomb plant, unless Golden can go, fully bananas again with that AK-47. It's Crims in the middle. He took those bullets. Wow, one more headshot. Taking down Gratisfaction. JKS at least stops that AK-47, and he'll get some in return as well. But what a scary round once again. A dink to the face and a follow-up flusher this time with a pistol. P250 no less. And it's a 2-on-2. They can't let this one go back in the hands of Fnatic. It shouldn't be happening. Jacob is there trying to go for the challenge, but he gets dropped. Oh no, now it's Lias, and I think they know where he's playing.
I think they also just disappear. Oh, no they don't, he comes right back! 3 deagle headshots for Crims, and even Fnatic is just like, yeah, don't know how to explain that one.
Those are the rounds. Those are the rounds that will really crush you.
Oh my dear lord.
He's just so ready for it. Absolutely filthy, isn't it? That ties it up. That's 5-5 now.
Well, look what it also does. This could be that could just set things up perfectly for Fnatic to have a dominant half. Gratisfaction, he's so committed. He's not getting away. But there's no one that can come from behind him. No one in B holes for Fnatic. Gratisfaction doesn't know it, but a 2-man advantage delivered by him and Azza.
That's actually a mad play coming out from him. They don't even go the direction he wanted. He wanted them to go to the right. Jacob with the FAMAS taking down JW. Suddenly it's very interesting. And JKS, he's holding up in those apartments. If they come through on that A ramp, he's going to shoot them in the back, and they don't know it yet. Let's find out here. They have a smoke, but there's like 3 or 4 different entrances right now they need to block off, and that smoke just won't cover it.
Gratisfaction has done those kind of aggressive plays 2 or 3 times in this half, and every single time, I don't think he's really seen anyone in underpass. So, I mean, he's going to be more than comfortable to make those plays as long as he knows that he can't get wrapped from below. That's the player that really flushes you out in the open.
But this is the version of Gratisfaction that is so cool to watch. And even when he made the comeback on Dust 2 and it was looking good, he was hitting, let's say, some way more steady shots. Nothing crazy like this. I have to confess, I love this version of him. I know it's high risk. I know it can backfire, but...
Well, he just helped to bail 100 Thieves out of a really tough spot, because that win from Fnatic with the Deagles, if you look at the money, if 100 Thieves were to lose this where they had a big disadvantage in terms of a UMP, I think Ozza had a FAMAS against AKs and Kriegs, all of a sudden that Deagle round really gives Fnatic almost 2 or 3 in reality. Good shot from Gratisfaction to keep closing this down, and there's the ump from behind. JKS with a Krieg at the A bomb site is a scary prospect. He's got to be so happy he's just picked that up.
Now, getting that kind of revenge, though, after having lost to the Deagles, not even allowing the bomb plant, Fnatic's economy is... It's so wrecked. I mean, again, their round loss bonus is nothing really to write home about. In fact, they're just going to go and buy. I love that echo. Wish we could have it on.
Yo, it's a 10-1 in the favor of 100 Thieves in opening kills. That is pretty crazy success, and perhaps a symptom of why Fnatic is not having as much success on this T side. Still, 4 rounds remain.
Well, it's all on the B-bomb side here. Flashes, smokes, running right through. Brolin actually clearing that really nicely. Good navigation, couldn't really see much of anything. A mid-air jump to take down Lias Azza. He has to stay alive for a little bit more. Jacob and Gratisfaction, oh, they're all there. That's such nice defense coming out. Denying any chance for Fnatic. Once you lose the first player in that defense, if there's not going to be more, it could get really scary. But they're going to hunt down Crims here. No bomb plant, and only losing 2 players. They're going to be just fine with that.
That is well set up from 100 Thieves. Not only is the rotation there with the quickness, but also, even though the kills come out, even though that player dies towards bench, the weapon is not recoverable. And they just play it much passive and just very safe from there, holding your angles, forcing the pistols into peaks.
7-5 here. It's a good lead, but 5 rounds on Fnatic, it already makes them dangerous. It already means they're competitive on the map.
Yeah.
So just don't give them any more. If you're 100 Thieves, that's all you're thinking is now is the time to shut them down. Make them feel a little bit of what 100 Thieves were feeling like on Inferno. Just pay it back here on map number 2. Flusher is up in the apartments. I thought maybe we have the bomb just to try and go for a crazy plant, but it's in middle.
I think they kind of want to try and punish this. They might try and boost up, but Oz is here for help through the smoke. He can't connect with the M4. He's brought down to about half HP. Still, 2-man advantage for 100 Thieves. Golden, that's ambitious. You do not have a lightsaber.
What a popular upgrade that would be, though.
Oh. Could be a skin. Little mini lightsaber.
Don't give them those ideas.
I'd buy that.
Yeah, I know you would.
8-5 for 100 Thieves.
Maybe if you could buy the full Stormtrooper set, Jason, it would fit how you're shooting. So.
Oh, that's a deep Star Wars joke.
14th round.
You're really proud of that one, are you?
Unfortunately, yeah. That's the kind of person I am.
Here we go, round 14. Kriegs and AKs back in the hands of Fnatic. They've got the rifles on board. This time the heavy lean towards the B-bomb site. And again, now that mid has been shut down and they haven't found a whole lot of success there recently, Fnatic largely going away from it, which means Gratisfaction picks up his aggression. Now he's peeking at top mid, and he's seeing nothing.
This is so cool. You just have to appreciate Gratisfaction doing all of this.
This is a B fake. If they get a kill here, it's huge. But the main hit is going to be towards A, or they're kind of calling it back.
I think, well, obviously, Flusher got caught on the other side, so now they're just confused, I think. Brolin is hiding inside. If this works, if he's just in here, they pass by, he knows, he's heard it, he's turning around for it. He's caught Lias, but he wants to open it for his team. There's the one, he immediately switches. He's so ready for it. If he gets one more kill, he could have turned it on his own. This is a next-level play from Brolin. As they're inside, he goes down, and the backup is miles away. JKS and Gratisfaction close range, and that's the round. I cannot believe that they turned it. JKS, he's still fighting here, but he shouldn't be.
There's very few teams who can turn around on its head like that, the way Fnatic can, or handle adversity, or find success from nothing. And I think the logic here for 100 Thieves is there's only 2 rounds left. They're all rich. Just go for the money. Or just go for the round. You might as well. You can rebuy. And they've got plenty of time in this clock. Brolin over at the bench is going to get bailed out by Golden, and it's just a 1 versus 2. JKS, he's going to go for it. No time, though. He's got to stick it, and surely Golden's going to be able to handle this with the AWP. Still alive, and that's it. An admirable, a nice attempt from 100 Thieves. It's not going to cost them a whole lot.
Wow. That boost. Imagine if he has a smoke or something towards the end. Yeah, what? So they throw 2 people into the B bomb side. One gets killed immediately. Oh, sorry.
Over at the A side, yeah.
And then over at the A side. And that's when everything should fall apart. And Brolin somehow, like, think about how quickly you have to make that choice. He's just hiding inside of the smoke saying, they don't know I'm here. They just forgot about it. And he just sits and waits and wins the round.
Well, he's meant to wreak havoc, right? He's meant to cause chaos. He's meant to go attack, and he's just hit the pause button. And ooh, speaking of attack, this is a dirty little move that very few players would make. Running through the Molotov to get this position. 100 Thieves have no idea he's out.
JKS, he's worried about it, and he actually beats him. I think because of the damage there. Otherwise, Flusher would have won that fight. The early Molotov did it. JKS down to 9 health. And they've been spotted in middle. And 100 Thieves now, maybe not one of the rounds you want to be fighting and taking aim battles down the middle. Just leave that alone for now.
Brolin's the only player on Fnatic with an opening kill.
Look at Gratis. Yeah. Is he really?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. They have not had success.
Oh, they got 6 rounds.
Yeah, I know. It's been 13-2.
Look at Gratis Faction's angle into those B hallways. Nearly could have been another one for Brolin, but he gets shot in the back instead. They have they should have so much information about what's happening here. Could be 9 rounds in the first half. That would be a pretty comfortable platform for 100 Thieves going into the second half.
That'd actually be pretty impressive for Fnatic to get that, considering most of the rounds they've played have been 4 versus 5s.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not bad in any way. Molotov, the tick, the audio cue causes Jacob to turn his head and be ready for this play out of midi. Does get the kill, even though he's dinged half HP, and JW's got the AWP, so he can't do much. But they're going to have to go for this. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Golden is just now trying to flirt with the A bomb site. He's the last one left. He's going to go down 9-6 for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's really respectable, but they have not put Fnatic away just yet. They need to complete that second half and get us onto a third map. We'll see if they can coming up in the second half after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the second half, second map here at the first quarterfinals Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. We've got 100 Thieves and Fnatic playing each other, and it's been favoring right now 100 Thieves, but not by enough that they can just relax and call it a day and get onto the third map. They need to make sure they keep Fnatic where they are right now. A little bit under pressure, a little bit behind, don't quite have the economy. That's got to be a plan for the second half.
This is one of those halves that feels like it should be just, the score should be way more in favor of 100 Thieves considering all the success they had. And, you know, if it wasn't for that Deagle round where Crims just gets 3 incredible Deagles, there's that Fnatic sense again. Execute towards the A bomb site, and Brolin's the only one here.
Yeah, they're not even waiting, so either they get the bomb plant down and it's going to be a very, very tough retake, or Brolin has got something else to say about it with a USP. Jumping a bit and taking a couple of shots. Doesn't want to risk too much, which, again, that's good Counter-Strike. They want to see if they fight him, but they can't find him. That's why he fell back like that. Bomb goes down, and now the retake is on. They have a smoke on Golden, so where they put that smoke is going to be pivotal to this round, assuming they can actually get close enough. They're waiting right there. There's another flashbang on Azza. Can they do anything about it? There's Brolan opening. Counter flashes coming out left and right. Jacob lining up a quick triple. Wants to find another pistol, but Flusher finally able to take him down. JW and Flusher now 2 versus 3, and the bomb, well, it's already been ticking for a while now. 100 Thieves looking for a good start here, and they'll get it. Well done, well played with the aggression. And there's Jacob once again chiming in. He's top of the scoreboard with 20 kills.
Yeah, 100 Thieves doing a really good job of not kind of blowing the strategy right off the bat. You had Azza with those 2 flashbangs. He held on to him until his teammates felt some presence in CT spawn. The first one to get them in position, and the second one after these players from Fnatic had swung. And obviously, Jacob, an incredible individual effort.
Yeah, and there's another version of that strategy where you do exactly what they're doing. They go for CT spawn, and you have 2 flashbangs left, and you actually keep fighting, right? You try and catch people that are rotating in from B, but they were so good to slow that down 100 Thieves and just wait it out instead.
Look at JW. I think he accidentally blocked the smoke, and then he decides just to utilize it. I mean, I don't think he's going to get anything from it, but this is very JW. USP in hand. He's going to be chasing up Catwalk. There's one, but yeah, just not enough power. So the B-bomb site is lost despite some decent damage on a Gratis faction. It's going to be 11-6 for 100 Thieves.
They're going to be enjoying it. And some really good dinks.
I completely forgot that Fnatic won the pistol round in the first half. They lost the second, and just it was all 100 Thieves from there.
Yeah, which again seems like good revenge from what was going on earlier. All the pressure suddenly on the Swedes. I mean, again, you can't ever count them out. If you're 100 Thieves, this is where you want the experience of someone like Kassad. You want to make sure that you have just a focus. Because if you let up even for a second, if you start to think, okay, yeah, we've done it, like this is it. Yeah, can't let that happen. Mag 10 and a Molotov stolen there by Brolin. Not sure if that's going to really have a big impact. So 11-6, and we're moving to round number 18 here. Excited to see Jacob top of the board, JKS right there.
Well, hey, we got a timeout. That means we got timeout tactics with Sponge.
All right, guys, we're going to get this one underway. This is from a previous match that we saw earlier from Fnatic on Mirage. They like to do this aggressive mid-hold here. This is Brolin dropping down towards underpass, putting down his own smoke. And then check out what this does to the mid defense. They're able to harass and make sure that the mid control can't come in so quickly. You can see here the players from Na'Vi getting bottlenecked, and Brolin here just being able to harass from this underpass position, with Crims providing support through connector. Let's see how 100 Thieves are going to deal with this one, boys. Let's get back to the action.
Powered by Skybox.
Oh yes, indeed. That's a nice one to look for. I appreciate it, Chad, helping us out during the timeout so that we don't just rambling on.
Talk about Stormtrooper outfits.
Yeah. So that's good news.
11-6. Here we go. Fnatic need to get started very quickly in this half. Ooh, and already a good read from JW. He's going to hear a lot of this. He's going to be calling it already. Look for Flush to have an early rotation. Nobody has figured this out. Azza jumps. Oh, he doesn't have his gun ready. JW can transition over, and Golden just needs to survive as long as possible. And he might just get more, but no. Gratisfaction from behind, but this hit is done.
Wow. What a lot of speed behind that. Fnatic able to keep their cool. And if JW hadn't got that kill, it actually looked like maybe 100 Thieves could have made their way in there. They were winning some of those early fights. You could see Golden was so uncomfortable down there. And JKS, he's really got no ground to stand on. Yeah, walking into the crosshairs here. The Krieg and instant death. Great round out of JW.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Even the reposition to catwalk afterwards, you could see the last player really considering those B holes, thinking there's going to be some more push from JW, and he's at a whole different location. And that read is what allows Flusha to get here in time. So even though, I mean, his teammate inside the site goes down, Flusha with this double kill, and it funnels everyone from 100 Thieves to attack into that market, which is exactly what Fnatic wants. You're attacking right into their rotation.
That part will help out their economy, certainly. Get them back on track. Jacob looking for a boost, but it's only going to be Flusha playing up there. Crims and JW both in connector, waiting on the other side of the smoke, so they have some eyes on middle here. Fnatic not necessarily dedicated to fighting the whole way. It looks like 100 Thieves actually maybe want to speed up behind this. Golden, that's a great pick-off, and there's still a crossfire with Flusha on the other side. So yeah, this defense looking good, but JKS is still in play with that Deagle. Can he find one more? JW showing up at the angle, and now the flank from Jacob in the window. They can still win this round. As it stays alive, you could see he's just put himself on pause. He's saying just wait, and Jacob will try and show up. Brolin's not looking for it, and that's a oh no, that is nearly gonna completely backfire. It should have been an easy free kill. JW locked in between these two players. He knows it's coming, and he's gonna turn for it. Takes a little bit of damage, but now has lost control of Azza. He's right around the corner. Still 40 seconds on the clock, and JW, he's like no idea where to look. He actually sees him, and doesn't get the flick in. Loses the fight to Azza. A big win coming out from 100 Thieves.
That is massive. They lost the initial fights, and they just cracked it open immediately after that. That's beautiful trading from 100 Thieves. And JW at the end as well. That's phenomenal composure from him. You have no idea where Azza is. You've lost track of him on catwalk. Handling the market kill is great, but even being prepared to take that follow-up fight, surviving, this is a nicely timed flank, and it's obviously helped by the fact that there's so much utility in all the choke points. There's the Molotov, there's the smoke, and the market choke points. They have nowhere to go. And actually, oddly enough, I think if JW doesn't make that play, someone probably turns around and just watches the flank, and they might have been able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things, right? When you're playing in that market, you have some sort of internal clock that says, hold on, no one's doing anything. Why aren't they planting? What's going on here?
Yeah, no one is, we don't hear any flashbangs or footsteps, or no one's peeking.
12-7 though.
And they've got, Fnatic, I think they have to save. I don't think they have enough money to force up, although it is Fnatic. They are a little bit crazy. I just don't think this is the time for it. CT side of Mirage, your map pick, surely you have confidence in your ability to make a defensive stand, so you save as much as possible and get ready for the next gun round.
They got some Deagles to play with. We can all be fine with that. Crims, maybe one of them. I think a bit of a restart of the round is being called for.
It's going to be not live. You can hear all the little chat coming in.
Yeah. Let's see where they go with it once they get back in. But yeah, I mean, they had the money to buy those Deagles. It's fine. Try and snipe away. We've all seen what Fnatic can do with them. So map like Mirage does lend itself pretty well to those kind of plays. So don't really mind it too much.
Well, they already won one in this game, in the first half.
Yeah, they did.
See if we can do it again.
If it goes to a third map, that third map would be Dust 2. So that could be exciting. Imagine what we could get with a map like that.
It's a classic map series. Mirage, Dust 2, Inferno.
Yeah, that is true. So, just going to be, I think, fixing a PC issue. And then we should get back on track.
I'm so impressed by 100 Thieves at the moment, but I mean, they've turned a lot of things around. They were really kind of struggling in the early stages and part of the way through Inferno of finding some early successes. 14-5 in opening fights here on Mirage. Like, they're just crushing it in terms of the first kills of each round. And the only thing I think that makes it so that they haven't just completely dominated or even straight up won this map already with that kind of a clip is the fact that, you know, at this event, they're the 12th best team at converting 5-on-4s. They're not great. They're not anything to write. Like, they're great when it comes to flash assists. They're great when it comes to trades. But in terms of winning 5-on-4s, for whatever reason, they really struggle with it.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's a 68% win rate. In contrast, Fnatic's up at 77%. They're third best.
Right now, they're doing something right at the very least. We got that echo back. Moses, this is God's. It went away.
This is your conscience.
Yeah, the way that they're playing it right now, Obviously, they're going to have a slightly different challenge when on the T side here, and Fnatic really start to pick up rifles. It could be fun to see JW with that AWP early on, but at the moment, I'm kind of impressed that they have been able to keep up just sort of the forceful plays. We talked about Gratisfaction, right? How he's playing down in the middle, being aggressive, actually taking the fight. Because we all saw what happened on Inferno when Fnatic got up and rolling, and I actually think the style that 100 Thieves have brought to this map is one that's quite well crafted to shut that down.
It's like get right back in their face.
Yeah. And again, you have to, but it can be real tricky to do, but I think they've done a fine job of it at the moment. Helps that Jacob, again, is playing a very, very good map here.
Him and JKS have had a great series. Between the two of them, they're performing so well. I mean, even if you look at, what else helps, I mean, this 100 Thieves is Fnatic as individuals much more cooled off. Starting on the T side here on Mirage. Remember, JW, Golden, and Flusha were crazy in the first half of Inferno. They're all sitting right around 10 kills. Crims is only at 8 kills. He ended with over 30. He topped the server on Inferno. He came alive very late, but he made it happen. So, I mean, on an individual level, Fnatic not able to kind of match the clip that 100 Thieves is putting out. It just seems those roles have been reversed. And to boil it down to just, frags and individual kills at least.
Yeah, that's a big part of the reason why we're here. And again, we said this even in the first half. It's kind of impressive they even got up to 6 rounds with what they actually output in that one.
Well, and also, I mean, you have to think about this too in the terms of 100 Thieves. Starting off this year, this event, very slow, very disappointing. And in a year where they came in and they said, we're very proud of what we accomplished and how we put ourselves in the map in 2019, but 2020 is about winning trophies.
That's what it looked like, the end of 19 was building into. That's sort of feeling I got. But then they've been warming up into this tournament. I'll be honest, I did not think there was going to be enough heat in them to even make it here onto the stage.
No, at least not. I thought they would make it until I saw them play the first 2 days, and then I was like, nope, surely not. Surely this team's going to get wiped out. Anyways, as you can see, back into the map, freeze time is underway. We fixed the issues, and we're going to get a timeout.
Tech timeout. I was going to say, we haven't fixed them, really. The admins have, but...
We,
yeah. Just the general. I think, I don't know, Lias is down to 3 kills, so where has he been playing much of this time?
He was on the B-bomb side on the CT side.
Ah.
He's one of those guys.
Ah. the dreaded B-bomb side.
3 kills and 26 ADR, and he's just like, man, nobody's come here. Fnatic didn't really go to the B-bomb side a whole lot.
No, but 100 Thieves have a couple of times here, right? Where they did it and it kind of almost worked, and then they went right back to it, and it did work. Obviously, that 2-on-2 at the end with Jacob flanking and Asa holding inside of the bomb side. Now, I'm wondering if we're going to see... I mean, there's a limit to how many B-bomb side rushes you could go for in a half.
Yeah.
But then Fnatic, on the other hand, they've already had JW down in underpass. 100 Thieves know that they're a slightly crazy team. They also, Fnatic, in the past in this map would have been legendary for doing those double pushes into upper over at the A-bomb side or into the apartments. So if I'm 100 Thieves and I'm not doing something quickly myself, where I'm just setting up and executing, surely they're going to be ready for a Fnatic aggression.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, you also probably start to get paranoid, being like, oh, did they jump down somewhere? Did they push somewhere? Are they investigating somewhere? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this T side works out. At the moment, 100 Thieves have such an advantage in terms of money, in terms of economy. Actually, not too much at this point, but they have at various times in the early stages of this half, and you've been able to kind of overrun Fnatic. But now that the losing bonus is going to start building up, now that Fnatic is going to start having money in the next round along with their weapons, I think just naturally it's going to slow down. So they better be aware of the pushes. They better be focused on ensuring that they don't get punished by that.
Yeah, trying to catch someone as the smoke was fading. Roland and Golden, they actually threw that smoke themselves, and I think they were hoping that maybe 100 Thieves were just going to be setting up on the other side. But yeah, they're taking it very slowly. They're really being careful, which is what we were asking for. So I guess that's amazing.
Be careful what you wish for, being the lesson.
Yeah.
There goes JW. Patience is rewarded. It pays off. The tortoise beats the hare.
JKS sneaking through. Could be walking into a nasty surprise if Golden was still holding that angle with the Deagle, but he's fallen back in the meantime. They're getting ready to explode all the way out. Crims and Golden, two headshots to begin with, and now the rest are coming out of Connector, and they're very much trapped in. Oh no, this is so awkward. Surely they haven't found a way through. Still, Brolin and Crims are alive. 30 seconds. Brolin sneaking up behind and taking down Lias, and now Jacob 1 versus 2, and he's running to fight, but Brolin with the headshot, and Fnatic steal the round. That should not be happening.
Can you believe it? Crims again with a stunning round with the Deagle. The first kill transitions to the Krieg. Molotov on top of the bomb. That is so harsh, and surely Fnatic take advantage of this one. Remember, I outlined the economy a little bit. Felt like 100 Thieves would have a better one, but they're already out of money. They have to drop down. They have to fully force up. Upgraded pistols, utility. That's it. That's all they can fight with. So that win turns this map on its head. This could define so much for the series. Could rip it right out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
I can't believe that just happened. That 3-man push up to Connector, it's such a smart move to pinch the A-bomb site, but when half the pinch is gone...
It's also... because Fnatic played such a style where they're spread out and everyone has their individual fights, which is I mean, often we criticize it, but when they get the kills with a Deagle, the fact that you have one player in so many different positions sets up so many awkward crossfires that 100 Thieves has no information about.
If they lose the map and lose the quarterfinals, it could be because of that round. That absolutely could change it. Let's see how much energy Fnatic can build behind it. Pistols this time down in the middle, a little bit of chaos. All right.
Oh, JW just shot Crims. So Crims down to 12 HP, had to bail out. He even turned and tried to shoot back.
So everyone is nervous now. We have 2 smokes and a Molotov, and Azza is already down trying to get into the window. So now they're really bleeding players. I think the railing took some of those bullets away. That's a bit awkward. Flusher making a jump down from the ladder, but he also gets caught. They still should not be winning this round. Again, it's only 25 seconds. They don't have that much to work with, and Crims has got this lined up. They're going to try and see if they can boost and just look over, but yeah, no chance here. Lias is going to be dropped next. It's a little bit expensive, but they'll be happy about this Fnatic. Don't think they care. 100 Thieves, they invested into the round. They can't buy in this upcoming one.
Yeah, that was everything they had. That's a very harsh reset. They have been stopped cold in building momentum, first by the tech pause, and now by losing the eco round.
This is very, very hard to deal with right now. I can guarantee you 100 Thieves, they can feel the gas getting out of the balloon as soon as that round comes through. Obviously hoping to find a way to fight back immediately. Run boost in the middle, which we all love.
I mean, it surely had to be a point of conversation and a point of discussion between the maps as well, because remember, they had so many rounds on Inferno that were very close to losing those, and then they already lost one in the first half, and at that point, your stress of getting battered in those force buy rounds is so frustrating. As common as it is these days, as a player, you still feel like against the Deagles, it shouldn't be happening as much. 12-10, just 2 rounds back is Fnatic.
And it's the money they've built behind it. This round was easy for them.
I think how many weapons did they save when they won that round with the Deagle? I think 3. I mean, that's an immediate boost in your economy. It's immediate, just direct deposit into your bank account.
So before things get out of control, they need to find a way back. 100 Thieves, yeah, 2-round lead. Brolin and JW trying to control the middle, but all those smokes mean Brolin is kind of alone. JW is trying to relocate so he can get another angle. He sees someone running past, but can't find a shot just yet. They know Jacob is here, and that Molotov is a clear sign of it, trying to force him back. There's another smoke covering it, and JW will win it. They were hunting for him. They were using Molotovs to force him into that peak. Very, very crisp communication coming out there from the Swedes.
Crims is lucky. Crims is lucky. His head didn't get ripped off for that jump, and now he's spotted too. Nade is out. And it's a good thing he got that spot and that damage, because now he can sink back. Brolin is going to hold the line. No smoke in his face. He wants to get aggressive. He's got the bomb on the ground. He's got a double kill. And there's Flusher to finish it off. You give Fnatic an inch and they're going to take a mile. That's 3 in a row after winning with Deagles. And they're right back in this. Another save forthcoming for 100 Thieves. And we're looking at what should be a tie ball game.
It's out of control, isn't it? all they do is, win a round with a couple of pistols, and then the energy that comes out behind it, they're so aggressive all of a sudden.
It does feel like they just get rejuvenated. They're like Highlander. They take your energy from you in winning those rounds.
Roland now inside of the A-bomb side alone a little bit earlier. 100 Thieves not with a quick execute. Actually, they are going to be flashing their way through. No real smokes coming up, not enough anyway. But the flashbangs hoping they can get an early kill, but already being shut down by the rifles at long range. And I don't see they can get a bomb plant here. Jacob and Az are the last two left. There's nothing really to find. Bomb plant not even being allowed for. Very, very aggressive. Taking a couple of losses, but that will tie it all up at 12-12 here. Fnatic right back in the game, and now 4 rounds away from winning the first quarterfinals and securing a spot in that semifinal. That could get very, very interesting. Man, again, yeah, just the turnaround time from being beaten up, from having a really hard time, and turning it into what just looks like a completely rejuvenated team. Yeah, they're something else. Gotta close that door on them when you have the chance.
You mentioned the semifinals. The winner of this is going to play off against, I believe it is G2.
Oh, that could get that could get very interesting, because I thought maybe it was going to be the rematch with Astralis for now, but if it's G2, that's a match I want to watch.
Yeah, that's a red hot G2 as well.
Yeah, I think
we'll see who makes it there.
No matter what, we're going to have good semifinals.
Kenny S versus Fnatic.
We can guarantee that. That is a classic, yeah.
Here we go, all tied up. 100 Thieves playing for their tournament life.
Yeah, here we go. JW, Molotov landing behind him. It's put out by a teammate. That's nice to have, but he goes back for more. I can't even believe it. There are a lot of people there waiting for him.
I love how assertive and how aggressive JW's been throughout this series. Golden now pushing up behind the smoke in upper B, and this is just a default setup for 100 Thieves, but looks like they want it to lean towards the B bomb site. Liaz and JKS both there. 3 players in mid, and they can meet up very quickly. So plenty of time for that to change. JKS now joins them in mid, and Golden, down at 3 HP, is going to have to give things up. That's a roll of the dice that he did not win.
He was asking for that fight, and
he got it.
Yeah, now he's boosted up into a corner at least, so if they show up, he could have some relevancy even with 3 health. That A-bomb side, though, is I don't know, a little bit risky with only 2 people on it and JW in the window. Looks like it's going to be a crunch on the B-bomb side through Catwalk instead, so Golden might have a chance to see if he could still do it.
Oh, Flusha spots so many. Good kill from JW. There's the flash out. Flusha has to provide a distraction, and it's not. He throws a flashbang for Golden, who gives away his position. And JW aggressive through the smoke. 100 Thieves have found the winning recipe. They bulldoze up Catwalk. That keeps them in a very narrow lead, 13-12.
That's a decent pickoff. Why not get some more economic damage? Brolin is sneaking in on the other side, trying to see if he could stop them from escaping. And again, it all matters here. If you could take all the rifles away, it's going to make a huge difference.
I was going to say, even though the T-side economy is easier to manage, this is just Fnatic, everyone kind of accepting and knowing that the goal isn't to win the rounds, the goal is to win the map and win the series. And every little bit of damage, every little bit of taking an AK-47 away counts. Good work from Brolin.
Escaping the bomb blast, Crims wondering for a second if he was going to go for the wallbang. It could have been interesting. Never mind. 13-12. It's still just all on the line, but what a good round to find here if you're 100 Thieves, having lost, what, 5 in a row? Not even getting any bomb plants in those rounds.
Well, listen, we'll rehash this opening kill thing because it's also switched. Fnatic had a tough time finding them on their T side. 100 Thieves as well, as good as they were doing in the first half. They now only have 2 so far on their offense. So entries on the terrorist side of Mirage is not fun for anyone, apparently.
Pushing up under that smoke. He had the ult behind him, but he's been smoked off already. And Gratisfaction, he was absolutely ready to take that fight. It's such a cool idea, and again, I love the aggression, but there wasn't any backup there after he, had the initial fight.
It's not a complete loss. They've done good damage on a Jacob and Aza, so you got to be happy about that one at the very least. You don't know it just yet, but that could be easy cleanup to bring this back into a 4-on-4. Or even a double up during an execution.
JKS is playing over on that A ramp, and I'm kind of wondering if they wanted to go back to B, which they seem to favor a lot at the moment. if you have one person that's looking into the A bomb site while you're executing B, you can catch a person, you know, who's trying to rotate closer to middle.
I mean, right now, 100 Thieves is playing the denial of information game. They are just making sure that Fnatic has no idea what's coming. Everyone was sat far back waiting for pushes, and again, just a 4-1 setup. This time, instead of the B-bomb site, it's going to be towards A, but that's where most of the players from Fnatic have rotated into. Flusha's going to be in window. It's all about a timing peak for him. JW's got to be careful towards connector.
They're boosting in the window right behind him. Crimson JW. There's still a lot of Molotovs. I mean, for Crims, if they get one, JKS has one. If they Molotov him, that's going to be really awkward. Great counter grenade coming out, though. Down the connector for JW. They push past, and Crims is actually up the ladder now. Back down again. 15 seconds on the clock. They need to move right now, 100 Thieves, or they're going to run out of time. And this could easily be the comeback for Fnatic once again. Some great shots coming out. Flusher on the other side. 6 seconds left, and he's not finding the angle. That would have been an amazing shutdown of 100 Thieves, but instead they take the round 14-12. Double kills for Gratisfaction there.
Small detail that had huge consequences. JW misses a smoke. If JW puts that smoke in the proper spot where he wanted it to, bounced off the wall, it left a gap. He wanted to cover that gap at triple boxes so that he could actually get into the site and challenge and deny spacing, deny the map, deny the bomb site from 100 Thieves. But because there's that gap, he knows he's trapped in there. He can't. He's got an op train on his position, and therefore he can't slow anything down. That can be a huge game changer. That's now a 2-round lead, 14-12 for 100 Thieves. And Fnatic spending almost everything they can. They had so much money built up. They've got basically 3 full buys built up during that stretch. There's the gap that's popped up.
Yeah. That's a lot to work with.
Gratisfaction even had the bomb. The fact that he was holding that, if JW goes for that peek maybe a half second later, Gratisfaction at some point, because of the time, had to just give it up and go plant. So, I mean, a game of very, very thin margins. At the moment, 100 Thieves coming out on top of it.
The spray for the smoke. If the bomb doesn't get planted there, they don't even have time for anything. Well, taking mid, JW and Crims are on the other side, but Jacob and Azza looking for a fight as well. And if they win one of them here, I'm guessing it's going to be very, very fast towards that A-bomb side. Everyone else is set up for it. And inside of it, Brolan is holding on his own. The timing for the boost. JW's got no chance. They know where Brolan is. This is looking so good for the Thieves at the moment. Brolan gets shut down with the wall bang, and Crims goes for the charge with Jacob. He did what he had to. That will open it up. That's enough with that one kill. They don't have a lot of grenades left on the T side, but enough to smoke this one off. They just might have them at point here. 2 versus 3, Golden and Flusher. How do you win this? Oh, that could have been it.
Oh, that's actually going to stall out the smoke as well in towards connector. They have to get aggressive now. There's the nades. You can see Gratisfaction again. The Opera with the bomb trying to hold angles. 54 seconds. And Flusha waiting for some kind of contact, some kind of indication that someone is trying to plant the bomb. He's got it now. He hears the tap, but no peek comes in.
No, he's waiting for it right now. How do you actually get this done? Have a smoke and a kit. Nice pick off there and a follow-up, and it's working so well. Flusha low on health, JKS. He's got the creep. He needs a bullet. There's a headshot to take him down. Once again, a nice triple for JKS. 15-12. 100 Thieves now a round away from that third map. JKS has got 28 kills and Jacob on 27. Man, they're playing well.
Did the whole series. We said it a couple of times. Inferno was spectacular as well. That's almost a very clean 2-on-3 for Golden and Flusha. They do that so well, but JKS just ready. And you can see what it means to them. They have 3 chances now. We saw 100 Thieves come back on Inferno. It was a 9-1 run to close out and bring it to overtime. Fnatic just have to win 3 straight, but they've got to do it with the Scout. They've got to do it with 2 FAMAS. 3 FAMAS, excuse me.
It's really not that much to work with. Yeah, no kits are going to get picked up either.
All timeouts used by 100 Thieves to get to this point. Final timeout used to try and close Fnatic out of Mirage, to steal, to live up to their namesake and take this map and bring us to Dust 2.
Think of what it says about this matchup, that it was overtime on Inferno, now 100 Thieves close. It means they could have almost won 2-0. And that's picking into, you know, that Inferno on Fnatic, which again was kind of shocking. We've got a very, very cool battle on our hands here in Katowice. It's Crims in the middle, trying to see if he can maybe get an early pick-off on someone. That Scout on JW. It's not as powerful as the AWP, but...
He opts on Flusha, and I think that's just because Flusha wants to position himself in the B-holes to have that deep angle, and that's the pick he wanted, but it is curious to see JW not have the op.
Although JW is also one of those ridiculous players with a weapon like the Scout.
Yeah, absolutely.
With all weapons.
With all weapons. He's a bit of a freak.
Roland pushed up actually all the way into the A ramp.
I like this play from Flusha as well. He took the shot in upper B, and now he's rotated all the way over towards the A bomb site. So, I mean, if you're 100 Thieves, you're assuming that Op is just going to have the long-range position in the halls. And yeah, you're going to also assume that there's going to be a stack somewhere because it allows the rotator to be a bit more flexible. But you won't expect the Op to be all the way over at the A bomb site. He's completely shifted to the other side of the map.
This could be the round. We all know what happens now if you let Fnatic back in the game. You have them on the edge, economically low. Don't give them another chance here. 15-12. They've snuck their way through. They're being very quiet about it. Now finally making a bit of noise as they clear the corner against the Scout. Oh, you wish that was an AWP. Golden is there with him. Is that going to be quiet enough? Flusha now showing up. They finally take down Golden, but there's more damage. The bomb gets dropped on the ground, and it's Azur and Lias trying to fight their way back. 25 seconds. They need to go and pick that up. Azur is in the middle, jumping to try and get any kind of information. And Lias has to try and do this right now. 15 seconds. Yeah, they're out of time. They need to just run for it, and that's Lias down. I don't think they could do it any longer. Crims will turn around. Just a dirty shot through the smoke, and Fnatic stay alive.
It's not easy. It's not easy overcoming these guys on Fnatic.
I mean, that could look at the money on 100 Thieves.
They had exactly, I mean,
oh dear.
Everything you could have possibly wanted was right there. You had a 4-man attack up. Catwalk, one player from the halls. You're going out of Famas and a Scout, and you can't close that gap. What a play from Crims, jumping up through the window, through the ladder room to flank around behind. That is a game changer. And now this is a double op setup for Fnatic, and you're right. The money on 100 Thieves has ran out. They have one more chance, and they're going to save it. They're going to save everything they possibly can for that round 30. The whole tournament life comes down to one round. Unless, listen, we've seen crazier things happen. That's an awkward miss-smoke. You would have liked to have used that to try and get a plant.
Yeah, a bit strange. I'm not sure if they would have had that anyway. But don't want to be making any mistakes.
I mean, there's only a one-round loss bonus. That extra $800 is going to go a long way to helping out. We'll see if they can get anything. The op on Scopes, good kill onto Brolin. They might still be able to get it just because JW is going to be forced to be passive.
Yeah, Jacob picked up a smoke that he just put down. Oh, this is actually very interesting. Not denying the bomb plant. It's excellent shooting. But yeah, that's everything they could have wanted there. Easy enough to clean up the round. That was never really going to be the problem. Good quad kill for JW, but the bomb plant. Let's just see what it does to the money. Nobody's about 3,000, so I think you're absolutely right.
It's going to make them filthy
wow,
rich.
it makes a big difference.
Yeah, filthy rich. Okay, well, you should love to hear that. That means this final round, this round 30, for overtime or for a third map, it means both teams have everything they could possibly want. Double op setup still on the cards for Fnatic. JW and Flusha with that. They've been using on opposite ends of the map. M4s across the board for the Fnatic defense. For 100 Thieves, you've got 4 Kriegs and an AK-47 and everyone full utility. It all comes down to this final round.
They are so hard to put away, the Swedish team. And if you don't do it, if you leave them in the game, well, this is what can happen. 30th round now coming up here. Second map of the first quarterfinals. JKS over at the ramp. Lias checking the other side as they try and see if they can get a bit of mid-control. So it's all very common, very standard right now for 100 Thieves, setting it up. And they're actually not going to be fighting too hard for middle. Just wanted to see maybe if anyone was there.
Last round, play it conservative. Default looking for any kind of craziness. Ooh. That is a huge opening kill. JKS is going to be frustrated, and there's another one from Flusha. The double op strikes.
That's what he wanted the last round. Impatient gets it this one. Gratisfaction and Azza down the middle with JW. That's hard to deal with. Again, as you mentioned, the double op setup is just so hard to beat. The scope almost obscuring it, but he's quick enough, and no doubt about it now. Overtime on map number 1, and the second map is going to give us exactly the same thing. Jacob now in a 1 versus 5, and yeah, there is nothing that he could do here.
You have to imagine Kassad is just so frustrated at the moment with no timeouts left. Remember, that's a small detail, but there's no pausing this for 100 Thieves. You go into that final round, I am 100% certain that Kassad had an idea of what to call. Instead, it just fizzles out. And instead, it's anticlimactic. Fnatic just dominates every single point of attack. 15-15. these teams as close as possible. We've got another overtime on our hands, and much like the first map, obviously, the winning number is 19.
They actually don't go straight for the setup here, the double AWP early on.
I think it's because it was spotted at the end of regulation, so why not switch out of it?
Oh, this is going to be so quick. 103s, they want to punish them for even bringing it here, but they can't get through the smoke. JW got the first kill, and now they're stuck inside of it. Crims with a double, and JW just doing even more behind it. Wow, what a complete shutdown here. Trying to attack that A-bomb site, and they get nothing for it. Azza trapped in this one. They've got more firepower, more grenades on the other side if they need it. That was... I love the idea from 100 Thieves just trying to say, let's just go out with full energy, but...
Well, I have to imagine the entire thought process is saying, let's take the bomb site so that the two AWPs have a really difficult time retaking. Like, surely we'll trade at least that first kill, but if that's the plan, you don't even get into the bomb site, so it wouldn't have mattered either way. But you also have to admire Fnatic not going for it at overtime. They showed that defense at the end of the map and then switching out of it once overtime begins.
I wonder if they went before the smoke went up in front of JW, or if he was just actually, you know, in a more forward position. Look at Brolin again. He's been doing this a lot in the middle.
This time it should be easier if 100 Thieves actually want to commit to this A hit. It's a passive defense. Crim's playing on stairs, JW at CT spawn. I have to imagine they'd both give it up if this set piece came to fruition. If the smokes and Molotovs and flashbangs fly in, they're going to play retake. Question is, can they get any kills while 100 Thieves is crossing into the bomb site? And how fast will Brolin flank?
Yeah, will he go back to connector or run through T spawn?
Flush is on catwalk, so I have to think that he would have gone to T spawn.
Not at the moment. Wants to come back and try and help out. Smoking off that Molotov and just trying to stay safe. Crim's down in shadow, but this is a little bit slower this time for 100 Thieves, but the opening kills make it all worth it towards the end anyway. Crims and JW both out of the round, and now Fnatic have got to be, I don't know, worried. 5 versus 3. They've got everyone here, but they're getting picked apart one at a time. Golden next to go down in CT spawn, and Flush up. This is too much to ask for. Gonna win the first fight, but now they can rain grenades, flashbangs, and HGs up on him. He's trying to go for that peak. There's almost nothing that he could do from this position here. They're down on the low ground. They've already got the bomb plant down. They got an HG. JKS will eventually take him down, and that's 100 Thieves. Even I was worried about the pace of that attack, but it worked out real well.
Well, the pace of the attack is Fnatic slowed it down. That's why it's so interesting that 100 Thieves just destroyed him in that round, because Fnatic had everything they wanted. They used their own utility to put out the Molotovs to get themselves to step in front of the smokes of 100 Thieves. They had 2 Molotovs towards top of A ramp that delayed that hit, which is what you're talking about. It was a very slow-paced hit considering the execution, but just lost the individual battles. Crim's even transitioned into dark from playing retake. Oh, what an attempt from Gratisfaction.
Trying to switch it up. See if they can get ahead here in the first half of overtime. JW, looking to see if he can find Jacob. He's down there with the Krieg, and that's a nice peek. He had that perfectly mapped out in his brain.
And this is that crazy aggression and just, you know, not even necessarily overwhelming aggression, just aggressive stances from Fnatic. They're infiltrating the map. JW's pushed towards top mid. Crims is pushed all the way in underpass, holding an off angle. It's only Liaz there, and he's looking upper. If Crims was to peek this, Liaz is a dead man.
Yeah, that could be an awful way to lose around here.
He has no idea.
No, none of them know at the moment.
But you'd think he'd be cautious of it, considering JW is at top mid.
Not yet. Sees the chance, misses the shot. Liaz now going down, and he was ready, but Crims is so quick right now. So 5 versus 3 as they try and take middle. Actually, JKS burning alive. Oh no! Flusher swings into the smoke. What a stupid way to get the last kill. It's going to be 17 to 16. Watching Flusher play this game is something else. Who does that?
I think stupid was a good way to describe it. What a shot from JW. Crims as well. There's the advanced position. Man, 100 Thieves. Tough task ahead of them. 16-17, down 1 round. They lost the first map in overtime. They lost it 16-19, and it could happen again. That was a comeback that fell flat. This was a good lead that falls flat.
17 to 16, 2 more rounds for Fnatic. They want to go quick. Knockout punch, and Crims is there. Liaz the only one to defend, and he's been dinked. He needs backup badly. Gratisfaction trying to get there, but he gets tagged in transition. Fnatic, the force with this B-bomb side is just overwhelming. Now they've slowed it down and they're waiting for 100 Thieves to make a mistake exactly like that. Just a change of pace. Unrelenting running down that bomb site, and then they slow it down. Everyone stops. They get a couple of more kills in Gratisfaction. He could do almost nothing here. He's going to get one kill with the AWP, but they're on top of him. If he misses a shot, he's dead, and there it is. Golden to take him out. 18 rounds on Fnatic.
Think of the god tier call that Fnatic just makes. We talk about this all the time with B defenders. Remember, Liaz at the end of the first half had 3 kills, like 25 ADR. Not highlighting that to rip on him, but just they didn't go to the B bomb site that whole entire half, essentially. He didn't have a whole lot of action, and now you just had 15 rounds of regulation of Fnatic on CT side. You had 3 rounds in overtime, so Liaz hasn't played that B bomb site for 18 rounds, and then it's just an immediate B rush. You want to talk about a cold position that you have to deliver in? That's a tough task for even the best B players.
Such an aggressive way to play. And again, it's the unrelenting aggression combined with that moment of pause, and 100 Thieves don't know where to look, they don't know where to stand. Good pick-off, though. Grenade and Jacob seeing just the leg. A bit of a return from flusha, though. That's a very long range to be spraying. And it's a 4-on-4. They're not done yet.
Oh, my lord. If all this round came with a gamble of the smoke from Gratisfaction, he bails out of that position. And Fnatic is going to readdress across the map. They're going to head over towards B. Brolin's just jumped into window. Aza, that's a big kill to have. A big find. Brolin didn't even consider the possibility. So 2 players heading towards the B bomb site, Golden and Crims. flusha's and A-Halls. They'd love to get one more pick, but flusha has the op, and he'd have to overextend and overcommit. His only option is JKS if he wants to turn this into a fake, and I can't believe this might just work. It's actually the B players who are going to be the fake. Crims is dinked, but Liaz still not able to find that kill. He's not going to get it still. Golden's found one. What a transfer. Liaz has done just as much as he possibly could.
I have no idea how flusha didn't get that kill. Crims, he's on the site, and he's going to try and go for the bomb plant here, but they do have a Molotov, and with the Krieg out, they sneak through. The Molotov actually doesn't do anything. 28 seconds, and this should not be a winnable round for him. He's so low already. JKS on the other side. 1 bullet will do. Oh!
No way!
Icy to 16 Crims! A godlike clutch!
Everything goes the way of Fnatic, and that is the power they wield on this stage. 3-time champions. They're in the semifinals one more time at IEM Katowice, the World Championship. And what a crushing defeat for a team chasing trophies. 19-16 loss on Inferno, 19-16 loss here on Mirage. But 100 Thieves, that is a very admirable attempt in this series. Fnatic just too much. They're back.
Way too much. Some of those rounds, I mean, the last one, just a perfect example of how ridiculous it is when you've got that kind of firepower. They had it, I mean, just in spades throughout these 2 first maps. This could have gone the other way, overtime on both maps.
Yeah, it could have just as easily been 100 Thieves would, especially here on Mirage. You have to feel like we deserve that dust too. They deserve that dust too. After the comeback on Inferno into a loss, after the phenomenal start here on Mirage into a loss, that's heartbreaking. But for Fnatic, it's just another day in the office.
Unbelievable scenes starting off here inside of the arena. That is so hard to believe. We've got OJ down on the stage with Golden. Please take it away for us.
Unbelievable scenes indeed. Let's just talk about the end first off. Crims with that cheeky little one-tap. Anders said it's an unwinnable position. And what does he do? He wins it.
Yeah, he does all the time. He does the unmanageable. Like, he did the Deagle round on the T side. It was just insane with his one-taps.
Yeah, you're talking about that Deagle round. It seemed like that was an anti-eco, and that's where the momentum shifted. At that point, the Thieves, they had you. It looked like it was going to a third to Dust 2. But what is it at that moment when that happens? Is it an emotional shift?
No, we were very calm. We knew that we just needed 1 round, and their economy was bad. I mean, we hit some good shots. You might say lucky, but good players make lucky shots, I guess.
Good players make their own luck. You managed to get a lot of kills, a lot of frags through the smoke. That's about intuition. How does that work out? Because it's not something you can train.
No, it's just about, people spamming smokes. Don't do that. Then we spam back. So it's, flusha is the best on it. Yeah, I mean, it's just skill. I don't know what to say.
One of those days where it went for you, and it went down in 2 maps. You now move to the semi-final to take on G2. They are a team that seems to have rediscovered themselves. How do you approach that?
Yeah, they've been looking very good actually, and I also said that the team they're looking like straight fire. I mean, we're just gonna go in, look at them. We looked at the VODs and see why they're good.
And just talk me through it. Obviously, we're playing on the big stage. We're here in the Spodek, but it is an empty stadium. Did that change anything for you playing here?
Yeah, definitely. Like, we like the pressure from the crowd. We like the people cheering, and we feel like it puts more pressure on the other team than us. And that also fuels us. Like, we have so many veterans in the team that's what they strive in the most.
Golden, it's a pleasure to talk to you as always. Looking forward to see you in the semi-final, which is what we will see. We'll see Fnatic against G2 tomorrow. Right now, it's back to Stunner.
So much, OJ. Thank you very much, Golden, for your time. And for the time being, I want to start talking about something that is very important to me and to all of you at home, the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. I want to invite you to head over to @ESLCS Twitter and get your votes in. Let us know what you're thinking. We do have our candidates lined up and ready to go. Remember, victory in a can, and even victory in the server with some of these candidates right here.
Yeah, well, say that 3 times fast, Trace. The
Which
Mountain
part?
Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays, you know?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play.
Ah, you said that in front of the mirror a couple of times, right? We had a lot of powerful plays in this game, right? We're going to get to the man. We're definitely going to trickle on down to get to him, but where do you want to start?
I think, you know, honestly, we got to start talking about some of the impact over on Inferno. Perhaps even with Flusha, he had an ace. This thing was off the chart.
Chronological order.
Yeah, we talked about Flusha coming into the game, right? He hadn't had the best Stinger series in Fnatic as of late, but this time around he was just lightning it up on Inferno with an ace here with the AK-47, really powering it through for Fnatic, and he had a great series overall with a lot of impact once again.
Yeah, lots of multi-kills for Fnatic throughout, right? Within the early stages of that game on Inferno, the Stars were lighting the server up, that's for sure.
Yes, they certainly were. There's another young man. He goes by the name of Justin Savage. He's going to make it over here onto our boards.
Yeah, and look, he was the individual who was clawing them back in. Look at the scoreline, 15-10. This was a force buy or a low buy here coming in from Fnatic where they went for a mid to B split. JKS was able to defend that, was able to make sure they couldn't get into that site and set up post-plant positions, and he was instrumental throughout that Inferno game.
Instrumental throughout the entire series. We look at his numbers. He goes 85 and 51 in the series, plus 34. That's outrageous, but also there are more candidates, so we're going to have to focus a little bit more. Shifting our focus would have to be on Krims with the Deagle.
He used to be one of the best players in the world, and I think we saw glimpses in this series why he was considered so right. That Deagle kill right there, that was hugely influential, and I feel Krims has the highest skill ceiling out of everybody on the server. Again, we saw glimpses of it. This Deagle was a great example of what he can do. He's such a skilled player. He's a phenomenal player, and yet another great series again.
A really good showing, and that's why he's going to get another notch here towards that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play.
Yeah, so look, we had the clutches from Krims, we had the Deagles from Krims, we just had Krims, right? He was a huge force within that last map. So with him being instrumental with the Deagle on the T side, he also had a round on the CT side where he did a similar type of thing, right? And he was, he won the 2v1 to close out the game right there. Yeah. Has to be the winning factor right there for Fnatic on Mirage.
Yeah, if you were paying attention, you would know that that's probably where your vote should go. I don't want to be a part of any sort of vote manipulation. I mean, I am Americans, but anyway, let's take a look at what those results are going to be shortly. But first, I need you to head over to @ESLCS Twitter to get your votes in. That's right, all the candidates are locked and loaded. Those are your 4 choices, and surely we'll be taking a look at those results soon. But
don't call me Shirley.
Okay, my bad. But we got a result to the series, guys. We have the 100 Thieves have been stopped. They had quite a bit of inertia behind them, and this was the stopping point.
Yeah, I think they're going to be gutted because of the fashion, right? Because both games went overtime. Normally, if the games, you know, we're talking like 16-8 scorelines, you lose a 2-0, you're still disappointed you lose. But when you lose in a fashion like this, where it's literally the tiniest of details, or these tiny little pivot rounds throughout the period of the game, where you go, man, if I just made that decision, this is the type of game, or this is the type of scenario that is going to haunt the Thieves, right? Whereas if you're Fnatic, look, you got pushed. You got tested, right? I wanted to make sure they could add a few more scalps to that resume. I think this one right here is a big one, especially in the way they did it.
I definitely agree. And then we got to give credit to JKS. We talked a little bit about him already, but he had a phenomenal series, right? He went plus 22. He had 15 multi-kills. He won 9 out of 11 opening duels as well. This man was all over the place. He was a tier to be reckoned with. He was the only player as well from the 100 Thieves who went positives in the series. So JKS, he had a phenomenal showing. And I think, as you said, they could be somewhat proud of what they did here. I didn't expect them to win against Fnatic. And let's be honest, it's never fun to lose, but the way they pushed him in this series, it was, you know, I gained some respect for this lineup. Let's put it that way.
And I respect that you respect that. Chad, what are you respecting?
Well, you know I respect the boys. But look, Fnatic here, I think what they need to do is kind of build into this tournament. Now they go into the semi-final. Right. This is their first tournament of the year, right? We're going to talk about, again, 78 days off between LAN officials. Crazy. This is the only games that they've played in 2020. So every match they play is them warming up, them shaking off the jitters, making sure they're ready for the grand final. Well, they've got to go through G2 within that semi-final. And the way that G2 have looked so far throughout this tournament, they have another huge test on their hands.
Yes, they certainly do. G2 versus Fnatic. That is the stage for at least our first semi-final here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. And now we need to go to a break before we jump into our next quarterfinal. Don't move a muscle, and if you do, bring it back enough snacks for all of us. We'll be right back, everyone.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. Stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Yes, that's right, guys. Welcome back to the Katowice. That is the Intel Extreme Masters of 2020 right here. We are at the Masters Championship, and things are rolling along smoothly for now. And we're going to be taking a look at some of these replays, some of these candidates that we've chosen via the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. And we're going to find out who won it. I asked you who to vote, and we're going to see who the winner is.
Yeah, well, we had Flusher here with spamming through the smoke, making things look easy over there on Inferno. We're going to follow this one up with the heroics of Mr. JK. Oh, sorry, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Here we go.
There we go.
Yeah. Mr. JKS.
Spoilers.
Yeah, holding it down for the Thieves, making sure they could get into overtime. Unfortunately, it was all in vain.
We move it over to the Crimp Show this time around with the Deagle. A nice triple kill this time around again. He's just showing how good he is with that gun, and then obviously finishing out the game here, at least putting it closer to OT, who gave them a chance to win the game. Crimps with a nice triple kill. He did good in that game.
Well, we do know the winner. We do have the results of this poll.
Okay.
I don't know who you guys
I take a guess.
For, but we'll take a look at those poll
I reckon
results.
they voted for Flusher.
I'm thinking they went for the ace too.
Yeah.
People always like aces. Now, look, my eyes are getting worse and worse, guys. That's getting further and further away the older I get. I can't tell you the results there.
I can tell you that it was Flusher.
Okay.
It was the
Was
ace.
it close?
You know what? That's also part of that eye thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Ed and I are pretty much on par with the old age gap. Anyway, Flusher gets an ace on Inferno here. This is your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play for the first quarterfinal of Katowice 2020. Guys, let's talk a little bit about the impact that Flush is having within this series and perhaps where he can take it from here.
I mean, it was great to see him play well, especially on Inferno. He kind of chimed down a little bit moving into the second map. He wasn't having that much impact, I would say. It's not the Flusher from 2016, 2017, where he was completely dominating everyone, and you thought of Flusher as a guy who could be the MVP of a tournament.
Sure.
To me, he's more like a very stable player. He's one of the smartest players in the game right now, and I think he fits perfectly into this Fnatic project. Now you have Broland, who's supposed to be the star fragger for Fnatic, so you don't really need Flusher to step up like he did on Inferno, but when he does, it's a team that can take on pretty much anyone in the world.
Yeah, for me, I think that he is a player who does his best work on the bigger stages, right? Once you make it to the playoffs, once the group stages are out of the way, these kind of guys tend to thrive in this environment, and that goes back to what you were talking about. Back when Fnatic was the most dominant team in the world for that period of time, with Olaf on the roster, that's when they were, winning all those trophies, right? And that's when Flusher was doing some of his absolute best work.
And speaking of work, there are two teams that need to go to work now. We need to start to kind of shift our focus towards what's about to be happening right here. We're going to have our next quarterfinal. It's going to be that of Liquid taking on Natus Vincere, or Navi for short. And this one could pack a real punch, depending how these teams show up today.
Firepower-wise, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Liquid in this quarterfinal.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I kind of would have expected them to go straight to the semifinal, but
right.
they lost yesterday against G2.
That's right,
You know, some stellar counter-strikes. So we get to see Simple go toe-to-toe against Elise. I think that's a nice duel right there.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that the players have been arriving shortly, if not now. I'm just getting the word. So perhaps we got Frankie down there catching up with Liquid, I'm hearing.
Our second best of 3 series of the day is going to be Na'Vi versus Team Liquid. So I've got Twist with me. We're practicing the player walk that he's going to be doing with his team later on today. But first of all, have you been watching the match that's going on at the moment, Twist?
Not really. I didn't really pay attention to the first map. All of us were mentally getting ready, working out, usual preparation. And yeah, I think we're just really focused on Na'Vi.
Do you ever try to watch the matches that the other teams are taking part in while you've got some off time?
Of course, like afterwards, it's like better to watch. But if there's more productive things that you could be doing instead of watching some other team play another team, then may as well be doing that.
So let's talk about Na'Vi then. Have you been doing your homework?
Yeah, we studied them highly. I think we all know what the maps are going to be. I'm pretty sure they probably know what the maps are going to be too, and it should be a good match.
What the map's going to be? Are you not allowed to tell me?
I'm not leaking it here.
Okay.
What happened first?
Okay then, so in terms of Na'Vi then, they do bring a full force. They have one of the best duos in the game in Electronic and Simple. You guys as a fivesome, incredibly strong, but what are you going to do to make sure that everyone is firing on all cylinders, because that's surely going to be a win condition?
Yeah, obviously yesterday we were pretty flat. I think we can all agree that before going to the match, we just weren't mentally in it. Kind of felt like we were down for no reason. And yeah, today we did everything together, worked out together. So I think we're definitely feeling it. And to be fair, I think we're one of the best trios in the game. John, I, and Keith. And yeah, I feel like that trio is way better than a duo.
But Elite and Naf, they're quite quiet players. Normally it's Stewie who's getting everyone hyped. The other day you were doing it as well. Are we going to see all 5 members of Liquid screaming themselves into a frenzy on the server?
Unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. That's not like natural for some of the guys, but Stu and I will be yelling.
I love feisty Twist. Okay, well, we'll see you take on Na'Vi later. Good luck, and thanks for speaking to me. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the stage, Twist.
Frankie says we're going to be hearing and talking about that later. We're going to be watching that later. And, well, I think it's getting closer and closer to that time. So I think we start this party off the right way and figure out where we're going to be partying. That's always a very pertinent.
I know where we're not going. We're not going to see Vertigo. We're not going to see Train. That's it.
And that's that. That's all you got to say about that.
That's all I got to say.
We're probably going to see Dust 2. Right? We're probably going to see
Navi's going to
Mirage.
pick that again?
Well, it seems to be one of their go-tos, right? If they can't pick into Train, they're probably just going to lean towards Dust 2. Feels like Liquid have been wanting to pick into Mirage a little bit more.
Sure.
Inferno's also up in the mix there. The first 2 maps are going to be one of 2 of those 3, right?
Sure.
It's either going to be Dust 2, Inferno, or Mirage in any given order, right? And then most likely one of those is the decider.
Speaking of orders, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to sit in suspense and figure this out after the break. That's right, I got you. I did you dirty. I said a curveball, right? I told you.
God damn.
Anyway, we're going to be going to a quick break. We come back, we've got those Vetos. We've also got Liquid and Na'Vi getting set up, getting ready, and we're going to be jumping in that quarterfinal here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020.
back with the second part of the quiz break. We've got 2 more questions for you guys at home to answer, and the producers, who I think we're going to start to hate, have told us we have a yummy challenge, Parla.
Ah, James, the fabled prize boost challenge practiced for millennia by humankind. It's going to be an honour for us to take part, and we will do everything within our power to boost those prizes and get you some extra special ones.
Now let's get to more of the questions.
Hiko's Inhuman Reactions highlight from ESL 1 Cologne 2014 is an absolute classic, but what skin was he using on his P2000? Imperial Dragon, Ocean Foam, or Core Tessera? I love skins, James, but I can't remember, man.
I don't care about skins, so I've got no idea what he was using, mate.
Yeah, let's move on.
It's time for us to help you guys at home win big.
I'm ready. Nothing is too big or hard for me, James.
I don't want to know what's big and hard, but I do know that it's going to take us 30 seconds that we have to try and complete this in, but we both must do it, so we've got to work together, mate.
Let's go. All right, James, we've got to find a sheep's testicle to give to our audience. Sheep's not a large animal, so try to find one that feels like yours.
Well, that's really hung.
I don't know, man.
We just need to make a decision before the clock runs down. So, like, if we get to, like, 5-10 seconds left, let's just fucking get on it and pull out this ball.
Hey, if we win this, we'll be the goats. Okay. It's actually quite hard to get in. Oh, dude, this is hard, man. Oh, well, don't pick something that's hard.
Yeah, obviously.
Sheep's testicle. Unless it's a frozen testicle. Dude, there's all sorts of...
Yeah, what the fuck? I've got like a lemon or something.
Dude, I think I've got one in my right hand. I'm not so certain about my left hand. I'm certain this is a testicle. Like a big... Oh, wait, there's another contender.
Hey, I've got lemons. I don't think I've got...
Time, 5 seconds. I've got this in my right hand.
Yeah, you do it.
We got it! Go on, kiss it, James. Kiss the testicle! Great stuff, man. And we'll take the winnings, buddy.
Oh, yes. All right, Parla, let's get into the next question.
Why did Device create headlines after the prize ceremony at the Starladder Berlin Major 2019? Did he fall from the podium? Did he break the trophy? Or did he drop his pants on stage? We'll be back with the final questions very shortly.
And we will also have a new kamikaze challenge for you guys at home that will hopefully boost your prize pool if me and Parla can pull it off.
Where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops. spin it, spin it, spin it, until the day the world stops spinning. They're looking at us in audience, keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this, yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control, yeah, truth be told, we know it, it's just the way we live, we own it.
Well, well, well. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. Now we are ready to set the pace, set the tone, and the stage for what is our second quarterfinal of the day, the last best of three of the day even. We're going to have Liquid taking on Navi right here in this beautiful studio, alongside of some of my friends. I do have Chad and Jacob here. Guys, this one I'm pretty excited for a lot of different reasons.
I'm excited too. I'm really, really excited. As I said before, I didn't think Liquid was going to be in this quarterfinal. I expected a little bit more of them coming out of that bracket as well. I would have thought they would be able to beat G2. They weren't. Kudos to G2. But now they find themselves against a Navi who I don't really know what to think about them, right? Sometimes you think and you look at them and they look pretty good, and sometimes you think it's just Simple and Electronic looking good. You know, is it a good team, Chad, or is it just Simple and Electronic who are good players?
It's early days. That's what it is,
We
right?
can't keep saying that.
There we go.
No, we can keep saying that because Perfecto just joined before Ice Challenge. It hasn't even been more than, what, a month and a half that these guys have had this roster. So
But
yes,
he's doing work.
we're definitely going to keep saying that, right? Navi, as a team, had, unfortunately, a Guardian who came in and decided he didn't want to be good, right? That's what happened. So now we have a team with all young players. There's no, elder statesmen. We actually have a team of all young players. Now, I am very critical of their approach to the game on the T sides. It's very just heavy on their two biggest weapons, Electronic and Simple. That right there, I'll agree with that sentiment. But if they can actually add to this over time, this will look like a team that can be the best in the world. Unfortunately, I don't know if they're ready for that yet. Liquid is a team who have already been going through these woes now for the better part of a year, right? So Liquid should be the favorite in this one just based off their history together. And you have to look at the fact that Liquid came into this, and I was expecting them to be woeful. Actually, I was expecting them to really struggle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought what I saw from them at Blast was so underwhelming.
Yeah, that was pretty flat, I'm not going to lie. Now, we talked about curveballs, we talked about, expectations, and now we expect to see the vetoes, which you guys have already pretty much talked about it, but again, we actually do need to see the results.
If we're right.
Yeah,
we're not going to see Train, we're not going to see Vertigo, and you predicted that Navi would pick Dust 2?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, I think it's probably going to be the Dust 2, because where else can they go? They're not going to pick Nuke.
Inferno is a possibility, but you're right.
There we go.
Okay.
E2.
And Mirage. So then it's probably going to be Inferno for the third. Like,
Overpass, maybe?
Liquid get to decide here.
Yeah.
They get to be...
Both teams would like to play Overpass, It's probably going to be Inferno, but...
Yeah, Navi
smells like an Inferno.
Navi beat FaZe on Overpass as the third.
Yeah.
Right? They looked...
Nope. No Inferno, boys.
Okay.
Wow.
So we'll be Overpass.
Okay, cool. So we've got it. We've got Dust 2, we've got Mirage, and then we're going Overpass. So simply put, just from the very top, how's this one looking from a top-down sort of perspective?
Looks like a good matchup, Let's be completely honest. I think Dust 2...
Nice,
but I think, Dust 2 is a map that... I've been very critical towards Navi. Why do they keep picking it? I don't think Navi is a good Dust 2 team. I think they're somewhat decent, and obviously you also got to think that whoever they play in this tournament is a top-tier opponent, right? It's some of the best teams in the world, so I can imagine why they're struggling a little bit, but it's not a map that I have high confidence in terms of Navi picking it against opponents, especially not against Team Liquid. So I think this could be a 2-0 for Liquid, just judging by the maps. That being said, though, when you look towards the map that Liquid picked, Mirage, it's the same case here. I think Navi is a very, profitable team on Mirage, and they can definitely do well. So I don't see this one, necessarily being set in stone. I think both teams have a decent chance of stealing each other's map pick.
But you said that Liquid could win it.
They could?
So you're telling me,
Oh.
just pack it up. You know what? Pack the whole thing up right now.
They're on Astralis' side of the bracket, right? These two teams. So whoever wins this one has to face the tallest task, the
This should be
defending
the easy
champions.
matchup, right?
Right. Wow. I think this match is going to be super stressful. And this is because of the individuals in the server. I think Blade did an interview with HLTV saying that the biggest issue with the guys from Liquid is their overconfidence.
Sure.
Right? But look, I can understand his sentiment there, but that's, you know, that's what his team has. The same thing. He just has individuals who want to go and take fights and take duels. The same thing for Liquid.
Chad, I want you to go take a fight right now.
Oh, okay.
I want you to go take a long walk.
Oh, you want me to fight with Henry?
Nah, we'll get into that another time. That's a totally different segment that maybe even for social media later.
Okay.
But I'm thinking we get you over there to Telestrator and we get this one going.
All right, so we know Dust 2's first, ladies and gentlemen. I've got you some clips that we've pre-done here, made by the lovely Rushley. Now, here's one against FaZe Clan with Liquid, and I want to talk about their assertive pistol rounds on the CT side. They love to go aggressive, so they boost up Cat. They've got Nitro in mid here. He's going to throw some flashes over mid, and they're going to go for fights. These guys from Liquid do this on a lot of maps. They do aggressive plays on Inferno. They push down middle on their CT side. And look here. So this kind of round, they're playing off these flashes from Nitro, and they're slowing down this fast Cat take. So this kind of a round right here, I like to see it. This is actually aided by some utility, whereas most of the stuff that Liquid are doing tends to be just aim-based. This time round, they want to mix it up a little bit. But what I also have for you guys is a Na'Vi Dust 2 take. We actually featured this one earlier in the show. So it's just a standard Cat execute. But what I want to talk through here is Electronic as an entry frag. It's something that we really spoke a lot about in the earlier stages, but he hasn't come on through necessarily in yesterday's matches in the same way as we were expecting. But here, we see this execute, we see him grab that opening kill, and he pushes through the smoke and gets 2 more. So he's a man to look out for in this one. We'll actually be able to see the execute from the first-person positions here. And as it goes forward, let me just jump on through. This should be Electronic's POV. So he dives on in through the smoke. He's a little bit trigger-happy, shoots his teammate right there, but grabs 3 huge openings. This is something that is a strength of Na'Vi's, and that's the reason that Blade & Co. tend to use Simple and Electronic as their main weapon trace. That's makes sense, right?
It does make sense. Jacob, does it make sense?
It makes sense, of course. Electronic, as you said, haven't really had the best tournament so far. Right now, Boomage is actually rated above him in terms of rating. And that goes to speak that Boomage have had a pretty good showing as well. So Electronic, he's definitely a weapon, right? Let's be honest. He's one of the best CT-sided players as well when you look towards Inferno, for example, sitting in pit. He's great at holding angles, but the fact that he's also good at being aggressive and being an entry fragger is something that's unique to me. So definitely Electronic is a big weapon, but again, when you look towards Na'Vi, you always think to yourself, Simple is on that team, so you never really know what to expect.
Yeah, you can never really fully discount it. Now, Chad, you brought up the fact that Liquid have kind of tapered off almost. I think that is a pretty fair way of putting it. We actually do have that opportunity to kind of recap where Team Liquid has been, what they've done since they won that Intel Grand Slam. Let's take a look.
The year started off super well with us with the win at iBuyPower Masters. Beating Astralis in the finals there was like, hey, like this roster is going to be insane. Last year at Katowice, we didn't get as deep as we wanted to, but after that, we really ramped up and just started taking everything by storm. I think it's harder to stay #1 than it is to just get it for a little bit, just because everyone's gunning for you, everyone's watching you, and just to keep that high level of CS for so long is really hard. Once you lose one event, you might start like thinking about your strategies differently and not have that confidence that you previously had when you were winning. It's definitely super hard. I don't think the team ever lost confidence in the team's ability to win events. I mean, yeah, we weren't winning every single event back to back, but you really can't expect that. I think it comes down to the team's expectations and like, hey guys, we're still playing really great. We have the 5 that was previously winning the rest of the year, so like we have the formula, we know what we need to do. We just need to play some good CS. Just the level of competition in CS right now is so high that like any given Sunday, like a team can beat us. So I think it came down to just other teams playing good CS and us just not playing like incredibly well. Astralis definitely had our number in the second half of the year. They planned very well versus us. You know, they don't have respect for you in the server. They're gonna do whatever they need to win, and they're not scared to do it. They're pretty good at reading us, but next time, here.
Liquid has been to hell and back. It does seem that they have seen just about everything that you could possibly see, but also you have to think about this in terms of Liquid have found success, and then what does a lineup do after it finds success? I think that's what the real mark of champions is.
Sure. I find it interesting he said that they haven't lost confidence at any point. I really don't believe that. At some point, you got to have lost confidence. When you go from being the absolute best team in the world who's just steamrolling basically everyone, even Astralis at that time. You go on to be a team that couldn't even, I wouldn't even say they're a top 5 team at a certain point, right? Which is kind of ridiculous to say out loud, but that's the case. So I know as a player that when you go from that high to that low, you are going to lose confidence, you know, at some level. Maybe they never lost confidence in the lineup, maybe they never lost confidence that they could get back, and I think we're starting to see signs that they are getting back, but in that period, surely they lost confidence.
They definitely did lose confidence in that period of time, and I got a stat from our stats guy, Mr. Essio, sitting there in production. He told me that there was 222 days since Liquid won their last trophy.
Ouch.
They're on a massive drought right now. Yeah. They are really, look, not hot water, because where do you want to be? Do you want to be a top 5 Counter-Strike team in the world? Do you want to be a top 3 Counter-Strike team in the world? Or do you want to be the best Counter-Strike team in the world, right? Well, if you want to be the best Counter-Strike team in the world, then maybe changes have to happen if they're unable to walk away with trophies in the early stages of 2020, right? That's when you have to start considering that, because 222 days, that's a long time to go without lifting a trophy for this kind of a caliber team. And you heard Twist before, Naf, Twist, and Elige. That is a very potent trio of individuals.
Yeah. Very potent. You also think about what exactly would they do in terms of changes? How do they approach that sort of readjustment? I mean, it's not as simple as just hot swapping and plug and playing another player. And even if they were to bring in another player, what are the options even at that point?
That's a very good question.
Speculation, of course.
Speculation. Like, who would you even remove from that lineup? Some people may say you want to remove Stu 2K based on the stats. I think he's a very integral player to this lineup. He's the entry fragger. He creates a lot of space. And also in terms of outside of the game, right, he's the guy giving them a moral boost when they're playing. He's the guy being loud, and the rest of the team is, you know, they're not saying as much when they're playing. So I think he's a very important player to that lineup. I don't know who I wanted to remove. Maybe if Nefly is not performing, you know, at a high level.
Whoa. Okay, let's get that on the record. Make sure you all make your
I'm just saying that when you look at that trio, if you want to be the best team in the world, that trio got to perform. And right now, I see Twist performing, I see Elise performing, I don't see Nef performing.
Okay. We've got the numbers here from at least Katowice 2020, right? This Masters Championship. And, well, these numbers are what they are, guys. Let's just kind of put that out there in the open.
Yeah, look, so far, Team Liquid, to get to this point, right, they lost to G2 to drop down within the quarters. They qualified for the playoffs relatively easily. It didn't feel like a huge struggle for these guys. Whereas Na'Vi, on the other side of things, they really had to battle, right? Na'Vi had to really slog to get to this point. They had to go through that lower bracket, whereas for Liquid, it hasn't been that same case. They haven't been fighting for their tournament life, whereas right now, that pressure gets turned on. So maybe we do see a change in the caliber of play from these guys, like we saw from Flusher from Fnatic, for example.
Like, I want to see this Liquid boiling over. That's exactly what I want to see. I mean, this is a team that has that sort of firepower.
You don't want them to evaporate?
No, well, I guess eventually that does kind of happen, but
eventually.
That's pretty sad, actually, now that I think about it. Thanks, Chad. Nonetheless, I would love to see Liquid back on top. I'd more than love to see them hoisting this NA flag and just carrying it all the way to the finish line again. But what it takes to get them there is the biggest question mark that I think everyone's asking right now.
Well, for me, the biggest thing that changed for Liquid from when they had Zeus and Taco to their transition to having a Dren and Stu was the difference. Obviously, they won the Intel Grand Slam with the Dren and Stu, right? So you have to put that, you have to remember that. But they went from being a team who I thought had some cool, innovative ideas to a team who just feels like they still have strategy, they still have tactics. Those things still exist, but it's more around their individuals now. The focus is more on those star players.
I think I get what you're saying, but I don't agree with the perception that Liquid is a lineup that just runs around and kill people.
No, I don't think that either.
I think they found the perfect balance between, you know, enabling your individuals to perform at a very high level while also having something to fall back on so they could actually win games where they weren't on fire. If you look towards EG, the counterparts in the American scene, they have, you know, almost the same amount of skill, I would say, when they're on fire, but they don't have anything to fall back on. So Liquid in that period, they found the perfect balance between enabling your individuals to play at a very high level consistently, but also have enough stretch to fall back on and enough structure to fall back on. So I think that was very impressive what Liquid did, and, you know, a team like EG should probably look up towards those guys.
Probably, and especially when you think about how close that arms race is over there in at least the North American continent and how just volatile it can turn.
Well, you was thinking, you know, you were saying what changes would you make? Now, if you want to have North America's wet dream, what you do is you'd get Ethan and you get Breeze, and you'd add them in place of Stu and Nitro, and then just so North America loves it even more, you make Sean Gares coach. You just make Sean coach, right?
Make him do it.
Make Sean coach.
Sean, you're coaching the damn team.
You don't even question him. You say, Sean, you're coaching this team. Could you imagine having those 5 individuals on one team?
That would be pretty wild.
That is just like, you just like opening the doors to the zoo and letting animals stampede around town, right? Because those boys right there, those 5 names, they couldn't even fit in the server together or anything. That would be wild.
It wouldn't work.
It wouldn't work, but imagine.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of, obviously, speculation. Let's just say it one more time. This is not real. This is all just sort of our little, think tanks going off over here.
Her sources.
We talked about Liquid. We're talking a little bit about Navi, too, in terms of Perfecto coming in. And it kind of goes along the same lines of the conversation of, when you bring in a new player, there's a lot of things you have to consider, a lot of aspects to that. And I'm pretty sure you guys have been in rosters with changes that have happened while you were there.
Well, we heard Blaze say yesterday in an interview that they wanted to give him 3, 4, maybe even 5, 6 months in order to.
That seems like a lot.
Time. That's a lot of time. I don't really buy that.
A lot of paychecks.
3.
You give him 3?
I'll give him 3.
Okay, 3 is a lot to me as well, because I think he's coming in fresh. He's coming into a team that has been playing together. The core of the lineup has been playing together for quite some time. They know what they're doing. They have Blade as a coach. He knows what he's doing. The big question mark when it comes to Navi, and you want to. Basically, you said it. You want them to be the best team in the world, or at least up there. It's still the in-game leader in Boom. Is he good enough to lead a team with Electronic and Simple? Does he have the character to do so? As an individual player, I think he's great. I think he has the level to be up there. But is he good enough of a leader? Is he a Glaive type? Is he LXCB, for example? Can he lead by example? I don't think I've seen it yet, but I would like to see it.
It looks like you're very passionate about this, too, and I actually do like that. I'm very passionate about learning about Perfecto. In fact, he's the newest member of Navi, and we're going to talk about him right now.
The main criteria why we picked Perfecto is his skill. We were looking for young and talented guys in CS. We realized that we must pick up a player who have no experience, and we need to wait until he will evolve. So we anticipated his mistakes because we knew it's impossible to find such an experienced guy in CS. But we also know that he will be a really good player in future, so he has a lot of potential. And I think his character and his mindset is proper for our game style. He needs some time, like 3, 4, maybe 6 months, and he will play in a comfortable sense because our tempo and the way how we communicate, I think he fits really well in our game model. We had only 5 days before Katowice to practice, and of course it's not enough to feel confident and to build everything you want to build in your team, but we thought that these changes will look much more better and have much more prospect than the older lineup. In London we showed up really well and it was a good result for us, but we are not like in some illusion, and we know that we need to show this skill, we need to show this passion and attitude during matches until we build our good shape. So of course we want to win this tournament, but we know that we're still 1-2 months away from our good shape.
Well, a lot of eyes there on Navi, and rightfully so. They are making adjustments and trying to figure it all out, trying to make it all work, and hell, it's gotten them this far.
Yeah, look, the fact that they have made it this far by just adding Perfecto in this quickly, and it doesn't even feel like they've added that many strats, or they have that much structure, really. Like, it does look like when you watch it, it's individuals going out and finding kills. The fact that they even made it to the playoffs, that's pretty impressive. I would have to say, against a FaZe who looked really tidy, right? I think the way that FaZe approached a lot of their games, they looked great compared to the FaZe of old. If Navi can grab that model and start adding in things that FaZe have done within the last couple of months, then I think they can be unstoppable.
They could be. They absolutely could be. We're going to have to keep our eyes and ears to the street right there on that one. For the time being, speaking of the streets, these Green Street hooligans are going to be taking over the ramparts right now. We're ready to kick it over to our commentators. They've certainly got something to say about this quarterfinal.
Yeah, we do actually, Trace. We've got lots of things to say. We're going to be hanging out here at the Vodafone View, and it's quite intimidating. Are you going to be doing this the whole time? No? Okay, cool. All right, well, yes, we are here. Myself, Machine, joined by Henry G.
Hi there. How's it
Hello,
going?
where are we looking? Those guys over there. Yes, we're here to talk about the Vodafone View, where we compare 2 players, one from either side. And I don't think they'll have to think too hard, Henry, to guess who we've selected.
I'm going to have to think a little bit.
Yeah? Yeah, well, okay, I'll go first. Maybe you think about this one.
Go for it.
Yes, I have the name Simple at the top of my head, and I think there's a very good reason for that. If you take a look at his stats, obviously speaks for himself, and anyone that's watched competitive Counter-Strike over the last 6 months to 12 months really will have heard the word Simple and then a superlative of their choice. He's my man. I'm keeping my eyes on him coming in.
It's a good man to have, to be honest with you. It's not bad, but I've got my boy Twist there. Sure, he hasn't had the best few months recently. 2019, the end of it, it wasn't looking amazing, but there's a resurgence going on, Alex. It's looking like Team Liquid stock is going up, especially with Twist as well. His performance hasn't been show-stopping in this tournament, but it's getting much better, and I feel like they're going to peak into this tournament. Twist is going to show us what he's made of. Simple, I'm not sure. I haven't seen the best from him. Those 8 kills on Nuke the other day. Remember that kind of streaky performance he's showing? I'm not saying he's had a bad tournament by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying there's a chance he's been dropping off, and we'll see what can happen there.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is totally fair. But the coolest stat I saw just at a glance at his stats page is that his rating's going up versus
that is a good one.
top 5 opposition.
I did see that too. I didn't want. I was hoping that wouldn't come up. To be honest with you, I was like,
so it's like top 10, 1.2.
Hopefully, Alex didn't look into that one. But yeah, that is true. He does seem to do very well against the teams that he absolutely should be beating.
Yeah,
that's going to be quite a scary prospect. Jokes aside, do you feel like Na'Vi have what it takes to take down Team Liquid? Considering what the boys said on the desk, this is a new team essentially with Perfecto joining. Their T sides do look pretty weak, in my opinion. It's their CT sides that have got great lockdowns. Na'Vi, could they take down Liquid here?
I truly believe that they have all the tools, but it is going to, once again, as the desk is saying, it's going to come down to having Electronic and Simple being as sharp as they can. We're going to head over back to the desk now, though. That's enough from us. We'll be shouting and screaming about the game.
We are going to be lots of shouting and screaming.
A whole lot of shouting and screaming. Sometimes it may seem a little overbearing, but it's all completely necessary, especially in terms of the matchups that we have on hand, gentlemen.
I just want to continue here for a second on some of the stat lines. With Simple, for example, out of the top 8 players in the tournament right now who are still left, you've got Nexa, Hunter, Magus, Device, Amanet, Kenny, Zipex. They're from the 2 teams in the semifinals. Then it's Zywoo. Then it's Simple. So Simple, out of all the teams that we have here in all the players we have in the quarterfinals, is the highest rated player to be at this stage of the tournament.
And weirdly enough, if you look back at the stats, I mean, over the past 3 months per HLTV.org, it is certainly the Simple versus Liquid show. It's just purely one way. Let me put it that way.
He loves some revenge. Now, he used to play with Elige and Nitro and you.
I was just about. He didn't play with me. I kind of replaced him.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Didn't work out as I wanted to, but yeah, Simple's a good player.
That's a totally different topic, and certainly everyone wants to hear about that. The one thing I want to hear right now is the war drums. I want to get these teams on stage to get this quarterfinal started.
I think that we just have a lot of things that are getting solved. We have a lot of problems that we had after Blast that we had a boot camp, solved a lot of them. I think that we're playing a lot more solid now.
It's always tough to play against FaZe. Always tough to play against them. It means a lot for me and for my team. I don't remember the last time when we went in the playoff for big event, especially with a new, fresh roster. We finally destroyed this curse against Liquid, maybe in some best of 1. It's gonna be a fun game against them. I think they'll prepare good.
Na'Vi is just playing really good right now ever since they came into this new year. All of them look like brand new players since the year started when they added Perfecto. Boomich is having some crazy stuff too. I think he's actually a really innovative player. So I think that all of them are just having really high highs right now.
We believe more in win. We are more hungry. We just see our goals and we just follow them and believe to each other. We just playing from our hearts all the time.
It's more like the pillars of Counter-Strike tournaments. You got Katowice, you got Cologne, and then any of the majors. And this year, since it got amped up with the prize pool, I think it just means even more for us to try to win it.
Time for our second quarterfinal here at the Intel Extreme Grandmasters in Katowice, and what is a really intimidating atmosphere. We've had our first quarterfinal. It was the brawl we expected it to be. Overtimes, one-taps, deagle rounds, anti-ecos, and we expect the same for this second quarterfinal. The prize is one step closer to the trophy in front of me, the lion's share of the prize, and in the semi-final, they'll be taking on Astralis. But which teams are going to go head-to-head? First off, let's introduce a team. They are a legend of Counter-Strike. They contain possibly, arguably, the best player in the world. That is Na'Vi.
Natus, Vincere, Na'Vi for short, and they are here with a vengeance.
Yeah, this team right here, if you haven't heard of Simple, if you haven't heard of Electronic, then you haven't been watching Counter-Strike. These are two of the most deadly names that we have in Counter-Strike at the moment. Blade behind them.
Certainly is. And joining them on the stage will be that of Team Liquid. Nitro, Elige, Twist, Naf, and of course, Stewie 2K.
They used to be the best in the world. In 2019, they broke records. They played better than anyone would ever have expected out of them. They've been in kind of a slump as of late, but they're trying to fight back. They have eyes on the prize, and they definitely want to reach one more of those trophies. Chad said it before. It's been a while since they won a tournament. This could be it.
Yes, this could be it. All eyes on Team Liquid here to bounce back from their shortcomings in the past. And this is certainly part of that stepping stone. Is it going to be a boulder they're going to have to jump on top of? That is the question on everyone's mind right now.
Yeah, it should be much more comfortable for Liquid, right? Just knowing the history of these guys as a roster, that's where they should have the one-up over Na'Vi.
Certainly is. We're going to go ahead and kick it down to OJ Borge, who's on the stage.
Thank you very much, Trace. It really is an intimidating atmosphere down here. We've seen the players walk out, that everyone means business. We call you a legend of the game. You are now at legendary status. How do you feel you're playing at Katowice this year? How is your game?
I think our game as a team is much better than from previous old rosters, and just feel more confident with our own game, you know.
What's brought that confidence? Is it the new members? Is it Perfecto, a guy who was trying to qualify for tournaments 12 months ago? Now he's joined your team. He seems to be that missing piece.
Yeah, just because of him and because of our preparation and recent results.
And how do you feel personally? I mean, because a lot of times people talk about this team and they talk about you and you being the focal point of it. Do you still feel that?
I just want to beat Liquid once in best of 3 in my life for 3 years, so that's the most important for me right now.
Have they become a bogey team for you?
Not a bogey team, but still, they're really good.
Well, that's what he calls it. He's not calling you a bogey team, he's calling you just a good team. Have you enjoyed playing them over the years?
Yeah, it's been fun winning for sure.
Your end of 2019 wasn't as good as the most part of 2019. 2020 seems to be starting to go a lot better. Do you feel the team's starting to get back together, getting back to that level?
Yeah, we had a great boot camp coming into the tournament, so we're feeling like energized and ready to play for sure.
You are now at a level where people expect trophies. The fact I heard earlier on the stat, 222 days since you lifted something. Do you feel every single one of those days?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was great winning, but we need to get back to it for now.
Okay, all right then. The match is about to happen. Would you like to say anything to your opponent?
No, not really.
Not really? Okay, there's no hype. Do you want to say anything back?
No, just enjoy.
All right then, everyone's friendly. Let's shake hands. Let's get this second quarterfinal underway. It's Na'Vi taking on Liquid. Get your snacks ready, get your drinks in. Let's get it on.
Two teams hot in pursuit here on this ESL Pro Tour. Katowice is going to be a good starting point for them. Both these teams wanting to hoist this trophy, and they're making pretty good cases for it, I think.
I'm ready to release the madness. Let's be honest. We have so many skilled players on the server. You have Simple, Electronic, you look towards Twist, Nafly, Elise for that matter. All of these players have been in the conversation to be some of the best in the world. And I think, you know, having them on one server going toe-to-toe against each other, that's going to be fun. Let's not forget the fact that Simple used to play with a lot of these guys, as you said before. There's definitely some internal revenge going on right here. And I'm sure Simple would love to give it to Liquid right now.
Yeah, you guys have probably heard me say this a million times before, but with the Liquid guys, for a lot of it, it's not the issues I have with them in the server, it's the issues I have with them out of the server.
Right.
So I want people to keep their eyes on the out-of-camera shots, right, when they're reacting, what we're seeing from these guys, because unfortunately for this team, you know, there's only one individual who brings the hype, and that's Stewie 2K. He's going to need to do that again. He's going to need to lift this team, because as we've spoken about, him as a he's won a major before, right? Well, let's not forget about that. I know you love that one there, Trace. But he seems to be the emotional leader in this team. Now, it's not to say the other guys have no emotions. They're robots. It's that they just express it differently. You need to get fired up in matches like this. You have to obviously stay calm and poised, but you need to go in there with a hunger to get that victory on the board.
And, you know, just observing from the outside, and kind of to expand on what you're saying here, Chad, is the fact that when you see the body language and you see the motions they're going through, that's going to be the tall tale sign. You got to look out for those things, and that's really kind of an awesome addition to having player cams and having the privilege to be able to see these things.
It's always fun to follow the body language of some of these players. And let's not forget that when Liquid were winning everything, it was all smiles, it was all hyped up. I'm not sure I buy it. It's only Stewie 2K. I think Twist is up there as well when it comes to yelling, when it comes to pumping in energy. He does it in a different way, and I think Stewie 2K is probably the best in the world at what he does. But we need to see that energy. We need to see the confidence. We need to see the smile on the faces of the Liquid players back to where they were at their best. Because as you said, I think mentally, Liquid may not be the strongest team out there, but when they're feeling it, when they're feeling confident, and when they're on the A-game, I don't think many teams out there can compete against them.
I'm looking at Team Liquid like they're a music artist, right? They're putting out records, they're making hits, they're doing this, that, and the other. But at some point, it slows down a little bit, right? They got to go back to the think tank. They got to go back in the studio and start to get it done.
Maybe they're one-hit wonders.
Maybe. At least that one hit was a grand slam.
Yeah, look, that's not a bad hit, that's for sure. So let's see what goes down with this one here, because I like seeing Stewie picking up that T-side at AWP. This is one of the maps where he takes over the AWPing privileges. Now, if he's having a game where he's feeling it and he's going for a lot of those aggressive plays, he could catch the Na'Vi individuals off guard. But this is going to be a game all about heads-up Counter-Strike. Because of the potency of the individuals on either side, it is just going to be a game about who has the bigger balls.
And speaking of heads-up Counter-Strike, Electronic on Dust 2, we've seen him. You had a clip, you showed it just before, how good he is at entry fracking, especially on the T side. He's going to go toe-to-toe against U2K. He's going to go toe-to-toe against some of the best individuals on the server. If Electronic is having a great game, he could be the difference maker. I know we constantly talk about Simple, potentially the best player in the world, but I think when Simple and Electronic is showing up on the server at the same time, you can throw out all the stretch, you can show out all that kind of stuff. They can win a game single-handedly. So if we can see that here, we have a game on our hands.
Well, singling things out will be this first map. Dust 2, guys, where's it going?
Well, look, I'm going to go with Na'Vi. I'm on the hype train.
I'm going to go with Liquid 100%.
I absolutely love the house divided here. Not normally am I about that life, but here we are today, and I'm completely okay with it. Elige is looking jacked. I'm going to say it now, and I'm ready to jack this one up just another notch. We're ready to jump into the server. This best of 3, a quarterfinal even. It's going to see Dust 2. It's going to see Mirage and perhaps Overpass should these teams take it there. For the time being, I'm going to take it over to our commentators who are ready to get it going. Henry G and Machine.
Thank you so very much. Yes, an honor to be covering Na'Vi versus Liquid. To hear Simple on that stage say, I just want to beat them in a best of 3 once. Yes, history favors Liquid, and one team will step into Astralis in the semi-finals tomorrow. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Henry G. Hank, you feeling good?
I'm feeling excellent, Alex. Thank you so much for asking, and things are about to get a whole lot better. It's Team Liquid versus Na'Vi. We're kicking things off with a bang as well. Dust 2. This one is going to deliver. Let's get into the action. Na'Vi starting on the T side here. We've got 2 P250s and some flashbangs on Elige. He wants a bit of blood at the very start of the round. He's pushing up towards middle, and he is going to be greeted by a few terrorists on the other side. He gets taken down, but Twist will respond. This is an absolute bloodbath as Twist will retreat.
He manages to get away, but Simple actually catching a bullet in the meantime. Electronics farming frags. 3 quick ones from the lower tons, and Stewie, he won't be allowed to get round the corner. Electronic makes it a quad kill, and Na'Vi make quite the opening statement.
They really, really do. There it is, Liquid trying to force the issue there towards the top of middle. A couple of players pushing towards the barrel position, but Na'Vi were ready and waiting. We see 4 kills from Electronic. The boys just pointed out on the desk as well on Dust 2. He is an absolute beast. Watch out for those big numbers coming in from him as he goes straight in for the Krieg. And we're going to see Team Liquid answer back with the CZs and Desert Eagles here. Nap with the Scout. It's a very prevalent weapon here on Dust 2, especially towards this middle position. Look out for the tags, possibly some headshots here from Naf, as we do have one player getting ready to cross over towards our position. Flashed off now for fullback and back up towards B. Good nade from short. You can see those CZs now trying to get in position, using the smoke to focus on lower B potentially.
Boomich looking to lead by example as he tucks himself in towards the Xbox. Does have a boatload of utility. Every single grenade he could desire. And Team Liquid, they know they've got to try and find an early frag. That's the flash and swing. Nothing found.
Here we go. 2 tags coming in, just softening them up. That's all Naf has to do here. Most damage done towards Boomich. He's at 60. Electronic slightly tagged as well as 75. They start to make their way up towards shore. That's where the bomb is as well. Smoke's starting to be deployed here. Now, will they commit straight away? They don't have much else behind this. Just 1 smoke remaining, now 0. Both have been dropped, so you would assume they will go off this, but is it a bit of a ruse? They're going to fall back and actually go towards middle, and it might be the correct call. We'll see. The Desert Eagle ready and waiting. It's Elige with 2.
He's got a Krieg as well, Henry. That could be problematic. And Simple did get sprayed down. Elige, Deeg, through the door, and it finds his 3rd. It's all been Elige in this one. And this force bite from Liquid, it looked like it was going to fall flat, but Elige has got other plans. Looks for the quad, finished by Twists. And a straight equalizer, feeling hot and frisky. Electronic with a quad kill in the opening, and now Elige bites back with one of his own.
Yeah, it really does set the tone. This is going to be an epic matchup here, and what great play that was from Elige. Not so much from Na'Vi. We said on the couch earlier, their T sides have been lackluster at this tournament. I feel like there's some of the synergy is off, especially if they lose opening picks. And this was not fantastic. We've kind of noticed throughout this tournament, you want to be Molotov in those closed doors positions because the CTs on the other side, especially with pistols, can be a real nuisance. I would have preferred them to So you drop those smokes, commit off it, and challenge a scout or a pistol towards the A site, overthinking those sort of scenarios potentially. But either way, we do not have the full investment from Na'Vi here. They go for Desert Eagles. They didn't get the plant in the previous round, so they're going to have to make do with just a pistol and nothing else here. Liquid managing to recover a Krieg, AK-47. A couple of CT weaponry thrown in there as well. We're going to have the M4 and the FAMAS. Stewie TK sticking on that scout. Giving up a lot of ground to the terrorists, though. Allowing them to get up towards short, which is absolutely fine. They have no utility to actually avert the eyes of Stewie 2K. They can't get his scope off the catwalk position. So if they do commit, they're in a lot of trouble.
Just going to be intermittently poking his head up, and there's the information, missed shot from Simple.
So they'll go for a run boost here, but he's going to surely hit a couple of these now. Fires off some shots, and you can see Elite doing more and more damage as Stewie 2K. He's got a bit of a shooting gallery. You can see what I mean by this. He's missed 3 or 4 shots so far, and there's still no real pressure towards his direction. Still, great sequence for him, 3 kills in total, but without that utility, Alex, you're never really going to break through in that sort of manner.
Dust 2 being the first map, I think it's worth giving everybody tuning in at home a bit of a history lesson. Dust 2 crops up every single time these teams play, and it is always close. 16-14, we saw Na'Vi edge it out at Blast Pro Series Copenhagen last year. We also saw Dust 2 go 16-12, in fact, overtime, 19-22. I mean, every single time you can expect these two teams to go right down to the wire. This round, however, does look like it could be a quick one. Molotov might not be respected by Na'Vi and just charging in. Health bars flashing red already. Nitro does wait out the flash, and him and his teammate Elijah just mowing them down. No issues. One does fall just before the round is secured, but all good in the Liquid hood.
Well, there we have it. Na'Vi opting for the straight-up B rush there. That was another eco, just Desert Eagles, and I think a couple of flashes. That was about it. B rush with nothing much more than that isn't going to yield amazing results, especially with those Desert Eagles. But either way, the money's starting to stabilize now. They do not have enough of the AWP. NAF does, and Liquid starting to look very sharp right now. We're going to do this first gun round. Number 5, as he'll actually be challenging towards T-Spawn potentially. He does jump over to see if there's any information available. Throws the flash, trying to delay them up towards short. Doesn't look like there'll be anything too quick coming in from Na'Vi at the start of the round at least. Perfecto holding towards upper B for aggression. Boomich and Electronic start to make their campaign up towards short. It's Elige watching it for now. He still has all of his grenades. You can see a lot of this tournament holding angles, is waiting for a bit of presence. Drop the incendiary, and Boomich will have to respect it.
Yeah, I mean, throughout our last few days casting here in Katowice, we've just seen the power of utility as well. People are winning rounds without necessarily needing to fire more than one person's bullets. It's all about the timing, and Na'Vi, they are not the world's best at keeping their eye on that clock. We talk about their T-sides. They have multiple times in one map ran out of time.
Yeah, I totally agree. That their CT sides, especially yesterday on Inferno, look fantastic. The synergy's there. They're flashing each other in. It looks like the crossfires are really efficient as well. It's the T sides and the mid-round calls I really struggle with here. If they lose a player early on, they seem like they can crumble very quickly. But we'll see whether this first gun round will yield the results they're looking for. Remember, up against some lesser weaponry here, we still got a scout, a FAMAS out there, but Twist, the player to look out for, is to be baited in by Stewie here, who misses the initial shot, but he has taken the aggro. Will this be enough?
Boomich was considering it, but he didn't check the deep corner, and now Stewie realizes he has to take some contact. That may not be enough, because Elige, he's created a wall for himself. He's managed to make something out of nothing. Missed shots, pressure from Gandalf. Simple up long as well. They're doing damage, but nobody's dropping. Liquid should be taking the site here. Naf's already scarpering to the site. Nitro perhaps just hoping to upgrade his weapon on the way out.
Yeah, it looks like that's all they can do there. Decent effort from Liquid, but the Scout and Deagle combo not really working out for Stewie 2K there. Twist with a bit of a freebie, as you mentioned, as Boomich checking towards that blue bin, one of the most overlooked positions in CSGO. So it's fair enough that he wanted to check that one first. It's the 50-50 gamble for him. Didn't work out, but the trades came through. That's all about spacing, making sure that you get good comms, work out exactly where he is, and the fact they took down that early kill towards long in the form of Stewie, managed to take Twist as well. Alicia's in a lot of trouble. I like the fact he dropped that smoke, though. That was a nice idea, but there was just too much pressure from all angles, even with the Krieg. He's the specialist with the weapon. It doesn't work out for him. That's quite a clean round from Na'Vi, but bear in mind, as we mentioned, that was with the Scout and the FAMAS out there. Wasn't necessarily a full buy from Liquid, and the fact they're saving 2 weapons now, they're going to have absolutely everything they need. Lead with AK, he can drop a secondary AWP if they want to. We know almost every team likes to run a double AWP set up on Dust 2.
Yeah, and you can justify it so easily when you just see the power and the long angles on the map. You can just look at the overview, and you can understand why AWPs are so sought after on the defense. Liquid Something that Chad brought up on the desk and we'll continue to check in with is just seeing their body language. It's not so much in the server he's concerned about, it's outside of it. Both teams, to be fair, have had their attitude issues in the past. Now it's time to see who can keep a cool head in an intense best-of-3 for a spot in the semi-finals here at IEM Katowice. Stewie does upgrade his scout from the round before. This time, he's got the Zoom banger.
Yeah, nice work from Stewie here, knowing that the Xbox smoke is thrown pretty much at the start of every round. Just trying to see if he can get anything going towards that drop-down position. It's simple. He doesn't see it coming. A great shot from Stewie 2K. That double AWP setup. It's out in full force at this point, and an early lead for Team Liquid.
A huge catch. And a big scout. Simple, forced to watch the 4 remaining Na'Vi members work this one out. Boomich is the one to be pulling the strings.
And remember, we did say, if Na'Vi lose these early picks, especially if the likes of Simple goes down, they start to fall apart. You can see that clock running down. They look like they're not really that assertive. We'll see whether they can actually recover the situation at this point. Stewie 2K looking for a second. Spots a couple of players towards short. HE grenade should do a lot of damage here, which it does. Wow, that's not bad at all, but so's a shot from Electronic. They've actually got a bit of an advantage here, making their way up towards the A side. Only one player remaining there. It's going to be Twist right down towards the bottom of long. Only got the M4. He needs to back up from his teammates before he can do anything about this.
Yeah, we will see the bomb go down courtesy of Perfecto. Na'Vi, this site is theirs. Liquid to contest. And having a quick take of stock, some flashbangs. Their very best bet, but for now, the floor laden with flame. Twists could be the curveball they need. First flash flies. Perfecto is towards Gandalf, but it's going to be the first fight. Clean onto Flamey, and Twist finds the second. It's all onto Perfecto. He hasn't had a single frag, and he gets hit. How is he only on 10 HP? A jumping shot, perhaps. Twists does finish it off, ties it all up, and we will see the lead extended by Liquid.
Excellent work there from Twist. We said he had to be patient, and you can see why. Needed a bit of aggro taken away from his teammates there. Makes his way up and manages to hit 2 stunning shots there towards the bomb side. The M4 delivers. This is where it all started, though. Stewie 2K pushing off towards shore, using the Xbox smoke against them. And Twist, he's just getting warmed up here, Alex. That's all we want to see from this young man. Incredibly talented as they go up 4-2. Plenty of money left on Na'Vi, though, however. Simple bring out his AWP. And he's got a decent long spawn, so is Electronic. So Dust 2, the way it plays out these days, if you get that good spawn, you're normally taking it. They're committing all 5 players to here as well. Remember, we've seen him play Dust 2 already. There were so many rounds, they would just send 5 players up, fully commit towards the bomb site. It's very strange Counter-Strike. You don't see many teams run this over and over again, but it works for Na'Vi. They seem to get on the bomb site and hit their shots, and that's really what it's all about.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen other teams flounder with the same strategy. Yeah. It really does not work unless you have the Na'Vi components.
So what I should say is what I mentioned the other day. And you can see towards the B tunnels, no one there, no one towards middle. You've got about 15 to 30 seconds at this point before the CTs will start pushing around the map, finding information and rotating. So you do need to commit off this and pull the trigger pretty quickly. If you want to fall back towards middle, you have no idea. Have they pushed towards C spawn? Have they tucked themselves in middle or lower B? And here's the response from Liquid. They've seen this all before. They're trying to get that information now. It's exactly what I was talking about.
And getting that information as a pack. Stewie and Elige will pair up for a short aggression. Going to have a little bit of a look through middle, courtesy of the flashbang. But it does mean that they're completely unmanned on A. Na'Vi will not get the early fights they're hoping to find.
Well, they've confirmed it's an A attack now, and now he can see them falling back, dropping the incendiaries, buying some time, and repositioning.
Crawling, and that nade looks fantastic, right into the crotch of Flamey, down to 44. Twist's already finding 1, but Boomich keeps things level. Still no bomb plant, 30 seconds. Keep your eye on that clock, because there's still 4 members of Liquid ready to contest. Only 1 incendiary. Naf could throw that towards the site, bit too late now, though. Won't see that stopping the bomb, but could be powerful for the retake. Ticking away. Regrouping towards CT. Stewie will be trying to catch 1, and he does. Flamey's gone down, and now just Perfecto and Simple. He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple. No, Simple. That's unbelievable. What in his name? Number 1 in the game. He's done it again.
You better start calling him Sasha the Smasher. This is unbelievable. The AWP, we know he's got it in him. I didn't think that round would be possible, though. That is just unprecedented. Look at him go. The first shot, you think, fine, okay, he'll get a couple there potentially. This is the moment it all turns around. The quick scope, even the no-scope there, will take down Elige, and Stewie 2K gets his mind blown along with the rest of us as 4 kills come in for Simple. And now we get into round number 8. The money has been absolutely destroyed. As we get into it, it's going to be another opening chance there for Simple. This time doesn't connect. That kill not as important as the previous 4.
I think he can have 10 seconds, get the adrenaline down, stop his hands. What am I saying? He's got completely cool, calm, collected. Another day in the office for Simple, but my hands are shaking. For now, Liquid having to piece this one back together. Just going to be pistols. Kevlar vest for Twist. I'm still shaken. What the hell was that? We talked about mental fortitude. Well, there's their first test. Liquid, you need to reset, forget, and get ready for round 8.
All right, then. Well, that's wrestled a few cages. Liquid, that was a locked-in round, but that's the power of Simple. We'll be talking about that round for years to come, let me tell you. As we'll see Perfecto to start to mow them down now. This is looking very convincing from Na'Vi. Stewie 2K, nothing can be done towards short. Twist will pull one back with the Desert Eagle, but that's probably all he can do here. They know exactly where he is. An opportunity to find Electronic. It would have to be a great shot, though. He's certainly capable of landing them. At this point, Electronic is toying with him a little bit, down to 14 HP. The backup's coming in. Outside of B, looks like Twist's days are numbered here. Might be able to get one kill. Grenade thrown in, and down he goes. It is going to be 4-4. That wasn't the full investment, though, from Team Liquid. They still have cash going to this next round. But remember, the boys pointed out on the desk, they're an emotional team. They need to pick themselves up, get back into this. Sometimes those rounds happen. You have to be prepared for it against Simple. He has that sort of power.
Yeah, I mean, that's that star power. It's just they're feeling the opponent's version of it, you know? That's on the receiving end of the star power that Na'Vi have in their ranks. And Na'Vi, you know, they talked about it on the desk. They had this slump in form, of course, and Guardian unable to deliver. Now Perfecto, could he be the final ingredient to start lifting trophies for the yellow and black jersey? Boomich straight out on long. Blood drawn. Naf does get sent away, and already you do see a bit of a change up of pace. One already set up on short. Boomich tucked in on the pit, and another body dropped. Stewie caught through the doors.
It's a very fast approach towards A here, dropping down towards spawn. A lack of respect from Electronic. He's enjoying himself out there. They're hitting the shots. They've got the A bomb side. Just need to get the C4 over here. There is a slight gap. Nitro does pull one from T-spawn. That was Boomich who was holding the long doors, but bomb should be planted momentarily. Still a 3-on-2, not impossible, but it looks like they're giving up. Liquid have realized this round is a little too far out of their grasp. They have no kits here. Money is in a pretty woeful position. This is where Na'Vi start to really look themselves at this point. They're really carrying the momentum forward. Their long spawns are working out for them. They're getting the bomb down consistently, and they're winning 1-on-4s.
Yes, they are. And we'll see how many rounds they can rack up off the back of that. This will be the third. Obviously, the second off the back of it. 3 in total, to be specific. Ooh, he's actually catching a glimpse of the ankles. It's a very... Ooh, maybe gets one. There we are. Flamey will fall. And so Elige collecting his second, but more importantly, maintaining that AWPing presence. They'll be throwing that over to Stewie or Naf, depending on who's got a tingle in the dingle for it. Looks like it will be Stu. So round 10 of our first map. Second quarterfinal here in Katowice.
What a quarterfinal is, Alex.
We're only nine rounds in.
Oh my God. Round 10. Liquid need to pick themselves up, dust themselves off. We've got Stewie 2K with the AWP. The AK saved as well, but they will not be fully investing here. Remember, this is still okay. We noticed it's been more of a T-sided affair at Katowice recently, and we'll see whether they can start to stabilize at this point. Anyway, boost towards middle. Actually looks very promising here for Nitro. Oh, he falls off. No! Oh, no! Things are not working out for Liquid in the last few rounds here. That was a freebie by the looks of things. He drops off, and that's the kill, not landing in their favor, but Twist has given them the man advantage.
What's the response? They'll be boosting Stewie into the site. He'll be able to hold that long line. Twist, if he continues this extension, he just walks into the flamey crosshair, and now they go. Stewie does catch him on the jiggle. That's Simple gone. A crucial component removed, but Perfecto still stands, and he's going for the double. Balls of Steel takes the fight and changes the whole game. Instead of going long, they're starting to scarp. Bomb on the back of Flamey. He's got loads of time, and it looks like he's going for the safe cross, but Stewie, he's... Oh, wait, he's going to crouch. Watch him look at the floor. Everyone does it. Everyone does it. Oh, it's a hard shot. Misses, and they've worked it out. They know where he's off to.
Great awareness from Stewie. He certainly can clutch these rounds as well, but this position looks like it might thwart him. It's going to be Stewie 2K going down. Brilliant round there from Perfecto. 3 kills in total. He seems to be getting better and better, this kid, as Na'Vi pulled the round back. Remember, it wasn't a full investment there from Liquid. They saved the AWP, the AK-47. They make it a very competitive round, but Perfecto just steals it away from them. Lovely work this, Krieg. ducking and weaving, and then a very, very intelligent position here. Stewie has no real reason to check that one. Why would you? You assume they're making their way towards B after spotting that player in T-spawn.
Yeah, no fault of Stewie at that point. It's just Perfecto playing so damn well. The fact he goes for the second frag wins them that round. Simple was on long, Stewie had an AWP. It was all shaping up to be a very difficult round for Na'Vi, but Perfecto digs them out of that ditch and secures the 6th. Full buy now, though, so Liquid fans can really peek their eyes towards the screens now. If you want to see a Liquid victory, this is one of their best shots in a while.
Round 11. And what's the adjustment here? We don't have the double AWP set up for the North Americans. Stewie 2K taking AWP towards the A bomb site here. 3 players to prop up the long position at the very start. There's no long take here, though. More of a default mentality from Na'Vi. Boomage Electronic waiting towards those mid doors. No presence towards middle. That has been an issue for a lot of teams recently. Shorty will be clear as well. Stewie 2K will be watching towards the long doors for now. He'll have to fall back to the car position eventually. Good shots from Mirage, but only minimal damage inflicted.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of wood those doors are made out of, but I've never seen wood like that before.
Sturdy British oak, it looks like.
Okay, that makes sense. Conkers occasionally. Mix them in, makes them extra strong.
Well, Stewie knows they need a bit of intel here. You can see they've got a distinct lack of grenades overall. Couple of incendiaries left, couple of smokes, but only 1 kit. Needing an advantage here, and Twist is looking to find it. Does he commit? Does he push towards the long doors? Flamey seems to think he might do, and Boomich is down in spawn again. We've seen him do this a few times to great effect. Are they aware of it? Stewie doesn't seem to be. He's still watching towards short.
How interesting. This could be something that Na'Vi has considered a counter to the AWP hold on that short cross. Now aggressive. Oh, Perfecto pulling out his nades. You hate to see it, but it could have been stabilized by Flamey. Instead, it's Electronic, but at what cost? 99 damage inflicted, and Twist has got the bomb. Boomich does get caught. They know where he is now, but biding his time in CT did pay off. Bomb loose, you could have a chance to retrieve it, but into the crosshairs of Twist, he could be walking. Spray's not there. Oh! Boomich hits the shot.
That's unreal.
6 HP between the 2 remaining. 12 seconds. He's charging towards the A site. Nitro has the M4. But look at Electronic's position. He's opted for the safer of the 2.
That was insane. Twist is going to be kicking himself there. He played it to perfection, holding the bomb, waiting for him to commit towards Xbox. He sprays at the M4, and somehow the 180 from Boomich comes through. He will go down eventually. 1-on-1 now, and speaking of 1, that's exactly the amount of health Electronic has, but he is towards the pit, and it's an absolutely awful plan for that position. He's just going to have to watch the ramp and hope for the best there. Needs a challenge, takes Nitro down to 11. Incendiary, that could be enough. Does it land in the pit? It doesn't. Electronic makes it work, but it's Boomich that saves a round. That was incredible. Twists. He had it on a plate. It was done. The round was over. They were low, and he couldn't connect the dots there. And that's a couple of situations now, Alex, where it's just fallen apart at the very last moment on locked-in rounds.
You get to see it from Boomich's POV, I hope. Yeah, look at this reaction shot. He's piecing it together. The tracer fire's there. He sets it, and Twist just strafes into the aim.
That's demoralizing.
Cool
the
as
whole
a
team.
cucumber, man. Boomich doesn't even blink. Straight out long this time. They have stacked CTs there, though. There's 4 of them there. Make it 3 as Boomich spraying wildly into the smoke. Khalid's using that smoke to his advantage, hoping Stewie can draw their fire and attention towards the pit. Mollies, bullets, everything being thrown towards those that remain. Tagging. No fragging. Missed shot from Elige. Stewie's gone as well. Should be Na'Vi's round at that point. Just Nitro with his unarmored CZ75. And Na'Vi, it has been a ridiculous correlation between a simple 1 versus 4 and a slew of rounds. What is that going to make it now in a row? This is going to be the 6th now. Just running away with it.
Yeah, when they get going, Na'Vi, it's difficult to stop them. Nitro will be towards T-spawn right now. We're going to see whether he can actually do anything with this. It's a 5-on-1. Not really sure what I can build up around this sort of narrative, but he'll just be discussing his team. You can see him chatting at least. That's the most important thing. If you look in the picture-in-picture there, he's talking to the teammates. They're talking about the next round. They do have money going forward, and of course, the maximum loss bonus. So that's going to be $3,400 on top of around $2,500 right now. Expect to see that double AWP setup come out again. They need to start getting their mojo back here. They need to maybe start presenting some Stewie 2K aggression, maybe get some kills going early on. Nitro removed as expected. That's Na'Vi winning the half at this point, 8-4. here in the quarterfinals.
I've been digging through the stat sheet, Henry, and I've got quite a crazy one for you.
Go for it.
On Dust 2, Simple's clutch win percentage is 90.9%.
That's not bad.
10-1 coming into this.
I normally go for 95% myself, but 90 that's pretty good.
I mean, in comparison to his other maps, everything else sits around 50, 58, 63, 50%. But Dust 2, in 11 clutches, he won 10 of them.
Right, well, you've seen the power he's got already. If that's anything to go by, yeah, I think he's pretty well versed in the clutch department on this map. And there's the double orb setup, though. Nitro and Stewie this time. They have one of them towards the B windows, patrolling towards middle. We know that's been a main focal point for a lot of teams, just pushing through the AWP. Simple showing us how he can do that as well on the T side. Hasn't really been displaying it so far in this particular matchup. Towards short they go again. Stu 2K currently set on 9 frags, 9 deaths. Bomb down towards top of middle. Another default round here from Na'Vi.
The sound of distant gunfire is all Liquid have to go on at this point in time. Now some utility is released. It's Boomich's smoke trying to get the CTs a little hot under the collar, but there's nothing behind it. Smoke at the mouth of the tunnels. Typically, you execute through that. You can see the responses rather tucking into the site. So Na'Vi, they've thrown utility A, B, and they end up middle. At least the majority. Seems like 3 are starting to use these smokes to sneak. They're going contact through mid B. This doesn't normally happen.
There's an AWP waiting on the other side, but it's not in a great position. If a flashbang comes through, this could be disastrous. It's Boomich, though, fully committing. So much action going down here. That's Twist towards the long doors. Nitro, if he hits one of these, he should be able to save the day. Lovely work. Win Simple, and that should be enough. He finishes things off. He'll manage to get 3 kills in total towards the end of that round. Much better from Team Liquid. They break the streak after losing 6 in a row. It will be 8-5 now. Good adjustment, getting the AWP towards the window. That means that middle was actually fully covered, and I really thought Na'Vi could have done more with that. They've actually snuck all the way out to B, undetected. No one was really watching it, and Boomich ran through the doors. And at that point, that's when the spacing kind of fell apart for them. They didn't really know whether to go in after that, throw some utility, win 1 by 1. Nitro just deals with them, no problem at all.
Yeah.
It's long take.
Serious contrast between the two. And how long he gets, Perfecto tucked in on that blue bin, but it is going to be a rather passive hold for now from Team Liquid. Xbox Smoke enables him to go unchecked towards short, and they'll do so loudly, so it's not a secret for Liquid, but pulling out his nades and caught out. Response is a whole lot of incendiaries, and Elige manages to finish off that dink onto Electronic, so a double kill gives the lead back to the North American squad. These are crucial rounds now towards the closing stages of our first half. T-side Dust 2. Can't be surprised. I am, however, that Stewie's gone down. Elige as well.
Yeah, that was strange from Stewie. That's the kind of shot you would expect him to absolutely nail, right? Looked a little bit slow on that one. It was an awkward angle for sure, but in terms of that scenario, it felt like he had it. Either way, 3-on-2. Naf and Nitro here on the retake. They've got an incendiary, both coming in from spawn. Got to deal with Simple first, though. He doesn't miss many, but there's a couple of bullets that don't quite connect.
Just staring at the floor. Drawing attention, drawing the clock, and it looks like Liquid are giving up. Or at least tucking in towards CT. That frag not going to change things for Nitro and Naf. Maybe they are. Communication is still bombs half gone. There's no reason not to give it a go. A boost perhaps. Checking Gandalf and exposed. It's enough for Simple. He knows where the last man is as well. Nitro trying for the jump shot. He's low HP. It could pay off. And Simple, what is this? Ballsy. He knows there's no time. And that will be another for Na'Vi.
Trying to recover a Krieg before he goes. It's pretty smart from Nitro, but that's another round. It felt like they had the edge there. It all falls apart due to the individual greatness of Na'Vi. Those one-on-one duels, that's where they really thrive. They've got an insane amount of talent within this roster. Same story for Liquid, but you can see it's not really connecting at the same level Na'Vi is right now, and it's going to be the final round of this first half. And it's 9-5 overall. Money's pretty broken. They've got scouts, FAMAS's, MP9s. That saved Krieg. If that's enough to save the day, we will see, because Nitro ran back to pick that up, upgraded from the M4. He's got to deal with 5 of them on the T side, to be fair, so we'll see what he can do.
I just got flashbacks to Simple trying to knife Nitro on this map. Stewie full blind and caught before he can tuck into pit. Twist with only a FAMAS and he's full flash. This is a massacre.
Look at the flash assist as well. There was like 6 or 7 flashes thrown over at that point. There was no chance then to get towards the pit, let alone find some kills. And once more, Na'Vi have all 5 towards long. They've got 2 opening picks. Should be no way they can lose this round, especially what they're up against here. 1 kit, 1 flash, 1 smoke, that's about it. What's the response here from the North Americans?
Maybe, just maybe that saved Krieg on Nitro could give them something. But yeah, hitting the pause button on this Na'Vi T side. You can see 4 just lingering towards long. They have the control. They fought hard for it. 2 quick frags. And so now they wait, knowing that the clock still plentiful. Flash from Nitro. Could be perfectly timed. No one's playing anti-flash right now. Catches them all. Molly towards the site. What's his reaction? He wants to aggress. He wants the line of sight, but they're all going to peek him at the same time. One, surely not a multi-kill, found immediately after. Liege on somewhat of a flank. He's going to have to be precise. Electronic is so crispy today. That's his triple. Not much you can do with a Scout 1v4 now on a retake, I'll be honest.
He'll give it his best shot. That's all he can do at this point. Lovely headshot there, but it is going to be 10-5 overall. Na'Vi have turned up the play. We weren't sure if we were going to see a show-stopping performance from Simple today either, but he has silenced his critics and shown us how powerful he can be on this particular map. Liquid slowing right down. They're going to have to pick up the pieces. We're going to come back in this second half. We'll take a very, very quick break and be back with that very shortly.
It was a
We return with Na'Vi versus Liquid. Our first half favors Na'Vi by a considerable margin. They found double digits out of the gate, and Simple, a big part of it. Sasha the Smasher, as he called him, Hank, he smashed, and they have just got 6 rounds to secure their map pick.
Yeah, it's all looking very good, but they're by no means safe at this point. Team Liquid, they've been here before. They've fought their way out of more difficult situations than this one. We'll get into this pistol round and see what they can make of it. They know they're capable of pulling this one back. We've got 2 smokes, the Molotov there, a different approach from Na'Vi. There's no upgraded pistols as of yet. Ali's yet to invest, but I don't think he'll be picking up the P250. Time will tell, though, as we take a little bit of a pause here before we get into the action, and off we go. We are going to see 14 kills at a very tippity top for Team Liquid. That's going to be for Elige. The opening few rounds, unbelievable. That second round force buy, remember the Desert Eagle, 4 kills there. They were the ones looking like they were going to have the unbelievable moments going forward and just going to run away with this game. But a 1 versus 4 has led them here. They couldn't really get going at all after that.
Yeah, it really threw them through a loop. And this does look like a new... This was like a new page out of the Liquid strat book. Let's not forget, they opened up the roofs. B site can look different.
We haven't seen much of that. So for anyone who's not aware, you can now smoke through the skylights, these B tunnels towards the window and the door. Problem is, it's very telegraphed. So I don't think we'll see that, but it'll be interesting to see whether they've got anything up their sleeve. Here we go. Twist is going to be smoking, I'd assume, towards window, and the Molotov towards a platform here. They're going to commit this, and here we go. A lot of damage being done by Flamey, but here comes the throw.
Smoke towards the doors, and Stewie was anti-flash. It did catch Flamey, but he takes 1 before he goes down. Naf does not relent, but Electronic taps away at the first, keeping things level. And from behind, Simple to strike. That was the bomb carrier. Not going to be too much of a spanner in the works if they can find this frag now. Nitro's trying and dinking. Simple maybe kept honest for a moment longer. So much time, but they're in the sight.
Yes, they will try and get the bomb down at this point. Nitro is the bodyguard, and he's doing a very good job. At least the C4 now ticking. He knows he's got a dink towards Simple, and now converts it. 2 versus 1. This is down to Perfecto here. The new addition, he's had plenty of good clutches so far here, the tournament. Can he find yet another? 40 HP and a defuse kit available, but Liquid are playing this so well. I don't think there's an access point, and Elige confirms it there. That's the pistol round they needed. It didn't go to plan necessarily. They wanted to get the smoke down and have a clean entrance, but they had to fight back there. It was Nitro just patrolling towards tunnels, window and door, while his teammates are trying to get the bomb down, hitting the dinks and managing to buy enough space just to get the bomb planted, and then very good crossfires there to close things out.
Yeah, I don't know if they get that bomb down when they did. If Nitro doesn't land that dink, it kept Simple just cowering in the tunnels. He couldn't take the fight until his team were, engaging. Really threw them through. Ooh, early damage inflicted by Simple. He wants to try and find the second shot. He knows he's got 1 trap, but can crouch away. Safe and good moves from Elige. Deagle through the smoke brings Stewie down low. Good grief. We talk about these second round force buys and inflicting early damage with the scouts. Well, take a look. 1 minute 35 still on the clock, and Liquid's health is shaken.
It's such a difficult round in CSGO. At this level, trying to fend off scouts and pistol combos, it's such a nightmare. My heart bleeds for the players that have to go into these sort of situations. And Team Liquid taking a strat out of the Na'Vi playbook here, it seems, with 5 players out of the door. Simple, finally, knocked off his purge. He's at 46 HP, but still, he'll continue to look towards the pit, seeing if any heads will peek up. They're going to be flashing by the looks of things. And this is the same sort of thing we talked about before. They kind of had to commit towards long right now, especially against pistols. They are going to be probing the map. You know they're going to be trying to hunt for information here. So here comes the play. Another scout shot lands. That's Naf down to 10. This could fall apart very quickly for Liquid as they make their way towards the A side.
This is looking disastrous. Look at their health. They haven't even got up to the ramp. They're boosting over the smoke as well. Electronic, he's missing his shots. Who is this? Where is Electronic? Shots missed. A chance for Liquid. Into the site. Nitro is the healthy one. Not anymore. It's down to Twist, the only one whose heart's still beating functionally.
Well, this is where they can stabilize. The fact that Electronic doesn't connect that shot, they might even consider saving their weapons here, but they know they've done so much damage. We will see it, the 5-on-4. They know how much damage has been inflicted. Have they got a kit? They do not. And it's just got a single flashbang. I think there's going to flash over and go for it here. Looks like Boomage to lead the charge, but Nitro have a good position. The low HP players all trying to keep their distance.
Elige could not have a better weapon for this job. He can just tap away, no issue.
I like the idea. They know they're low at that point, but once the bomb's planted, I would have said to save the Deagles and armor. Like, it was a great effort. It's unfortunate it doesn't work out like that, but there was never any way about it. Like a smoke kit combo that was going to work out for them. But still, an impressive and exciting round. Should have had a lot more, I think, but overall, it's a convincing one for Team Liquid there. The headline reads they didn't drop a single player, regardless of the damage inflicted.
Yeah, the headline reads, that's a great way to summarize. A lot of damage done, but couldn't quite finish it off. But coming into round 18, We'll see if Team Liquid can continue to close this gap. They're bringing a whole lot of those Galils in. You said you were going to see more Galils, Henry. Well, there's 4 on the Liquid side right now.
Yeah, because it's just the perfect solution for these sort of rounds. When you know you're up against pistols and you don't want to give too much away, it's a nice cheap investment. You don't have to spend too much. You can get out in the second round, and it's very powerful indeed. We'll see whether this is going to work for them. I dare say it will. They're only up against a Deagle armor and 1 scout, and you've got 35 bullets in that Galil, and let's see whether they can find another clean one here. Should be absolutely fine. Smoke down towards Xbox. We've got Flamey just looking for anyone jumping up or crossing over. So now they know the scout towards Widow. That's the Molotov we were looking for in that second round when Elige got 4. That was to flash him out. We didn't see that at all from Na'Vi, but you'll see Liquid throw that pretty much every single round.
Yeah, and Na'Vi opted for a flashbang, but the issue is that corner, it's so deep, you can play anti-flash while still holding the line. You still get that info. Molly, much safer. The spray from Elige squandered. That's a big pickup. Krieg now on the battlefield. They're going to be looking to retrieve it, but at what cost? They're playing this so well. The individuals from Na'Vi are getting Liquid a little flustered. Smoke now to try and bail them out. They'll be able to jump onto Xbox unspotted. And starting to gather towards that short position. Flamey only has the scout. He is going to be the turret. Stewie's given the job to keep that flank under lock and key, and he's in a prime position to do this. Oh, the timing could punish him. No, perfect. That's Electronic gone. And speaking of perfect, Perfecto has got himself a rifle. No armor, but Stewie may not be expecting this. Has to be precise, missing the first, and now he can work with that information. They have the sight and likely the round.
Yeah, looking good for Liquid here. Stewie 2K reeling it in. He may go down here, but he's aware of the possibility of the push towards long, and there should be no problem. But what a shot that is from Simple. We can save a Krieg and that Galil. It's not a nice, that's a nice little bundle taken to that next round. That's absolutely fine. But Liquid will be winning this one, and Simple starts to retreat towards T-spawn. His teammate Perfecto looking for some exit kills here. Like the Galil's fine, but they are going to be buying next round. So if he can find players hunting for him, he's willing to challenge them. The Krieg's a lot more valuable. You want to go stash that away.
Sash to stash.
Exactly.
And Naf on your screens. He was picking up that secondary AWP on the CT side, but he's been rather quiet ever since. 6 frags. He's had somewhat of a drought. Quarterfinalist at IEM Katowice 2019, and a year has passed. Looking to do one better, if not even more. See that shot. This is how you lost the Krieg early. Just a real nice shot. Admittedly, Elige did start to commit to that spray a little too much, perhaps. Could have just tapped away. But 8-10 the scoreline. It's round 19 of the first map here. This was Na'Vi's pick. And after a great 10-5 half on their T side, excuse me, it's Liquid's turn to do the same. Into the smoke, Elige's bullets connect.
That's lovely from Elige there. Preemptive shot towards the corner. Electronic didn't see it coming. 4 bullets connected to chest, and down he goes. Dream start here for Liquid. They haven't committed absolutely everyone towards long. They can go back into a default here, wait for the reactive play, which Dust 2 is all about. If you lose real estate, especially something as prime as long, you're going to have to reclaim the upper B area. You push towards short. We can see Simple trying to get information now towards the short steps. Confirms that no one's there, trying to work out how he can sink his teeth into this round. Towards long, he'll focus. Players towards the pip. Stewie 2K with the AWP as well. And Simple waits for an opportunity.
This angle is designed to catch the AWPer to support the T push. Now the utility's being thrown. He's actually going to smoke on the site to play close. Still saying playing close. He's playing behind that molly. He's got as much cover as he could possibly hope for. Nitro wins out on that duel. He's expecting to see the boost, and now he's worked it out. That should mean the site's clear, and the bomb starts to go down, supported by Stewie. Not Elige. Flamey made sure of that.
3 on 3. Looking great for Liquid, though. This position towards the double doors. Perfecto doesn't check it. He's got no chance here. Pre-fire comes in. Naf with 2, though. That's the Galil in full force there, Alex. Don't down the potential of that weapon. It's very, very efficient in the right hands. 2 kills at close range in a full gun round here. Lovely work. And we're going to have Boomich retreat. We'll see whether he can do anything about this. Holding on to the Galil for now, though, and very well played from Liquid. It all started with the long take. Not full commitment, just using the good spawn. Elige gets the opening frag, waiting for the reactions there, and making things very uncomfortable. Applying pressure from short and long. Flashes coming through, Molotovs on the side. Simple, trying to create space for the smoky drop, but just nice shots coming through from Team Liquid as they're 1 round away from tying this one up. Boomich will save the Galil. Money's okay on the Na'Vi side. I think a timeout is required, which it is. A chance for Blade to bring his, quote, 2 pages of strategies. That's all he ever needs, apparently. Looks there's a few more there, if you ask me, but we'll see what he's got.
Yeah, I think that was per team he whips out the AA4. And so Liquid...
You should get a folder. Maybe you get it like laminated, perhaps. It looks like it's a little bit scrappy over there.
You're right. I mean, when your whole career involves pieces of paper, you'd probably invest in maybe a ring binder, get one of those fancy ones, get your name on it or something.
Yeah, some stickers as well.
Stickers.
That'll make it look nice. But he's just gone for the tatty paper, which is fine. I respect it. It's old school.
It is. I mean, isn't Blade? You know, it's perfect. Someone bring up that Shredder image.
Exactly.
It's not Shredder. That's the name of the bad guy. Who's the rat?
Splinter.
Splinter. Oosh. Round 20. Let's get into this bad boy and see if we are going to be seeing Stewie2K take this spawn. He's giving me the nod. He wants blood.
He's like, boys, I got the AWP, the best spawn you can get. If you jump over, it gives you like a couple of milliseconds quicker towards the long corner. You can see how quick he is towards that position. Surely they don't swing around now. Simple thinks better of it. He'll hold towards the car. Flash to go over from Boomich. Does he want to try and cross here? Get a challenge going. Either way, he's over. That's very well done.
And they even spotted Twist. Oh no, this round spirals so fast if Twist doesn't get out of here. He has to hit that shot. He doesn't.
What?
With an MP9, it looks like a sniper in his hands. And now 5 versus 3. 2 bodies dropped from their overcommitment on long.
That's ridiculous. The MP9 is one of my favorite guns. That's unreal. So 5 on 3. It's up to Perfecto now to hold them off. He knows they're coming towards middle. Good flashbang. He'll be able to buy himself some time here. He has got Flamey at the back with the secondary AWP, but he does miss the shot. Molotov's landing his position. That's going to flush him out. He'll burn to a Cinder. And now Perfecto with the Galil. Can he make it do the things that Naf was doing as well? But still, they hold on. Simple from the back. And it will be 3 to survive at that point with the double AWP setup. Great try from Liquid there, but unfortunately the B bomb site has been shut down.
It looked so good. Perfecto still, though, finding the multi-kills when he has to. This man is just unfazed. It's in Katowice quarterfinal and still shutting down Team Liquid. No slouch. Not at all.
Another
like,
CT timeout.
Is that a Na'Vi one? Back-to-back Na'Vi timeouts.
Do you think they watched our broadcast the other day and they're like, that Henry guy seems to be banging on the fact we don't call timeouts. This is the first time I've ever really seen them get stuck in. I think the quote was in the interviews, why don't you really do any interviews? And you do any timeouts during your games as well? Well, when Boomich forgets the strategy, that's when we need to bring Blade in. I was like, you're really approaching the coaching situation wrong there. He really is there to support you and bring new ideas.
He's not an online tutorial.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not a Wikipedia page.
It's like you really should be utilizing this guy's experience and the preparation he's done for you, and maybe the counter strat he's got in mind.
And for anyone that's just joined the broadcast out of curiosity or wanting to dig their teeth into Counter-Strike more, Blade, his story was of a team that couldn't do much throughout the year, but would spend the time leading up to the major with the preserved slot preparing and winning games, not necessarily through the raw skill. He didn't have the world's best players, but he could coordinate them in a way that it made it work. Now in the coaching position, he's got all the tools to make this one hurt. Simple does too, though. He's got his signature weapon, and he's already found one. A second into the wrists of Stewie2K. And just like that, 2 rounds in a row, they lose 2 frags in the opening 10 seconds.
On the big stage, Simple always seems to deliver. 2 brilliant shots head towards long. He doesn't miss a beat. 5 on 3. A few smokes remaining, and they'll limp back over towards the B side of the map here. Liquid, their best chance is to smoke in front of the B tunnels here. Try and bait out some utility, flash through. They no longer have a sniper available to them, but Flamey certainly does. He's waiting on the platform here. 1 kill and fall back. That's his only objective. We'll see if he can land the first shot. He does, but it's a clip towards Nitro. Decent grenade here. Liquid do have a chance, but Perfecto's there with the flashbang and M4 combo. Bomb goes down.
They've been held back. They can't commit off of it, and now they're just letting him peek the shot. Another one connects. Flamey still living. And Twist is catching nades and bullets, this time to the dome. 12 for Na'Vi secured. That is 2 timeouts and the first 2 rounds for Na'Vi. There's a real correlation starting to brew.
Real arguments to be made that the timeouts could be useful. That's something they've seemed to be picking up as the tournament goes on. This was brilliant from Simple. Like, Stewie2K has to be gutted at that one. Just wanted to get the Molotov out. Just wanted to flush him out. Just push him back. Didn't even want the kill. But didn't want to be anything to do with the
some
duel.
utility, man. Let me start my round.
And he gets taken out, shot in the wrist. And we'll see pretty much a full eco here. Objective, get the bomb down. So when you buy this sort of utility, 2 smokes, 4 flashes, you're just going to be trying to get the C4 plant to get the extra money going forward.
It's going to be similar smokes. Let's look at Naf's lineup.
This will be window and towards door. They'll flash over. From what I've heard, the flashes through the top of the skylights aren't great, so they'll be flashing through towards the bomb site and just trying to get a bomb down here. There is a chance with the AWP. Usually defending this B site, they could overwhelm it, but I think Perfecto's there right now, and he'll have the M4 on the platform. Flamey rotates into the back of the site, waiting for their cue, and here it comes.
Yeah, smoke's flying in. That should lock them out of the doors, but are they locked in with Perfecto? It does seem to be the case. Triple kill from Perfecto makes it the quad. Give him the ace, lads. Electronic's a thief. But we still see 13 on the board for Na'Vi. My goodness. Liquid, that's pretty much the last one they're going to give away for free. Closing in to that magic number. Na'Vi, 3 rounds on the trot, the first 3 on their defense, and this was just a nice and easy one for Perfecto. Building the confidence and padding the stats.
That's what you want, though. He hasn't been on the big stage many times here, Alex, and he wants to get warmed up and start feeling himself. Those sort of rounds, that's where he can really thrive. That's where he can start swelling in confidence and showing us what he's made of on this big stage, because he's had his moments here for sure. He hasn't been blowing us away in terms of stats, but the clutches he's been winning, the games he's been closing out, he certainly has been instrumental to their success. And so far, so good for him. Those 4 kills does take him up to 2nd place on the scoreboard of 15 and 11. We'll see Simple at the very top, though, of 18. Getting into that next round. There was a timeout called by Liquid this time. They've gone for the Galil, 3 AK-47s, a single Krieg in the hands of Stewie 2K. No sniper is the main note up against a double AWP setup of Na'Vi here.
Well, honestly, it feels like a quad AWP setup, considering the Kriegs they've managed to scavenge away as well.
That's
Electronic.
Very good point. 2 Kriegs and an AK.
That's brutal. There's few players that can take that fight. AK versus Krieg. Even Galil versus Krieg. That'll be a tough one for Nitro. Let's see how it transpires. Big round. Pins pulled. Nicely played from Simple to avoid and maintain his hold towards the doors. Short access for the 3 of them, but I'm keeping my eye on Nitro. It does look like this is going to be a bit of a bait and switch.
This is going to be the A execution with smokes, I'd imagine, then falling back to the B split. That with the bombs position right now, that makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, a sick little boost there for Simple.
Oh my goodness, it might pay off as well. Stewie's going to put his fist into the desk if he gets caught by this one. Nice smoke. Does force them to relocate, and now the bomb is starting to move as our team Liquid. Keep your eyes on the components of the defense. It's Perfecto and Flamey to hold. Same position as before. Will they fall for the same trick? Flamey, is he going aggressive ahead of the smoke perhaps? No, doesn't have a gap to exploit.
So they're going for the B execution again. They're lining up smokes in the tunnels, and they're going to be making their way through any second now. Flamey and Perfecto have been brilliant on this side of the map, and he knows it's coming. Flamey ready and waiting. Can he nail the first shot? He's completely blind, and down he goes.
Perfect flashbang. He couldn't contest. Perfecto has a chance, though. The bullets aren't quite there enough, and he does. Just one onto Nitro. Naf was brought low as well. Could make the retake a realistic goal. Boomich through T-spawn. Electronic and Simple gathering their resources towards CT, and now it's a decision. 3 kits, there's no issue there, just the single flashbang.
They have the money to justify it. It would be a great round to pick up. It would completely shut down Liquid if they can make this one work. But notoriously, one of the most difficult bomb sites in CSGO to retake. Once the bomb's down, especially in an even situation. They have a single flash to make this work. We're over the halfway mark now. Simple getting ready for the flash. Once it goes in, that's their cue, and I think they're thinking better of it. It wasn't going to work out for them. You'd be throwing away that T weaponry. 2 Kriegs and an AK. You can't buy that on the CT side. You might as well keep it and keep this nice lead you've got already.
Yeah, makes a whole lot of sense when you put it like that, and they'll be saving in the corner. Don't have to exit, fortunately. Otherwise, they'd have been caught by the crossfires set up. Boomich was lingering outside tunnels and already found one with it. Liquid bouncing back after the 3 on a trot from Na'Vi. And it ended on B. I think that's going to be something now that we'll see some mind games starting to show their head here on Dust 2. Will they, won't they? Maybe trying to catch and exploit some CTs pushing for info to solve that mystery earlier than last time.
Well, Liquid know more than anyone that the B bomb site has its vulnerabilities. We'll get into that later. The round's kicking off here. The Scout's connecting. Electronic and Flamey getting absolutely wrecked by the Scout there, but Twist will go down to the Krieg. That's Electronic from the bottom of middle, finding Twist there at the very start of the round. You don't see that too often. Boomich, though, ready and waiting once again to be challenged. Remember, he's got that AK-47 and pump out a lot of damage here. Will they check the same position? Apparently not. Look at it, spraying them down. It's the in-game leader of Na'Vi that goes absolutely wild. And that could be enough here. The money was broken after the couple of exit kills they found in the previous round. This will be a clean sweep, and this could be enough to close out the map.
Big from Boomich. Elige thrust into a 1 versus 5 to stave off the 14th for Na'Vi, map 1 of this quarterfinal. He's done some amazing things, but I think this one just impossible. He's going to walk into Simple's. Oh, he misses. And now Elise gets another chance. Another bite of the cherry. This time, Simple connects. And so, Na'Vi closing that gap again. 2 rounds before they can put the first under their belt.
Second stage loss bonus. You're 14-10 down. For those that are not aware, that means you get $1,900 into the next round from 0. Here's the replay of Boomich, and it's such an amazing sequence here. They're ready. They're coming in pre-firing him, and he's so cool under pressure there. Brilliant stuff. And surely the tactical timeout's going to be called their third. And this is pick your poison time. You either fully invest now, and you're going to try and bring the game back from the dead, or you allow them to get to 15, which is map point, and then you're going to try and get 5 in a row at that point on the T side. Like we said, it seems to be a T side, a momentum-based map right now. If they can do that, they can start to find some rounds in the following one. There is a world they can find 5. But giving up map point at this stage, it's such a bitter pill to swallow. And I think that's the way they're going. They've got from Desert Eagle, no armor. They've got a couple of smokes. Like, absolutely fine. It's ambitious, but we'll see what they can make of it, Alex.
Oh, okay, so playing for essentially overtime. Of course, going to try and get that bomb down. Of course, trying to win the round, but odds stacked against them. Looks like Simple wants to actually take a bit of an earlier fight this time. He's going to be rivaling them on short and get that first and full back. Spots the shadow and immediately thinks better of it. You can see his reaction. He knows he could get overwhelmed by those sidearms, and so instead, he falls back to a much more beneficial angle. He'll be flashing for Electronic once he has the contact. Flamey has the opportunity to lock them in here on short. So no issues for Na'Vi if the shots connect, and they certainly do for Electronic. They're all doing the flashbang dance, and ooh, Simple takes 2 swift headshots. That's mad. That's like he's warming up in aimbots. But this is a quarterfinal. 15-10. 1 round remains in this Na'Vi campaign.
This is the pick of Na'Vi. Guess we should bear that in mind.
Look at those.
Mirage coming up next, but Na'Vi look pretty decent on that map this tournament as well. Looking individually amazing at this stage. Could be the final round of the map. He took the eco to get them to this point. No bomb planted, but enough for 5 rifles, 2 of which are Kriegs. Stewie. That's in with death there at this point. Hoping to spot any CTs crossing over. Jumps down. Very default setup from the T's. Boosted in lower, looking towards a pusher short. And this boost we've seen time and time again. Made popular back in the day by Norwegians of America. Way back in the day on Dust 2.
Norwegians of America.
Yeah. It was also called a 4 Kings boost for the real old school guys out there.
Yeah, they had some good players on that roster.
They did.
Like Henry G, was it?
That was not the iconic 4 Kings roster, but he wasn't there at one point, yeah.
See what Stewie has up his sleeves. He's going to keep presenting, and just easy peasy. Does mean that they know 2 CTs are middle, though. They're going to try and piece this puzzle back together again, or punish them as they retreat, but instead it looks like Liquid are the ones to be punished. 4 versus 5, the advantage for Na'Vi, and already you can see Team Liquid, they have 0 map control. There is no info long. They don't know if there's a CT tucked in, aggressive on that. And with 40 seconds left, I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that this could be the last round of play here on Dust 2. To change my mind is Twists and Naf. They start to move towards long and have managed to at least clear out that close door. 28 though, Henry. There's AWPs in play. What are they going to do?
Double smoke crossover and hope for the best. Bit of pressure from short. It's not ideal. There's no real 6 strategy they can deploy here. They're going to try and show presence from short, make their way towards long, and it's actually working out. They have no idea.
How do they get away with it? 10 seconds. Where is that bomb? It's Twist and it's on the site. They've done it. Team Liquid, it looked...
No one is watching long.
Awkward.
That's just Na'Vi dropping the ball, I'm afraid. They've got a man advantage, and 1 player threw a Molotov from short, and 3 players started watching that position. They just forgot long was even a thing. Which is odd, but Liquid will take it all day long, trust me.
It doesn't feel like it should be the analysis, but unfortunately, that is the only explanation. Naf just can tap away at Simple. We were watching it from his POV.
Yeah.
He had no idea.
Yeah, just a lapse of concentration there, I think. Like the communication maybe a bit off. They assumed they had it covered, but everyone was getting ready to celebrate, close the game out. It felt that way. Opening pick. Time was absolutely still. Even after getting those amazing kills in the back, the bomb was on 6 seconds when it was going down. Suggests if they had been looking that the bomb wasn't even possible.
God, no. Gorgeous stage. Wow. First time I've got to see those flames on the screen.
Yeah.
And I love the wedge of VS in the center. You'll see that rise and fall in between the matches. Wow, I'm going to keep that in mind, what we just witnessed. Let's see that again from Naf. You can see nobody looking. Tap, tap, tap. He even catches a glimpse of the shoulder of... No, Electronic still hadn't started firing.
The Molotov makes things more awkward for them, but it doesn't justify why there's zero eyes towards long whatsoever. Right? Anyone from CD Spawn is face-checking it. Either way. We'll see the full buy come in on the CT side. AWP back down to Simple and have a chance to close things out, but we said they needed 5 in a row. This is a much stronger buy now. They have the open hands of Stewie or the grenades. Didn't have that before.
That's a very good point. Bolstered by a round stolen from Na'Vi. It's time to see if they can continue the spree. A flash and a Molotov invested to gain control of short. It's theirs. Naf trying to deal with Boomich, and Simple has connected onto Stewie. I'm not sure if that was the boost we saw earlier, but it did look like there was 2 players invested to take that fight.
Well, it's worked out for the initial kill, removing the sniper potential of Team Liquid. Alige, he edges out towards middle, watching towards the window right now, waiting for any mistakes to be made. He could just hold this van position out. It's a very powerful one, but the flashbang gets him, but he handles it well. Doesn't make any sound cues here, and Simple on the other side of the smoke. They're going to try and split towards B.
One shot connecting. No! Oh! You can't do that! Ridiculous! He's showboating. 2 versus 3. Make it 3 now. Alige securing it, and he's going to have to do it all, though. 19 seconds. Simple could very well have just done it and won the round. Boomich is holding the cross, and he secures it. 16-11 will be the Dust 2 scoreline. Na'Vi take their map pick.
Well, 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 Simple has turned up the play on the big stage. Some absolutely ridiculous, earth-shattering moments there from one of the world's best snipers. That was a crazy game of Counter-Strike. Bad scenes there for Liquid. They were running away with the game. It felt like it was theirs. They were comfortable. That 1v4 comes in, and they never seem to recover there, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, if we're pointing credit in one direction, it's definitely towards Na'Vi. My goodness, Simple pulled them up. And they built on it. Look at the start they had. Alige was doing ridiculous things, and then this happened. Watch it again, breathe it in. I don't need to say another word.
So they slipping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that wonder when I'm gonna peek at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us.
This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Darnish, why you sad? I said, I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face. follow me around. Okay, got too much up on my follow me around. Okay, bad face. Hey, follow me around. Okay, got too much up on my follow me around. Okay, bad face. Hey, follow me around. Okay, got too much up on my follow me around. Okay, bad face. Hey, follow me around. Okay, got too much up on my follow me around. Okay, bad face. Hey, follow me
The Spodek, an absolutely lit up occasion. This place is nothing short of beautiful, and so is the Counter-Strike that we're witnessing right here, right now in our quarterfinal. Navi taking on Team Liquid, and here with my friends on the desk, we're gonna break down how some of this stuff simply doesn't make sense.
It made sense to me.
Okay,
I said Navi were going to win, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to make. Nah, look. Look, here's what we want to do. Jacob, I want you to worship your God. Worship him. What? You're not worshiping him.
Okay.
He's right here, because
What
this
did he
guy's
do?
going to step up on his own map.
All right, hold up.
Nice,
We're going to
guys.
get through map.
Okay.
We're getting through map 1 first before we get to map 2.
All I'm saying is you need to get that smirk off your face. Because you're right, I'm going to admit to it. Navi played one hell of Dust 2.
There we
right
go.
here. I've been questioning throughout the entire tournament why they kept picking Dust 2. And let's be honest, the first few times they did it, it wasn't looking so good. Navi were looking a bit bleak. They weren't looking like a team that should pick it. The past 2 games they played against FaZe, and today they played some stellar Counter-Strike on Dust 2. And yeah, let's worship the God symbol. He's pretty good.
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
The individual performances right here, and obviously we're going to have to watch some highlights. You just know they're going to come down the pipe eventually. When we talk about this matchup, people are going to say, oh, simple, you know, the game changer, this, that, and the other. Look around the board. It seems like everybody has come to play today.
Yeah, for sure. With the stats line that up. But the reason that that simple round is so good is because once they won that round, they won 8 out of the remaining 9 rounds in that half. They won 6 on the trot from that point, right? So he inspired them there, and then they went on to be able to abuse long, like Henry was talking about, the same that they were doing previously. And that just forced Liquid to be playing behind the entire game. How do you stop this? If they're able to run out long, okay, well, we tried to play 3 long, use multiple. This is nuts, man. Like,
it's ridiculous.
They did this. Okay, Liquid against FaZe in London had a 1v4 against Cold Zero, and they all ran at him one at a time. This is a similar situation just here, right? Let's be honest. They didn't really run at it. Like, that third shot here was crazy, right? And you have to still land all those shots, but they didn't run at him in a way that they could have traded, because they all shouldn't be able to get away with multiple shots in that regard.
Keep eyeing angles. And
yeah, so Liquid held him a little bit, but Simple still has hit the shot, so it's sick, and that did change the scheme of this game.
It's pretty insane. And, you know, we're still trying to digest it. That happened, like, what, 2 halves ago almost. What we are going to do now is hear from the victors of that first map. We do have Navi on the line with Frankie.
I've got Blade with me, and first of all, Blade, we saw you playing a very similar T-side to the one you played against FaZe yesterday. Why didn't you need to twitch it up?
Well, we changed some little details, but overall we are really confident in our T-side. That's why it was easy, but I think in the start the simple -4 was crucial.
It absolutely was. I do want to pick you up on the T-sides, though, because actually it seems to be the weak link in Navi at the moment. Do you think you need a little bit more time, or do you think, actually, you know what, no, we can take this trophy?
Well, after each game, after each match, I think we become stronger, and you can see this from our scores and how we play as a team, and I think it's possible, but we need to I don't know, to show our best.
Now, Simple, the 1v4 clutch on A-Long, absolutely incredible, and it feels like it set the momentum for the team. Do you think it's the reason that you were able to snowball Liquid on that first half?
Absolutely. I think any player can do this in our team, but Simple can do like unbelievable things, and I think for every team, such moments, such a clutch moment is really important, and I think they will feel more like momentum, like you said, yeah.
Dust 2, Overpass, Mirage. Every time that Liquid and Navi play each other, it seems like those are always the maps. Why are you always going for the same maps in the Veto?
Well, I said before, we don't have like all maps practiced. That's why we picked Dust 2. And in Mirage, it's their pick, what we can do. And we decided like Overpass would be the third map. And it's not... We were thinking about Inferno, but we decided Inferno or Overpass.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the explanation. Let's head back to the desk because I'm looking forward to see what they had to say about that one.
So much to be said. In fact, when we look at this, it's hard to just put Dust 2 away when we have, obviously, Mirage, potentially Overpass.
Sure.
But where do we kind of settle in the end of Dust 2? We know that the Navi's won the first map. Both teams are looking like they showed up here to play today.
I don't think the entirety of Liquid showed up. I think Elise had a great game right here. He was +5, 25 kills, 93.7 ADR. That's a pretty good statistic for him going into this one. But the rest of the team, the top frag apart from him, is Twist at 14 kills, right? We talked about Liquid being one of the teams with the most individual skill in the entire world. So you expect more than just Elise to show up. So I don't think it was good enough for Team Liquid. I think there's more in store for us, especially considering the next map.
Yeah, you heard Twist talk about the trio of Elise, Twist, and Naf.
There's
Well,
only
the
one.
3 of those, right, need to show up to take on the 2 of Simple and Electronic, who were clearly head and shoulders above the rest. Electronic had 22 kills, but he also had 7 assists, right? So him throughout that game, he had a higher ADR than Simple. He had 100 ADR to his name. So those two, that's what we look to. That's what you want to see as the constellation if you are a Na'Vi fan. And Liquid here going into their map pick, they need to come online now because, Mirage, Na'Vi are no slouches.
Yeah, you're going to have to keep your eyes right here, right now. Hashtag IEM. Go ahead and get activated. Tell your friends about the play Simple is making. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to Liquid's map pick here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top.
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog.
Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
On this
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Something tells me that Liquid fans around the world are not going to be sitting fine and dandy with what just happened there on Dust 2. They're going to be looking to exact revenge, and they might just have that opportunity as we do switch maps over now. We're looking at Mirage as the second map of the series. Na'Vi, having found that rhythm, having found that pace, and also having Simple doing simple things. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020, everyone. Now we're in a quarterfinal, and now we're looking at some vindication here for Liquid.
And now I'm pretty scared because Na'Vi, they lost to that of Fnatic on this map earlier in the tournament, but then they dumpstered the other Swedes 16-3. So if I'm Liquid right now and I approach this map as I traditionally would, do a lot of mid stuff, do a lot of connected to A splits, do a lot of pops onto A, I'm going to be pretty worried. Simple is playing middle. Electronic is his 2IC. Flamey's chipping in from Catwalk, Boomich anchoring A, and Perfecto anchoring B. If you got Simple Electronic in the most important choke point in the entire map, you're going to have a pretty hard time.
Yeah, I definitely echo that sentiment. I'm not too worried on
all right. Tell me why.
Okay. I'll tell you why, because it's Mirage. I think it's right now the only map where I have faith in Team Liquid. If we haven't seen them play this much in 2020, what we saw in London was a little bit up and down. They lost to FaZe. I remember they also won a game in London. So as for Na'Vi, we see them lose, we see them win. I'm not too sure where to put them. The problem for me with Liquid right now is I need to see the players step up. I didn't see enough of Trist in the first map. I didn't see enough of Stewie2K. I want to see the individuals of this lineup step up. We know what Nafly can do on a map like Mirage as well. We've seen plenty of clutches coming out of his play, basically. And I think Liquid, considering it's their own map pick, considering the shape they're coming into this tournament with, and the bootcamp that led up to the tournament, I would expect them to be playing much better on Mirage. It was not enough on Dust 2, surely, but Na'Vi, sure, Electronic and Simple is playing well, but I still need to see more from the rest of them before I start to believe that that's going to be enough to beat what once were the most skilled lineup in Counter-Strike.
Let me just go ahead and put something out there, and Chad, you might like this one. You are certainly onto something, Jacob. Stewie does need to step up. This is the time. This is the place to shine right here. And 12 and 22 across one map is not going to cut it. That's not the Stewie2K I signed up for.
Well, look, I know you're one of the biggest Stewie2K fans. I wouldn't. Look, Stewie's one of the more supportive elements of this team, right? I don't put the team living or dying on him. If he gets shouting, that can definitely help, though.
Yeah, we got to keep our eyes peeled, which is what we're going to do. This could potentially be the end of the road here for Liquid and Katowice. But we're not quite there yet. Pending the outcome of Mirage, we could see Overpass coming up next. But for the time being, all I want to see is this pistol round underway. We're going to be doing it with Henry G and Machine. Take it away, boys.
It would be an absolute honor. Thank you so much. Scene set. It's time for Liquid to bounce back. Conceding thanks to some heroics, as they've covered from Simple and co. But it's the individuals. They talk about the stars of the Liquid show. A trio of Elige, Twists, and we'll keep our eyes on all three of them. Naf, the third in the list. Boomich is going to be tested towards CT to start it off.
Here we go, the full commitment towards A. The smokes are down, the Molotovs are deployed, and ground has been covered. We are going to see the bomb planted, a 5-on-5 retake here, but Na'Vi are absolutely fine with that. They've got a kit available to them. Flamey probing from CPL, Perfecto and co. making their way through CT spawn, and there's the opening kill. Boomich will remove the other in-game leader in the form of Nitro.
Smoke. That's a really nice smoke to try and lock them out, but his attention's drawn elsewhere. And slipping through the smoke is Simple, gets the frag. Should be impossible for Naf and Twists. But do they know the meaning of the word? Chance, and it's squandered. Big connection, and Na'Vi, they take the retake. Now that is one way to start off the second map.
Yeah, excellent work there. Only dropping a single frag. That's impressive. Liquid, with perfect execution, find an open bomb site. They've locked out the CTs for a while. At that point, though, we do see Na'Vi flood through towards the murder hole, towards connector, CT spawn, and they didn't miss a single shot. They have got the win in their sails at this point, but we are going to see the force buy coming in from Liquid in this second round. So you have to drop weapons around. Whoever's got the most money will drop a Krieg or an AK, and Nitro and Elige have been chosen to purchase armor, utility, and they'll be bringing out the heavy artillery towards middle. 3 Deagles behind them, and a great shot from Nitro. That removes Flamey from the equation, and they've got an opening lead.
Simple, ready and waiting to pick up that AUG. And gosh, Nitro, you really do have to have some confidence behind you, knowing that there's 2 rifles in play, they've invested it into you, and he takes the fight middle, wins it out flawlessly as well, still 100 HP. My history teacher would tell me off for saying HP. It's
H.
H.
H is nothing, yeah.
Yeah. Mrs. Coggins.
God rest her soul.
Yeah, God rest her. Nice flash.
Might be alive, don't know, but...
I'm not going to give you a history lesson, but... Time for the flashes. Naf's going to be throwing that one, and so they flood in. It will be the Deagles first. Makes a lot of sense. Rifles can clean up at the end, but that's if they find the frags already. Of course, Flamey fell early, and now Perfecto didn't quite connect the opening spray from his MP9, and oh, Twist is making this round look like it's all said and done. A connection onto Simple. Leaves Electronic in kitchen. Boomich sprinting towards apartments.
Well, that should be it. You're absolutely right there. It's an opening pick for Nitro towards that middle position. B execution coming through, and it's gone perfectly well for Team Liquid there. They answer back straight away. It will be 1-1. Electronic to save the M4A4. Boomich on the MP9, and they will have to force buy back themselves. A very important round coming up next, but a flawless one from Liquid here in the second. Very impressive scenes here. They've managed to recover the AUG as well. That's now in the hands of Naf, who's a bit of a specialist with the weapon, but Boomich with a chance to get a couple here. Only finds one, extra $600, but not ideal. Would have liked to have taken a couple with him if possible. Electronic now the only player to survive. Liquid will retreat with 4 towards T-spawn as the bomb explodes there. Great round, as we'll see all the weapons taken over to next.
Yeah, that's lovely. They don't have to spend too many pennies right out of the gates. Chances are Stewie's going to keep hold of that MP9. No complaints. He knows he's going up against the, well, one saved rifle. Perhaps the force around it. Unlikely.
So the Desert Eagles, CZs 1 and 4. A few smokes, one incendiary. No kits, just to know that. And Team Liquid don't want to do anything too drastic here. Run the defaults, drop the smokes, wait for initial aggression. Flamey's trying to drop that incendiary towards the mid boxes here, just make them a little bit more uncomfortable. Nitro is fine of it though, still got the shield of the smoke. Looks towards short of the AK.
Spots one. Tucked in on CPL. And a little spot of aggression with that CZ. Makes a lot of sense. Boomich, he's even going to try and demand. The ramp is not an access point. He's holding on to his smoke, waiting for a second sound cue of sorts. And Liquid, they're setting themselves up for a nice little pincer into that A site. Nitro and Elige with the position to punish. Oh, and Boomich just caught a nade on the noggin, down to 19. He's seen him.
You heard Flamey talk then as well. He definitely saw him. He's coming. See whether they can make this kill work. He doesn't want to overcommit. Electronics to deal with it. Comes in. It's only Stu with the MP9, but he had no helmet, so down he goes. You saw the aim punch there. Without the helmet, you are very vulnerable to those MP9s. Oh, no. Eagle, though, doesn't really do anything at all, though. No bullets connect. And this is looking great for Liquid now as they continue to take over the A-bomb side. Remember, this was a force buy from Na'Vi. No kills found. I say that Perfecto will get one at the very end of the round there, but well done from Team Liquid, especially to Stewie 2K. If Electronic gets given the information that Stewie's towards the window, but as soon as the MP9 bullet hits his head, his crosshair goes up by about an inch. He saw that, and there's nothing he could do. You can't control the spray at that point, so the helmet's very important in those sort of rounds.
Yeah, good grief. We saw a fantastic replay. I was sitting in the green room. I think it was Anders and Moses casting the game. I just watched a slow motion replay of aim punch, and you can just see just how ridiculous it screws with your crosshair. It is insane.
Yeah. So up to Simple now. Desert Eagle will do very well to get a kill through the smoke towards top of middle. No bullets land. Stewie 2K using this opportunity to gain some ground towards short, but there's a bit of a stack going on there. Na'Vi will have 3 players positioned. There's normally a flashbang ready and waiting. There it is. And Elige will do well to get away from the bullets. They'll be firing in from short here. Nitro will get the first 2. Elige 2. Pick up the pieces, mop them up, and Perfecto will get 1 kill. That's actually from A. That was in Palace position, so he's done actually very well to even get a kill at that point, but only 1 found, and it's going to be 3-1 overall. A gun round now available for Na'Vi, but Simple buying that Deagle in the previous round does not allow him to get the AWP. He has 4,400. You need 4,750 to even buy the AWP itself, so he could have got a glass cannon. He's gone for the shotgun on Mirage. Now, I have not seen many people in the first gun or enter with an auto shotgun. Simple closed out when they lost the other game on Mirage with a Nova on the T side. So he's trying to make shotguns on Mirage a thing. No one else is really doing this, but I will never criticize Simple's decisions. You know, let's see what he's got up his sleeve. He's going to be playing close A ramp.
We saw him taking to the Twitter sphere saying, if you think that last round Nova was a tilt buy, you're wrong. Well, auto shotgun may not see too much action if Electronic keeps fragging like that. There it is. Naf jumps straight into his jaws, and that's quite the upgrade. Twist does take the head off of the start of the Na'Vi show, and looking for the second one as well. Flamey tagged up heavily, and I love it, Twists. That flame could catch him rather appropriately. And another frag. It's spreading, but it's not quite enough. Flamey is just tucked in on that corner, staring at where his life could have gone. 2v2.
Twist has somehow made a round out of nothing here. Electronic with the first 2 kills, and now they actually have the bomb down. 1 versus 1. Perfecto has health. Has been good in these clutch scenarios, gives up his position, and he sticks the landing. Nitro wasn't ready for it. Great shot from Perfecto. They only have 1 player surviving, but it was a difficult buy to begin with. Remember, the auto shotgun, 4 rifles, it works out for them. An aggressive swing towards middle for Electronic yields 2 big kills at the start. Twist almost saves the day, but they've got so much money going to the next round. Regardless of a win here for Na'Vi, they still have a massive advantage. Nitro at $10,000. Same story for Stewie 2K as well. And really quite the opposite on the Na'Vi side of things. This was the lovely push there from Electronic, jumping down. The auto shotgun, of course, it works out for Simple. And we'll go to a 3-2 scoreline. Krieg saved. M4's coming out, but the MP9 will be in the hands of Boomich as well. This is the sort of round you might want to go for. A little push, a little set piece to try and get an opening frag going towards B apartments or top of middle. But looks to be pretty standard in terms of the CT setup right now. Faster pace potentially from Team Liquid. 2 players towards the B apartments. Flashbangs being delivered. Smoke down a connector. Naf with the bomb for now. Holds towards top of mid. All quiet here for now. They know there's a distinct lack of utility for Na'Vi. Every piece they bait out, it's costing them money, and they don't have a lot of it. Speculative shot from Simple towards the underpass there. Nothing connects just yet.
Now you can see the protocols from Liquid. And that muscle memory as well for those smoke sprays. All of those close corners have been cleared, and now starting to advance towards B. That's a great Molotov. Sendry from Flamey, and actually trading out from short. Their presence in apps has been slowed, but there's more where that came from. Elige, Nitro now are going to be joined by the 2 partners in crime descending from the apartments. Perfecto, I like the angle around the smoke. He's surely good for 1. He can even stop the plant as it fades. The timing's all down to him. Gets 1, immediately traded by Naf and backing away into the site. Naf's doubled up. Advantage Liquid. Bomb will go down, and there's not much Boomich can do with that weapon there.
Yeah, it's not really ideal, but the flashbang might be. He's caught him. There's a couple of kills coming in from Electronic here. Now just Nav with 27 HP.
Saw him.
But he is a bit of a clutch master himself, and he's only got 4 bullets left in the Krieg. It's not going to be enough. Electronic stepping up once again with 3 massive kills with that saved Krieg. It's going to be round 7 coming through. Liquid have plenty of cash, but it looked like an impossible scenario there. The MP9 towards short, it was just 1 flashbang to buy that space. Electronic could deal with the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Naf did well to find Perfecto, and then this second frag, you can see just preemptively positioning his crosshair as such, but from Electronic's POV, he's ready and waiting. As soon as he finds that first, a very crispy response to keep Boomich safe and sound.
Huge round. Can't stress that enough. Their money would have been ranked for a couple after that if they managed to throw the round, but still fully invested into it. Still with the MP9, Boomich holding on for dear life here. I need 1 more successful round, they'll be back into this game. Money is the main issue at this stage, as we have another default approach from Liquid. Smoke towards window. A little bit of presence towards B at the start. Twist will recover the bomb and head towards T-spawn. An A split looking very likely at this point with Naf's decent ground covered towards the end of Palace here. Boomich gets himself in towards the A ramp. Does it go any further than this? It would be a huge play if he did. He investigates, spots 1. He can't go for any more now. I'll have to drop the smoke. By this time, perfectly played so far.
I will hold them at bay. Buys 15 seconds and Electronic. Oh my goodness, Naf, what a reaction. He was dead to rights, but his reflexes have put Liquid back in contention for round 7. Bomb will go down. Twist is the one to make sure that happens. Electronic already wounded, and so Perfecto and Flamey, they're going to be the ones to try and see if there's an avenue in. You are seeing Na'Vi already start to posture for the save.
Yeah, because the money's absolutely wrecked at this point. They need to save rifles going forward. So there it is, Naf. What a stunning shot that was in the Palace position. Call him a king as he manages to come through. Like, it didn't look like it was even possible he could get his crosshair in that spot, but completely dispatches of Boomich at that point. Remember, he only had the MP9. He still did significant damage towards Nap, got him down to 50. Wasn't quite enough, but they will save the Krieg and 2 M4s there. So it was a nice default from Liquid at the start, just taking away vision from the CTs. Natus helps himself towards the A site, and at that point, they have to save the weapons, which is the right call, I think, at this stage. Money has been a real issue for Na'Vi, so saving 3 rifles gives him the fighting chance going forward. Simple can get himself a shotgun in round number 8, so it's going to be fine. It's 2,500.
One ramp frag was all you needed. He's buying into the system.
Let's main shotgun on Mirage Simple. Let's go. I'm interested.
I mean, I'm a big believer in that auto shotty. God, it feels satisfying. And I do see a Mag 7.
He's actually done it. Respect. I'm so in.
Okay, where do you take it? Where do you take it?
Well, he's actually done it. The madman. All right.
Underpass, maybe, if he's feeling really ballsy?
You might be on the something.
Yes. I don't hate it. There's no one there. He's going to get a lot of info. They've actually chosen to stack B as well. There's 4 members of Na'Vi there. Surely, there's only a couple of seconds before they get the info that there's not much going on B apps.
Well, time will tell. Does Simple want to push up the stairs? He hasn't just yet. He's holding the corner. It's a big grenade towards short, though. Flamey just swallows it. Offers one back in return, but doesn't land any damage. Just a little bit shy of its target. Simple still waiting. So he knows that underpass is clear. He looks towards connector now. This is not an easy frag to get. Even though that connector, that range is still difficult to find a quick kill. He doesn't see Stewie go in, though. Doesn't get that intel. I still feel like he's going to do it. That's so sick. Does he get out of here? Surely not a second kill, Alex.
There should be no way.
Get out, Simple. Retreat.
And he will. Molotov enables him to retreat safely. But the first blood is drawn with the Mag 7. Affectionately known as the Swag 7. And no absence of swagger when Simple's in the server. Nitro claws one back. He has the bomb on his back as well. So therefore, the rotate's coming in. All of the cavalry rotating towards CT. And a good swing from Perfecto, a slight ankle from Nitro, loses the life, loses the bomb, and perhaps the advantage. It can spiral from here. Twist is burning, and that's just the bomb retrieval mission. He has been forced off it, and now Flamey goes hunting. Another body drops. Liquid, they're watching this round get ripped from them, all onto Alicia. Good dink with the Mag 7.
Not again. Simple. Okay. That's so wild. I am a believer in the shotgun. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Let's go, Simple. We are going to see 4-4 come through. I will never doubt you again. He goes towards the underpass. He waits there for 30 seconds, and someone walks into his crosshair. He manages to dink Alicia at the end as well. And we'll see the AWP in his hands now. More familiar territory here. This is the stabilization that Na'Vi were looking for. Brilliant play there.
He's 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Shotgun buys have paid off 100% of the time. It works every time. Let's see. Lining up for their B smokes. Perfecto, newest edition, given the responsibility that no one craves. However, he is not solo in this instance. He has Flamey towards the short side of sight. More CT utility comes flying in. What's the cue? What's the go that they're waiting for? Nitro is holding a flashbang. It might be that. Flying in. And they do get across to the side. Flamey does manage to stabilize his crosshair in time, but Perfecto has had no issues. The Molotov slowed down the last 2 to arrive, and so the 5th for Na'Vi.
Yep, just a question as to whether Nitro can get 1 kill here. Doesn't look likely. About 1,000 bullets being thrown in his direction at this point. All 5 survive for Na'Vi. Perfecto with 3, the anchor of the B bomb site. You don't get much action on that side, but it always feels good when you mop them up. As we'll see it go round 10 come through.
Something that Na'Vi, have been making very clear in interviews, Simple in particular on stage with OJ, just the start of this one, he was talking about how he has more confidence in his team than he's ever had before. And I truly don't want that to be glazed over and forgotten about, because this is a player who he went through the ranks, climbing the ranks of always having, seeing the errors in his teammates. He was always the angry, coming up as the angry talented, sure, but he could see the mistakes his teammates were making. That player has been refined, sure, over the years, but now he's happy with his team and he feels like they can go all the way. Liquid, trophies have been eluding them as well. The number thrown around on the desk, 222 days.
That seems almost too much. You kind of think about it, yeah, it all adds up. 3 Galils here, Alex. We talked about the power of the weapon. If it's ever going to be harnessed, it has to be right now.
God, that's a lot of utility in response to the smoke on Connector. Mid is theirs. Nice protocols from Liquid. They'll set Elige up towards CPL, and now they want to pincer. Ooh, gets spotted first, and just as the smoke fades, Electronic, why does it look so easy for you? 3, and the round is won. Just like that, multi-kill with that Krieg, keeping hold of that T-weaponry, and Elige, yes, he was supposed to be the loose thread on the other side of the map, but unfortunately he's the only one that remains.
Not much Elige can do about this one, I'm afraid. Read like a book. Electronic just absolutely destroys them there towards the connector. A preemptive shot through the smoke forces their hand. They have to push through one by one. The spacing was pretty decent, but his aim was even better. Electronic, 3 kills, simple with 1. And it's just a matter of time before Elige will go down here. Does he take any bodies with him? Absolutely. Crypt shot towards Electronic. A chance here now. A conversation as to whether he can pull off a 1 versus 3. He can actually head towards
B. Kitchen?
Yeah, he could do this now at this point, but there is Perfecto on the other side and Simple Wedding in CT spawn. A nice idea, pretty much the only option he had, but very well read. Good awareness from Na'Vi, and they keep 3 players up, including the AK, the Krieg, and the AWP. Very valuable.
Where did this Krieg come from? Electronic, that can't be the same Krieg he's been holding on to. I want to keep track of that because he has still been finding these multi-kills with that weapon he stole from the hands of Team Liquid.
Well, it should be the eco here. They'll certainly be struggling to get a Krieg out in this round, 1 by 1. The most valuable kill you can get, the bomb carried at the front. Everyone can just pounce on that opportunity, start dumping their grenades over, and it has to be the eco here. We call this one a flash attack. You get 3 players towards a palace position, you smoke CT spawn, 2 flashes go over, trying to overwhelm them, but Boomich looks like he's got the perfect spot to deal with this. Big spray coming in, looking to cause damage here, which he has, but only finds the 1 so far. They're just looking to get a plant in this round if possible, but Flamey doing absolutely everything he can to deny that. Good shot towards Simple's head, but it takes a lot to take him down. Twist will have an M4 here.
Oh my god, he hit it!
Takes 1 more in the smoke.
Okay,
all right. Everyone calm down.
Yeah, but that just looked so comical. God, if that's happened on Overwatch, I'm raising my eyebrows. That's all I'm saying. Round 12, it is going to be Na'Vi 7, Liquid 4. Second map of our second quarterfinal. We're looking to see who will meet Astralis in the semis. And already, Dust 2 went the way of Natus Vincere. I mean, that was a map that's eluded them. We talked about it before. It's always close. It's always close.
That was crazy. The flick. You are right. We are going to see the mid-aggression now. Just going to start changing things up. They've got plenty of resources on the CT side. Flames are down. But now with the wider mid position, you can see Elige actually has an access point at this stage. It's not like he used to be. That's why they increased that distance so Tees can actually fight back if required. That's Electronic being removed here. Simple knows he needs to step up and find a kill in response. Drops the flames towards underpass, allows him to focus towards middle for another 7 seconds uncontested. Oh my goodness, Simple. You madman. Elige displays 2 down, 1 towards the window, 1 at short. That should be the round. 5 versus 2. Perfecto and Boomich ready and waiting.
Yeah, there should be absolutely no way. And they do back away. I saw Boomich just hanging out in jungle. I was like, what do you plan to do? Instead, he's found the Krieg, and so that will likely make its way back to Electronic, given how successful he's been with it.
Yeah, well, their money is okay. It's certainly not amazing. So the fact they've got 4 grand on Flamey and Perfecto, saving these 2 weapons, that'll be enough. They'll be able to get a nice healthy buy going forward. But there is a bit of a hunt going on. Stewie2K sniffing around the underpass here, seeing if he can find his prey. They don't really have the resources to justify this, but they know how powerful these T weapons are right now. Looking to pre-fire in towards the B apartments here. They are aware of those angles, of course, and see Perfecto just tucks himself in, and they should be fine here. I say that with bated breath because Stewie has changed his mind. He's coming back through. Perfecto should be able to get him. Remember, Liquid can't really justify losing multiple players here. 1 would be fine. Don't give any more than that. That's okay. The fact they actually got the kill there, that's good. That's worth it.
Twist got the timing so spicy there,
Yeah.
like just as the round was ending, just as the players kind of already starting to think about the buy-binds he's got to be pressing. Instead, caught and lost. Was it the Krieg? No, preserved, and will make its way back to Electronic. This is a great example, though, Henry, of what you highlighted earlier. You know, the widening of the top of middle. That Astralis smoke no longer reigns supreme.
Yeah, so the Astralis combo used to be smoke top left and middle, Molotov the right. There was no access for the T's at all. You wouldn't even have any vision because if you went through the smoke, there'd be flames on the other side. Now it's wider. You'd have to commit a lot more utility to have the same effect. Speaking of utility, there's the Molotov from the terrorist side towards the B apartments, thrown by Twist. That will take 38 damage off of Simple there. We're going to see him just get boosted, I think, on the bench at this stage. Haven't seen this for a while. Very effective just to get one kill, especially when the money's not great. You can see they haven't reinvested into the round with a double orb setup. Deagle Perfecto, and he's just going to be used as a mount at this time.
Some people pay good money for that, Hank.
Yeah, well, this is the freebie.
Boomic rolling forward, Elige, that's a big win. Electronic shut down, he usually does so much damage, and Boomic only going to get one. What does that mean with Flamey? He does connect the orb shot, but now into the site they go. Nitro, Naf, bomb down. Simple alive, but way over on the other side of the map. It's smoked, and it could very well be the same call as the round before.
I think you might be right. Great stuff from Team Liquid. Overwhelming there. Showing a little bit of presence towards B, took the initial vision. They wanted to get the sniper set up so they could just have a turret ready and waiting in the apartments there, potentially have 4 players towards A. Flames were enough to dissuade him from that position. He has to go for the boost. 2 players committed deep in the B bomb site, and his teammate has been removed here. Simple. He had managed to win a 1 versus 4 on Dust 2, but this one a little bit out of his reach. So far away from the bomb, just going to be holding onto the sniper rifle here. You can see that money's at dead zero pretty much across the board. They're going to get second stage loss bonus on top of this, which is $1,900 per player. That's like kind of force buy territory with $2 grand. You could take the full eco around this. It depends which way they're inclined. You get 2,400 going to the next round. That means Simple has to survive though with the AWP. We'll see what they want to go for. Simple has spent around $800 getting a smoke and a couple of flashes here. And they've gone for Deagle Armor. And it's a force buy from Flamey. So they got the AWP, $2 grand per player, and they are going for it, by looks of things.
It always feels like the Na'Vi buys happen so late, like the conversation's happening in the last 3 seconds.
Take the timeouts, boys. They're there for a reason. Discuss it with the coach, see what he thinks, maybe.
Yeah, Blade's kind of pulling his hair out.
Could I get in on this action, like before you maybe make the biggest decision of the entire half so far? But they're like, you know what? They're confident. Maybe that speaks volumes.
Perhaps. Let's see how it pays off for them. Simple. 6 frags to his name so far. The Liquid T side has been good at keeping him leashed. Electronic, a different story though. And you have to silence both to dominate the Na'Vi defense. Pushed into Palace. This is Boomic feeling himself. He knows he has to find an advantage, or use the element of surprise. We are seeing, however, that 3-man stack from the CTs could very well pay off if Liquid continue this walk.
So similar to our discussions throughout the week on Inferno, these sort of rounds, you want the smoke grenade, you want to whittle down that clock. You see them outside B right now. Veto spots them, a few bodies there, and Simple. He's got a chance here, and he capitalizes on the first and a chance on the second as well. Flamey will chime in. Simple knows he can win this round for them. Legs another one, and Twist will go down in his own Molotov at the bottom after Simple legged him here. 3 versus 2. A force fight coming through, and Simple has had enough of this round. There's 35 seconds remaining, and Stewie 2K left with an impossible scenario as Simple keeps finding shot after shot here. Surely this is their round, but Stewie 2K spots the barrel. He knows exactly where Simple is, but sometimes that doesn't even matter. He's always one step ahead. Gets the headshot. Electronic and Boomic now just with the pistols here. 15 seconds. Needs to recover the bomb. We're still down towards the apartments. Jumps up. Surely he'll get the kill, but no. 20 seconds now and Stewie can go for the plan.
Electronic's playing this right. Great fake. Stewie's going to have to react. The spray isn't good. Just enough for Na'Vi, and Simple's done it again. I know it says 2, but that's 3 in that round. A great third tag-in Twists with just a fraction of invisible to make sure that round was won. We'll get to see that again from his POV. This first shot, I'm seeing a flash of orange for half a second. Simple clearly sees it more than enough. And that third shot, I'm afraid you won't get to see it. Instead, we dive into the 15th. The final round of the first half here on our second map.
MP9's Perfecto and Boomic. They've won a lot of these clutches so far, but it's always just the one player going forward. Plenty of cash here for Liquid. They'll have 5 rifles once again, and maybe a double kill to kick things off. Naf finds them lined up towards the Palace position, and Boomic and Electronic wondering what the hell just happened to him at that point.
Yeah, one difference from the round before, and that's Naf. He this time decided to go on the Palace push, but Simple's not quite done with this round yet. He has other plans. Stewie eliminated. Mid no longer manned. Liege can change that as he deviates from his B-Apps lurk. He'll be filling the gap left by Simple's frag.
Such a presence on the server. When Simple hits an orb shot, you can see everyone slows down. Discuss your options. Flash goes over towards A. Big kill coming through from Flamey. Equalizes it to a 3-on-3.
Perfecto is going to be the first man to really solve this mystery for Na'Vi, but he's only got the MP9 and there could not be at longer range, and that's good from Liquid. Good damage from Perfecto, could be finished by Flamey, traded, and all onto Simple. They're low. He has the USP and we know what he can do with... Oh, never mind, he's got an AK, the perfect weapon for the job. Another clutch from Simple. He's won 2 breathtaking rounds for his team so far. I like this choice though, but if he was to go for the ambitious jump to check it, he can jump on those boxes, but instead he's going to call the first. Gets the frag, but this is so nice from Liquid. He's holding it, and all Naf has to do is check it. Oh! Not again, Simple! That's simply not allowed! I don't believe it!
He's done it again. This is just unreal. Simple is in the zone right now. It's difficult to get him out of it. That's going to be 9-6.5. Na'Vi are firing on all cylinders, and we're going to take a break and be back for the second. Let's see if Liquid have got any life left in them.
The third and final part of today, ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 questions and the fabled prize boost challenge. James, I did not like the first one, mate.
You did all right, mate. But you know what? You can always look at me for inspiration.
I look to a lot of people for inspiration, and you're not one of them.
Let's just bring on the next question. Which of these has the highest number, the capacity of the Spodek Arena, Burger King restaurants around the world, or pubs in Dublin? I've spent a lot of time in pubs in Dublin, mate.
All right, top waist man.
Thanks.
And James, I'm a quarter Irish, so I know where Dublin is.
Yeah, you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, but maybe you can explain what's happening next.
It is the prize boost challenge.
Okay.
Oh, the cinnamon challenge. You guys, who came up with this? Did you watch YouTube from like 7 years ago?
Why is yours so much bigger than mine?
So this is basically impossible. Have you done this before?
Never.
Oh, it's a great experience, man. You should definitely.
Have you done it before then?
Yeah, I've done it before.
So why don't we do it for the fans?
Guess we just have to do it.
Let's make this money.
Let's do it.
Wait. I don't hold of it yet.
Same time, bro.
All right.
Cheers. I'm sorry, man. I mean, I was never going to do it. I threw it over my shoulder.
Well, I did that for no reason. We don't win now.
Well, no, you did it for, like, personal growth, right? So...
What personal...
Oh, dude. I can't believe we failed.
No, you failed. I did it. 7th and final question coming your way. You guys have got to work out what happens next.
JDM in the back line here, nice flick on the Taco. It's a 2-on-2, he's bringing it back for his team, and there's still no bomb plan. Nitro is right behind, JDM just has to stay alive.
What happens next? JDM gets the double with the AWP, Nitro flanks from behind and gets both kills. Fur hits 2 headshots and wins the round.
Everybody, we are finished. Remember to get your answers locked in over at esl.glhf.gg for a chance to win some awesome prizes.
And Parla, we get to do this all over again tomorrow. We're back with more, and we'll do our best to win you guys some better prizes. We promise we are giving it our all.
Spicy or nasty, bring it on. Some cheesy producer lines there. What is it with producers and wanting to make the talent cheesy? I feel like it's just a thing.
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more.
There's only one Katowice a year and the quarterfinals continue. The core of Na'Vi have been chasing victory versus the North American stallion Team Liquid since 2016. That's right, the last time they managed to beat them was in 2016. Reforged rosters entirely. JDM and Pimp were on that Liquid, just to paint the picture of how long ago that was. And in stark contrast, on the other side of the stage is Liquid, chasing a trophy that has been avoiding them since they picked up their Grand Slam victory in Chicago.
While the scene has been set, we get into the pistol round of the second half. Na'Vi, already a map under their belt, a 9-6 lead as they swap over to the T side now. And we have got Simple, the man himself, P250 armor, waiting towards the Palace. And he's played a bit of a showstopper so far. We'll see if he can keep it up. Electronic towards middle, 2 players underpass, and it's an A retake setup as well from Liquid here. They've got Stewie towards window, Twist and Spawn. No one on the bomb side itself.
Smokes towards jungle. And Elige does catch Perfecto to start this party off. They gave Simple the P250, but uncharacteristically, a shot missed. 4 versus 3 now. It's a good catch onto Stewie, but it does look so good for the CTs. Naf, Nitro, they're hunting him down. He's got nothing, not a leg to stand on. Nades and players on either side of him. And it's just Naf to finish. Double kill from him, and Liquid, they start their pistol round with a necessary win.
Yeah, absolutely true. Very clean as well. No pressure really applied towards the site. They shut it down before they even get close. Luckily for them as well, Simple never really got going with that P250, which can be very powerful at range. Much better than the Glock, that's for sure. No bomb planted, suggests we'll see AKs in the third round and a full eco here. Objective, get that bomb planted. It's going to be a difficult task to say the very least. They've got a couple of Desert Eagles, make it 3 now. No armor, no nades. You're normally picking towards top and middle, looking for that magical 1 dig. Sometimes comes through. Underpass play for Stewie 2K.
I love it.
Yeah, trying to get his confidence up, I think. They talked about him needing momentum. He's currently 7 and 12 at the bottom of the scoreboard. Haven't seen much from him this series so far, but now starting to get stuck in. There's the first kill for him.
Yeah, he's just got to get the juices flowing. You want to hear those roars we saw during the group stage. Likes to get under his opponent's skin. On the stage today, a chance to do it with gameplay. Gets the first. And the slowdown. There is nothing but the $700 pistol for the Na'Vi boys, and only 2 of them. That was a real nasty way to lose your health. Just felt like Elige is just playing with him at that point. Tags him up, walks away, knows that the fight does not need to be committed to.
All quiet for now. We know the AKs are in the third. Said this a few times this tournament. When you have these sort of rounds, you might as well bleed out the utility. An incendiary is $600, a smoke is $300. It all counts going forward. If you do win that big round, every dollar you can drain out of round number 2 here, it's worth it. Might be a little bit boring, might not be the most fun, but you just want to try and do what you can here. And there's another smoke being brought out. So if you just rush towards there at the start of this round, they would just mow you down. The SMGs farm loads of cash, and they'd keep all their grenades, right? So this is the most efficient approach.
And I mean, the smallest margins determine trophy lift.
Yep, absolutely. Could be the difference between getting yourself a defuse kit in the CT side, for example, or you can't get a Molotov, something like that.
Yeah, right? Good examples, and you can see the likely result comes through, and Liquid do well to avoid any unnecessary deaths. So they'll be bringing all of those SMGs into this AK and RV buy.
Well, here come the Kriegs, the AKs. They will not have the AWP available to them, but that was never going to be in their optics anyway. We'll see the MP9s, the UMPs, and FAMAS is brought over to the next round. So this is what we've been calling the bonus round in today's game. Knowing you've won the first 2 cleanly, they haven't got a bomb down so far. The AKs are coming out. Your SMGs, if you somehow win this round, you're going to have such a massive amount of cash. It's unreal.
Yeah.
But if you lose it, ideally you want to get 2 or 3 kills and bring out the heavy guns next round with the AWPs, the M4s. So sure, there's a good chance you lose this round, but you just want to make sure that you cause a dent within Na'Vi's offense here.
Positions like Elige's, positions like Twists are exactly how they find them. Off angles to surprise, a bit of aggression from Twist. Flamer was looking for it, but the SMG wins the duel. Elige the opposite. He's gone down to Electronics Palace presence, but backing away, back towards T-Spawn. It doesn't look like Na'Vi have any interest in going for too much aggression, but that is a Krieg upgrade.
Yeah, big. Shouldn't be a world where you can go down, they can have a Krieg, and nothing can be done about it. 4-on-4 still, but as you mentioned, one of the star players, Twists, now with the Krieg in hand, 49 HP. Bomb still down towards T-Spawn. 3 players in middle. Stewie 2K, the anchor for Team Liquid, alone in B, as usual. Af tucking himself on the bomb site. Looks to be a B finish here. Time will tell, but they're starting to head towards the apartments with Electronic, and they'll make their way up towards short. Knowing there's no AWP available, they can walk up there and be relatively safe. They'll drop 1 smoke, and now they'll pick up the pace.
Yeah, Nitro left B, so Stewie with only a UMP.
No backup at all, no rotations out. They have no idea. Nitro's only just moving from ticket booth now.
Oh, he's screwed. Yeah. Certainly now, that's going to be the round. You want to see some damage as they make a dent.
Should save. There's not even point going with this with the SMGs. And they are. Okay.
Panic over. But Na'Vi put the 10th on the board. They are now 6 rounds away from breaking the curse I mentioned on the way in.
I'm going to say it, like Liquid, with that sort of setup there, they should be scrappier. They should be like capitalizing upon the fact they've got the Krieg kill towards the A ramp. They've got an upgraded weapon. No one else is there. Why are they not getting more information? How has Stewie been isolated for so long that no one can even back him up in any sort of manner towards B? He's only got an SMG at that point. You had a man advantage and they just walked into B site. They needed to be a little bit more inquisitive. After getting that advantage, the round wasn't done. It wasn't really much of an advantage considering they're up against a full array of rifles, and they've let them get away with 4 of them as well. We said you had to dent the economy here, but at least they'll say the FAMAS and the Krieg, but Na'Vi will be happy with that one. They're going to have plenty of resources going forward now. 5 rifles, all the grenades, as they take double digits and extend their lead to 10-8.
I think a big component of the second half is going to be whether or not we have too much AWPing success from Liquid. It seems that Stewie has chosen to bring the big green into the 19th, but as this half continues to transpire, do they see any early connections with the AWP? It's not something Liquid rely on. It's something that they, of course, managed to pick up their ridiculously fast $1 million Grand Slam victory. Not necessarily requiring that AWP component every round, but today it's present.
Gavin smoke for Elige. No opportunities rising so far, though. He'll fall back. Up towards the ticket booth for now. Going through the motions here, trying to get control of middle. Could boost a player up. That's normally the go-to after smoking middle. Getting a player towards a connector. Elige can't push through with the smoke down. Waiting. Eyes off some shots, no damage inflicted.
The bomb. Often entrusted to Simple, on his back for now, and they do seem to be receding out of this mid-presence. Oh, that Molotov's going to force the fight. Nitro. He can stay out of his line of sight, though. He's found a lovely, comfortable nook to tuck himself into.
Execution looking likely, Alex. There won't be much of one. It'll be more of a contact play. They can probably smoke off one key choke point. Ideally, CT spawn, considering Stewie2K has the AWP. But it looks to me like a contact play. Twist feeling brave with the Greek. He has made quite a lot of noise here, though. He needs to get at least one. Can't do it, but significant damage inflicted. Flash goes over. Stewie needs to hit some shots now. First one connects. They know where he is, though. He gets the second. And Elise chimes in as well.
Stewie, 2K. Looking for the third. It's simple, and it's way too difficult to find. Now Bomb can go in, 2v2. We do see Nitro, he's way behind, but he's on his way. And does start to walk.
So this is all down to Nitro, really.
He does have the opportunity for an AK, but that would make noise. Element of surprise more important to him. He has value in this position, and now you can see why. Electronic is just about timing, and he looks away. Punished first. Now all on to Simple. He has the cross for Nitro. He has the kit. So does Naf, though, and from CT he arrives. Fresh mag for Simple. He needs to find just one more. It's easy peasy. Quad kill for Simple.
He's done it once again. 4 kills in the bag. Money broken for Team Liquid, and we go 11-8.
What he wants that victory.
Yeah, he said it on the stage in the pre-interview, right? He's like, he's sick of losing to Team Liquid. He's had enough. Nitro just kind of laughed it off. He's like, it's been easy beating these guys, no problem at all. This is the closest they've come in quite some time. Even with 2 opening Stewie2K kills, you'd think that'd be enough. But this man, he's not going down without a serious fight here. Fully commits. He wanted to swing on that, had to take the reload. Naf drops the smoke, and that's all Simple needs to get the intel. And what's just happened there? Initial headshot is delivered, and Naf has taken himself out. Did he
nade himself?
Nade himself? Yeah, he must have. I think he threw the nade and bounced off his teammate's back, and it just hit him in the face after getting shot.
Oh my goodness.
A bit unfortunate, but not the end of the world.
No, it's a nasty way to go down, but all fine for the rest of Na'Vi. Even getting a Mac 10 frag in for Boomich, so an extra $600 for him to spend frivolously.
I don't know why CSGO likes to keep us guessing. It could just show an icon exactly what happened, but it always is the skull. Doesn't want to.
That's true.
Keep it a secret. You know?
But we'll tell you when you get an impact decoy kill.
It will do, yeah, with a massive icon in the top right.
Yeah.
Do that.
That's much more frequent, obviously. They look at the stat sheets. They can see.
How many decoy kills come in? Here we go. Another frag. Play me available. Just trying to jiggle it out. It's going to be Nitro, who will fall back. Desert Eagle. Looks like he's going to get one, maybe. Not going to happen. 12-8. Written all over the walls here. Twist trying to have any sort of impact here. Clean sweep for Na'Vi. That's a problem. That means they get a ton of money going forward. They've got 2 Mac 10s here, Alex. And that is scaring me for Liquid a little bit here, because they've gone for double orbs. 4 players without helmets. Make it 5. I'm calling right now if I'm Na'Vi, with this sort of round buffer, something super quick, a set piece that sets to my Mac 10s to get as close as possible.
The second letter in the alphabet, perhaps?
Maybe towards B, yes. That could be a possibility. Just get them in there, flashes over, smokes down, like a bit of a gimme round. You're like, you won't be that mad if you don't win it, but there's a chance you could just run away with this with Mac 10 headshots.
Stewie is going to be smoked off. Times his shot, but no connections. So it looks like Boomich is going to be set up to throw a secondary smoke to keep the attention.
Boomich is calling this powerfully. It is a B approach. They're grouping up together. There'll be a set piece. This is everything we want to see. Doesn't mean the round's in the bag, but it's everything we asked for. Is there anything more to be said?
Everything that's happened before. We get what we want, but Nitro has just been caught by the SMG. No issues. That's a very quick flick from Stewie, but he's going to have to do some more. 2 AWPs, retaking, a nightmare, but not getting to the site just yet. Perfecto has been caught. A smoke from Electronic is crucial. Will that lock Naf's line of sight? It looks a bit poor. He still has a line.
Yeah. Woeful smoke, just caught the edge of the wall there, and that's going to yield another kill for Naf. Electronic, he was the one who threw the smoke, no one to blame but himself there. And what looked to be a very successful approach starting to fall apart here. The flashbang with the Mac 10, though, that could be a cool idea. Always got a player behind him, Elige. He'll save the day, but Simple, surely not again, Alex.
If he does it again, I'm taking his headset off, thank goodness. 12-9, it looked like an impossible round, and thankfully this time it was. Liquid secure 9. That is going to be the 3rd CT round we've seen from the North Americans, keeping it 3-3 here in the second half. Will we see that 3rd map? It's all in the hands of Liquid. Na'Vi, a chance to secure that semi-final battle versus Astralis is 4 rounds away.
Yeah, would have liked to see them really swarm the bomb side there. It seems like after getting the pick, they were a little bit apprehensive. The bomb didn't get planted straight away, and they didn't really recover from the situation. Stewie2K back into the sniping forefront here. There is a gap available for sure. Good grenade as well. Straight to the face of Boomich. We'll see him.
He opted for the close line. Didn't want to try and catch the cross to the box. It's a hard shot to hit and would, of course, be very vulnerable to the pre-fires. Every single world-class player has got that memorized. Swinging into mid and placing their crosshair in the right spot. For now, does seem like we're going to be seeing a whole lot of utility thrown out.
Just to note, Nitro's gone down in B. That was the only presence we had on that side of the map. They haven't rotated over yet. Naf's towards CPL, and this is the reaction now. So with a bit of a stack towards A, they're going to try and push the A ramp, reclaim some territory, send Stewie2K towards the window, hoping this will be enough, and luckily for them, no one committed towards B. So Twist is holding like basically T spawn right now. He's pushed the A ramp. That's a very strong position. You're not going to be pre-firing that one.
No way.
It's the B split coming up. Naf in CPL, the linchpin of this operation.
They got Stewie's AWP set up on B. That's really powerful because he can even kill the bench players, or so rather kill Short from bench, and another kill. Naf, he's going for a third. Oh no, picks up the weapon. Simple, ready to punish. And now the site is Na'Vi's. They're going to get that bomb down uncontested. Elysian Twists. They had their heels dug so deep into A. Yep. It's going to take a nightmare marathon to get back towards this B site, and they're going to be smoked out.
Yeah, the smoke makes things very complicated indeed. The money is at breaking point as well. Do you even want to consider this one? You can see Adren right now. He knows the implications of this round going awry. They're going to recover weapons and fall back 13-9.
2 CT Kriegs, that's something, but
they're going to get $1,900 on top of that next round, which is like forced by territory. 2 safe Kriegs, you're going to have to go for it. This might decide their fate here in Katowice.
Liquid's tournament life could hang in the balance of what will be a very higgledy-piggledy buy. 13 for Na'Vi. Let's see if it's unlucky for Liquid. AWP will be preserved by Flame. You'll be able to throw that one over, but no issues, of course, for Na'Vi as they continue to find that's their 4th here on the T side. Their hard work in the first half has made this gap a little insurmountable for Liquid so far.
Big time out here. Simple, discussing with the coach. He's a very vocal member of the squad. He knows what he wants and he knows how to get it. This team has eluded them for so many years.
You can see his face. He is genuinely like a man possessed. He knows he's 3 rounds away from getting this monkey off his back. Yep. He cannot beat Liquid. He said it on the stage with OJ, and now he is just 3 rounds away from realizing that. That's the first Team Liquid timeout at 13-9. We could likely see a few more of those here in Mirage.
I think you might be right. This round has got so much weight behind it. Both teams know it. It's going to be absolutely crazy here. They haven't invested. I take it, but I thought they were definitely with this 2 safe Kriegs. I thought you'd be all over this. They've got 3 players pretty much full eco. If Twist and Elise can make this round work off the back of 2 safe Kriegs and utility, like fair play to them. If ever there were 2 players that could make this work, they might be up there.
Yeah, we talk about duos. Both of them have the rifle. And you can see that they're going to power positions. They know they are the ones that have to pull this round home for their squad. Mitch, oh, the fight is won. And Na'Vi a big step closer to securing 14. Is that Krieg in any sense retrievable? Stewie's considering it. He's waiting for the timing, some sort of cue. And we'll investigate middle. Doesn't seem like too many players are home, but I don't think he wants to commit just yet.
Good discipline from Na'Vi so far. Big opening pick. Fall back, reposition, group up now. Execution should be the aim of the game. You want to be eradicating risks. You want to be flushing out the opposition, overwhelming them. There's no way they can have all their manpower on one part of the map. Don't need any lurkers. No fakes happen here. You know they're on low money. You've got a man advantage here and a massive advantage in terms of firepower. There shouldn't be a way you could lose a player and there's no way the gun can be traded out. It's a bit of a nightmare.
Oh, the timing.
It's a trade, so it's okay.
That does seem to incite them towards the site. Stewie, no armor, but does find Twist's Krieg. Damage inflicted to the toes of Flamey, and now repositioning into a safe line. Another fight to be won. The pre-fire wasn't far off, but he did catch a bullet, and his perfectly into the brain of Boomich. Naf gone, but he had nothing. Finally, will take Stewie out of the round, but it's Twist put into a winnable scenario, but it was a real bleak odds. 14 on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
2 rounds from the semi-finals. Natus, Vincere.
That was big. Felt like it was a little bit dicey towards B there at the end, but it's 2E2K. They could only hold on for so long. What a great preemptive shot, though, towards the bomb site. That was pretty wild. Flame with a decent trade. We always talk about spacing, and they managed to make up for that frag that was given away. Liquid are always going to find kills. They're a world-class team with some of the best aimers in the entire game. So you're always going to lose a couple, but...
Fired up.
Fine. Yeah, he wants this. He can taste victory at this point. All for Simple, and Stewie2K is going for the glass cannon. Just goes to show you how weak they're feeling at this point. They're going to need a pretty much perfect game from this point to actually get us believing they can bring this back. It all starts here in round number 24. No defuse kits, no utility for Stewie as he makes his way back towards CT spawn, actually. I thought he was going to go towards the B window. Actually going to be backing up towards Twist, who is alone, to be fair, so it does make sense.
And he's been actively willing to check that fight on ramp while solo away, so credit to Twist. Simple relentlessly staring at this stare. He's expecting it to pay off eventually. Let's see if it does. It would be down to his teammates to encourage the CT maneuvers. What a shot! Stewie gone. Doesn't matter if he had armor or not, but Twist, what can you do? He's found something. He'll have to make a whole lot happen. A second molly might spread, but he's burning, but he's fragging as well. Licked to death. It's Electronics Flames to find him. 3v4. A crucial round for Liquid, and Nitro has connected enough.
Oh, there's so much damage being inflicted, though. Nitro and Elite will have to limit to the bomb site here. Great spray from Elite, keeping the dream alive somewhat. Does the bomb go down here? It's Boomich and Simple. What a tag team duo that is. They've got a smoke and a flashbangs available for him. The first thrown in. Smoke really not ideal, but it does deny access towards the steps, I suppose. As we'll see the bomb get planted in the default spot. Simple to cover. They have a massive advantage here. HP, there's a couple of bullets landing would be enough. They know exactly where Nitro is now, who's got the most difficult task of the game so far. It's not going to work out for him, and Simple, he'll close things out and find 15-9. Series point here, gunning for a space in the semi-finals here at Katowice. Team Liquid will need 6 rounds in a row just to get us to overtime to stand a chance.
And, you know, you have to point credit towards Flamey as well. He's one of the only players on the server to be sitting on 20 frags. He is keeping up in one of the most important games Na'Vi have played this year. Semi-final point for Na'Vi. And we do see another timeout. Adren, if you've got any gold, any pocket aces, my goodness, whip them out now. Check his sleeves.
What is left up there? I'm not sure he'll have the solution, to be honest with you. The money is so poor at this stage. They're going to be entering with Scouts, a FAMAS, an MP9, tournament life on the line here. And what's the play going to be? There's not many solutions to this problem. But maybe Team Liquid have it. Simple. It doesn't look like he's going to lose a round at all today. It's unbelievable the way he's playing. The awareness he's got, the flicks, the thought process, everything seems to be coming together. He knows it as well. There's surely no way they give this one up.
He is truly a man on a mission. You can see there is just something. Oh, hang on, I'm seeing stop typed in the chat. Looks
not now, just we build that up.
Guys, this was it. What are you doing?
Did a big monologue about that.
Yeah,
not live. All right, well, take 2. We'll start again.
Take 2.
Right. Can we get the music back? Alex is gonna have a go at it this time. Here we go. Alex, you're up.
Na'Vi have yet to find victory versus Team Liquid. It has eluded them for so bloody long. We haven't seen Na'Vi best Liquid in a best of 3 since 2016. Of course, rosters completely revitalized since that. And now they find themselves with this reforged roster just 1 round away from shattering the curse. Multi-layers to this game. A spot in the semis is something, but the victory will taste just that little bit sweeter. It's not over until it's over, though, and 15-9, Liquid would have to go on a 6-round spree, and not only that, they'd have to start it with a broken bye.
It's not looking good at all out there, Alex. Currently start on $3,000. We have no idea what they're going to purchase into this round. It could be Scouts. It could be MP9s. Who knows?
Could very well be.
We have no idea. Like, right now, they currently sit there with USPs in hand. They'll be able to collect the lesser weaponry and fight with everything they possibly have to try and get themselves back into this second map. This is the pick of Liquid, and so far, Simple just keeps destroying them in every single round. $3,000 to their name, and it has to be perfect from this point. We've got everyone back on the server. We're ready to go. Round 25 Could be the very last one of the tournament for Team Liquid here. I hope that sets the scene. I hope you're excited. We're going to do our absolute best to make this one a memorable one. If Team Liquid can bring this one back from the dead, it will be unprecedented. It'll be historic.
Yeah, but every fiber of my being is leaning towards us taking these headsets off in about 50 seconds time. Well, that would be weird because there is still a timeout going on, so halfway through the round I'd be taking it off.
So the buys start to come through again. It'll be more of the same, as you can imagine. MP9 scouts, maybe a few shotguns thrown in there. The FAMASs are being brought up. Adren, he can sense Liquid's mortality at this point. He knows. We know it's not looking good.
Team Liquid were pipped as the world's best towards the closing stages of 2019. They went on a run like nothing else. 63 days, I believe it was, for them to collect the Intel Grand Slam. That is a record. 4 event wins. And now it could be taken away from them here in Katowice. One round is all Na'Vi need, and Naf started with a bang, straight through the smoke, blood drawn. Far from a guarantee, though. There's only SMGs, FAMAS, a handful of utility for these CTs, and there's still 90 seconds for this pain train to find its station.
This is one of the most difficult rounds in CSGO to pick up on the big stage. Series point, pressure on either side of the server, mistakes will be made, communication will be off, things will get awkward, and they've lost that first pick. It's Nafly with the FAMAS that delivers the pain towards Electronic, who's been an absolute stunner so far in this series. Na'Vi slow things right down. Bomb towards top of middle. Simple working his way through underpass, and Liquid know that one kill's not enough. We talked about this before. They got that frag initially, and they just were too static. They had to be more active with the lesser weaponry. You allow Na'Vi to group up and go as a 4-man unit of AKs and Kriegs, they're going to absolutely destroy you. We need information here. We need key positioning. Traps need to be laid.
Well, this looks like a good one, though. Perfecto is going to be checking that, but Stewie just worms his way back towards the ladder and will silently descend. Ollie about to fly towards his location, though, but that's actually going to spur him forwards, and no sound cue.
Go.
This could be a fantastic frag. Stewie, he's done everything he can. A great catch. Boomich gone. 3 remain for Na'Vi. Pushing in is simple. He has the bomb on his back to close that gap towards Elige. And info and damage. Huge connection. Liquid, they might very well be surviving this round. Elige ensures it. Flamey's gone. And the newcomer to Na'Vi, Perfecto, presented an impossible task. He's tagged from every angle. 3 remain. They'll finish. Liquid weather the storm of the full buy.
That's what they needed to do there. They make it work. The opening pick from the FAMAS. They held the crossfires. They managed to get information, decent positioning, everything we wanted to see there from Liquid. Now they have a chance. They have the potential to find 5 rounds on the CT side of Mirage. No question about that. But the pressure and the stakes couldn't be higher. Round 26 coming up next. No timeout called. There was plenty of money there for Na'Vi. And we've got a hero AK from Simple. So they're going to go for pistols across the board pretty much. And then we'll have their star player. You can see they didn't want to take a timeout to talk about it. Just spawn as usual. It doesn't really matter. Just having a bit of fun. But they're going to go for an execution towards the A side of the map. So this will be quite significant investment. You're going to see smokes towards jungle, CT spawn, steps, Molotovs towards shadow. About 6 dozen flashes thrown over, trying to get the bomb down with the Tech 9, and Simple should be at the back, trying to find all the headshots, the covering fire. This is one position that really eluded Na'Vi before. They've learned their lesson. They're starting to Molotov sandwich, Alex. It's all coming together.
Does give him
we'll
a smoke.
see them go in.
Look at him playing around it, though. It may very well be getting the best of them, because he can just play around it 1 for 1. Naf catches Perfecto. No one crossing to the site successfully. Naf's made sure of that. All onto one man. Electronic, he's got no health, and as soon as that smoke fades, so does this round, even before securing the 11th. Liquid, that's going to be putting a little bit more flame beneath them.
Yeah, and they invested too much money there, Na'Vi. They weren't really keeping their eye on the prize. They got carried away with that set piece. Flamey's got $3,900 after what should have just been a partial buy. They've invested everything there. Now there's going to be compromises. They had $8 grand on like 2 players. So now he can't even afford much more than a flashbang to go with his AK.
Yeah,
he's gone for Galil instead. And a MAC-10. How have you let that happen? This is how you give up and go to overtime or those sort of decisions, because you didn't take a bloody timeout and talk about it.
You can see the frustration. You can hear it as well from Henry G. And now into the middle. Stewie will miss the shot. Hard to hit as he jumped onto towards the bin. Flamey, oh, never mind, it was Boomich in the smoke, and Elige does find him with the wild spray. And this, a team, yes, full of incredible Counter-Strike players, but one thing has always been observed. Na'Vi can fall into the trap of arguments, even in the middle of rounds. They have to keep their head clear. Still 1 round. The objective has not changed. Oh, great spot from Electronic, but Naf lives to fight another day. And a very kind smoke to help him with his relocation.
Yeah, this is all starting to crumble now. Mac 10's gone. Now Fly will make his way out. They've got a 5-on-3 lead. Simple. Always has the potential to bring these rounds back, but he needs an opening. There is a slight one there with the smoke. Is he going to push through? Make his way towards jungle. It's a difficult push to make. He goes for it. He might have threaded the needle in the correct manner here, but Elige makes his way back. Oh, he shot his teammate in the head. They're starting to crumble, Alex. You can see the pressure getting to them.
Yeah.
Bombs are falling apart. The mismanagement of the economy coming through. This might go to overtime.
Certainly looking likely, and that assist is not going to be going down well in the comms. Maybe he's going to take the one before he falls. And so another for Liquid. They were presented what looked impossible. Pick up 6 in a row to take it to overtime. Well, that's 50% of the way there.
Yeah, Na'Vi are certainly helping them out. And not to take anything away from Liquid, they've done very well in the rounds they were struggling in. They had the MP9s, the FAMASs. They did what they had to do, and Na'Vi starting to drop the ball a couple of times now. They're going to have to take a full eco ahead. No one invests in a cheeky AK or anything like that. Just get the money back up. This is another gimme round for Liquid. So that'll be 15-13, then they'll just need 2 rounds, and they're CT side of Mirage, and they're the ones who are not frustrated. They've always accepted their fate, and they're the ones coming back into the game now.
Interesting choice from Liquid. They just double peek, crouching in the off angle. It's a perfect way to counter a cheeky 1D, because there's no way he's going to get more than 1. He won't connect his shots, and so we said this should be a formality, and it does seem to be predicted outcome. Boomich perhaps with the element of surprise onto Elige. Yup. Hello. Goodbye.
Well, they need the money at this point, so that's not bad at all. 1,500 for Boomich.
Not too bad, but it doesn't look like it's going to change the outcome of the round. Yes, there is a weapon. And you talk about the finances. Boomich just wants to try and cripple Liquid a little more. Could not be a better time for Molotov. But it's going to be the combination of Twists and Naf. There's another. Round 1. Electronic maybe get that bomb down, actually.
That would help.
Maybe. Never mind. Nitro does get to short in time, and so we will see another go Liquid. That's 4 in a row ever since that sight has been pointed towards them of 15.
4 in a row. 2 more required. Boomich very happy with that one. Terrorists call a timeout now. And from what I can gather, this is their first one on the Na'Vi side. It says that on my screen right now, and if we can get confirmation on that, that'd be great. Yeah, it's their first one, and that just good like that round when you were partially buying into it. Take the timeout. You're sat in spawn after timeout's expired, juggling weapons,
throwing Tech 9s at each other.
Like, just take the timeout, boys. Like, it's there for a reason. Why have you got Blade on the stage if you're not going to use them then to close out the game? It doesn't make any sense. It beggars belief, but now they will use it. Not too late, obviously, they can still close to some regulation, but now the pressure's got even more insane. They had 6-round buffer before, now it's just 2.
God, the tension on that stage right now, you could just hear a pin drop. Ooh, bunny hopping on the head of Simple. Does get Electronic a nice early start into middle, but the nade does soften him up, and the spray, not another one. Naf first with the FAMAS, and now Elige through the smoke. Electronic's gone, forced to watch as Na'Vi try and find this 16th. That's going to slow things right down.
Definitely is. Elige strikes. They've got the T-sided weaponry now on the CT forces.
My God.
They've opened up that window of opportunity, and Liquid have just leapt through it. Simple with the AWP, though. Throwing away the creek, doesn't want them to have any more of those.
Yeah. We talk about game being of the smallest margins. Perhaps a save creek could be one of them, but you got to do the shooting as well. Smoke, window smoke missed. Oh, you're seeing more and more signs as this castle could very well have been built on sand. My God, on the cross is Stewie, but the perfect flash to enable Boomich across. Bombs on chair, though, then far from committing, but they have taken some degree of control away. And this could be all trying to get the CTs hot and bothered, and ooh, Simple.
That's so sick. The flashbang combo as well, the speed of the shot. Elige will pull one back. Good position. And a great shot from Simple. He's doing everything he can to drag them over the finish line here, Alex. This could be the moment. 25 seconds remain, and Twist is got to wait for the backup here. Now towards short, bomb planted. Is this the moment where they eliminate Liquid from the tournament?
Simple starting to believe that it's possible. 2 incredible shots. The one-man beast. 2 frags on his belt. 3 standing on the site. He's responsible for the push, flashing in. Twist wants to try and find Perfecto and already does. Simple, what was that shot? But immediately traded onto Flamey to save the day. Gets the first to knock out Liquid. The bomb's ticking away at quite the pace. Twist does have the kit. He's got a good idea. Swings out and Flamey's done it! Na'Vi are off to the semi-finals and they smash the curse of win versus Liquid and 223 days without Liquid lifting a trophy.
You got to respect it, Alex. They certainly made it as difficult as they possibly could towards the end, but surely they're learning some lessons now. But a great performance overall. We always expect the best from Simple, and he delivered on all fronts today. We had some great performances from Vecto as well. One of his first opportunities to show us what he's made up on the big stage. Were you happy with the performance? I feel like he had a great show.
I mean, yeah, Perfecto for sure. This, regardless of all of the outdoor circumstances that we've talked to death about, the fact that you come into a stage like this, a tournament like this, 500k prize pool, you're going up against Team Liquid, and he just gives the bread and butter. It's exactly what you wanted to see from him.
Yeah, it was a really entertaining series. I think we had the player of the tournament as well on Dust 2. Remember the 1 versus 4? That's going to be historic. That's going to be in every frag movie of 2020 for a very long time. That's insane.
There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, he had Blade actually acknowledge it in the mid-round interview, actually, in between the 2 maps, where he just said, yeah, that was a huge part of us picking up the first map. We could be talking about Overpass now.
That's such a good point. Think about it. They were getting wrecked until that point. Sim wins a 1-on-4, and they pretty much win every single round after that. Amazing scenes here. One of the most enjoyable games I've casted in some time. Had absolutely everything. It's not like Liquid didn't show up at all. They gave it their all. We had some great moments overall there, but Alex, it's time to rest our voices. Enough screaming and yelling for one day. We'll throw it down to the lovely OJ Borge on the stage.
Thank you very much, Henry G. I was watching that, struggling to breathe, feeling all sorts of panic and pressure here in the Spodek. Simple, it looked at one moment it was going to go to overtime, and you felt no pressure.
Oh, I don't know. I felt like I'm playing with Team Liquid against old SK in this game, so I'm glad that we finished the last map. That was hard. That was hard to fight against their comeback.
There was a comeback on the cards then. What were you saying to each other? Because Henry was talking about the fact you didn't take a timeout. You came in, you maybe bought when you shouldn't have done. What were you saying to each other at that moment?
I remember last words that we need to learn how to finish those games. And that was in the last round, so I hope that helped.
3 years, you said you've never beaten them in a best of 3. The curse is now lifted. What did you do differently today that you haven't done in every other time you've played them?
I think we played more structure because we have a really great new team, so just Blade and Boomage did a great game plan for us, so everyone knew what we were going to do against them.
And just a word about yourself. We call you the best player in the world. You make Counter-Strike look easy. When you're playing like you are today, how does it feel to be you? And it sounds like a silly question, but the way you see the game, does it just feel easy? Everything feels easy?
Just easy to rotate around the map, to see whole map, to see where can I help to my teammate, to see where I need flash from them or something like this. Just it's like you see the whole thing behind the wall, you know.
Just for well, you talk about behind the wall. That moment on Dust 2 was amazing. Astralis in the semi-final. How'd you take them on? How'd you play against Astralis?
We're gonna play the same. We're just gonna prepare much better than from last time. I mean, last time when we beat them, we saw that they didn't find their game yet. So maybe it's now a different team, and it's interesting to play against them all the time.
Watching you play is always amazing. I look forward to the semi-final. Simple, it is a pleasure. That semi-final will be happening tomorrow here in the Spodek.
Here it is, the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, obviously on the backside of what was a dropping of the ball by Team Liquid. Of course, we do have a lot of candidates to go over here. We're going to take a look at some of the candidates that we're going to ask you to vote on over at IEM. That is the place to get your votes in. So, guys, right off the top, plenty of candidates, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be the Simple Elise show.
Yeah, for sure. I think those two individuals showed up in spades there. Elise had a moment, I think that's the one we're going to be kicking off with here, in the early stages of Dust 2, that made you think, oh, maybe this is the Liquid we're looking at today. That was quickly followed up, though, wasn't it, Jacob?
It was quickly followed up, and it was followed up by Simple.
This was ridiculous. Now, there's no way, I'm just going to say it now, there's no way that this doesn't get the popular vote, right? This 4K by Simple.
We can close it down now.
Disturbing. Yeah, just close the polls. That's all we need to see.
Jet made the point, right? This requires so much individual skill, but there's also a fact of Team Liquid making a few mistakes here, but you can't take it away from Simple. That was stellar by him.
Stellar, absolutely the truth. We can continue down this path of candidates. We've got Elige yet again over on Inferno.
Yeah, this one right here was really important within that first half, right, for Mirage, where he gets these 3 kills. The first one he finds, the second 2 with the spray transfer. Simple caught sleeping. We're talking about mistakes. He's jumping with a knife out while Flamey's spotting that window position. So Elige was doing the best he could in that first half, and he actually propelled them into a couple of rounds.
That he did. One more candidate, just one more nomination.
Who it is.
Imagine if there was one player that you could put in for a vote right now.
Could it be Simple?
Oh my God, how did you know, Jacob?
Simple again, and this time around we see him clutching it out right here. That is just so smart, right? Simple didn't have a game where he dropped 30 frags in every single map, but he had so many impactful rounds. And this clutch right here, another great showing of why he's considered by many the best player.
You got a bit lucky there in the end, but you need a bit of luck if you want to be pulling off plays like that, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask you guys to head over to @IEM, get your votes in. Let's find out who's going to be winning it. I already know where my vote would be cast, but I guess that's, you know, besides the point.
No, don't be biased. Let the people the people have their say.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
That's why we have elections.
That is exactly why. There's something to be learned from Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the place to do it. In fact, there was a lot of learning today. Liquid learned today that Simple is here to play.
That was, to me, it was a bit disappointing for Team Liquid. I expected more of them coming out. I said here, I thought they were going to win Mirage. I thought they would be good enough as individuals to show up. Everything I heard from the Liquid camp coming into this tournament has been positive. Obviously, we got to see it on the server. We can't take their words for granted. When they say they've had a good boot camp and they're feeling well, you know, that's all we got to work with. This is the first tournament of the year, so we couldn't really know, but the fact that the players didn't turn up better, to me, is disappointing. Elise had a great series overall. He was the only player going positive, plus 11, I believe. 180 hours over 2 maps where they lose badly. It's impressive from him, but the rest of the team didn't follow up.
Yeah, look, if you came to me right now and you said, hey, Chad, you know, the major's coming up, what would we do with this team to make sure we're in tip-top shape to pick up that trophy? When you look at the players... Well, no, look, I've got 2 options here. Obviously, you can do the very jarring one, which is pull a player out or change the coach, do something along those lines. But the other way here is just everything you're doing at the moment, just restructure it. Just start from the bottom and start again, right? Because you still have a ramp in time until Rio. You're still able to work into that. And you have a star-studded roster. Like, pound for pound, across the board, those 5 names. Nitro at one point in his career was one of the better players within North America. Stewie, you know, you look at him as an individual. He's now forced into more of an entry fragging position, right? But then the other 3 names, these guys are all stars in their own right. So maybe it's just about scrapping what you've got, or at least going back to the bare bones and starting to build it up again. Because with all those days we're talking about not lifting trophies, that resentment in the way you're approaching the game is going to start building up.
Of course, this is all, you know, speculation. When you look at this problem, too, it's not even so much as... yeah, these guys can't frag. They can't show up individually per day. You also have to consider from the top down, right? I mean, we have a coach in Adren that is out there giving it his all, and we've seen the magic that he can create with this lineup. But now what? When you're in a slump, this is where your real time to shine is as a coach.
Maybe it's time to some role changes within the Liquid camp, right? Maybe Adrian has to look at this roster and assess it, think to himself, is there any player we can put in different positions in order to facilitate them better? Sure. You look towards the skill, you just mentioned it, right? Stewie 2K, to me, when I was playing in North America, was the most skilled player over there in terms of raw skill.
Loved a good
talking
smoke.
it out, you know, he was not the good smoke.
The criminal even, actually.
He was so good at the game, right? Where is he now? He's a decent player. You said it yourself, he's a supportive element to Team Liquid, but is that the position you get the most out of him? I'm not too sure about it. So maybe Adren has to look at this Liquid roster and figure out, is there a way I can utilize my players better than I'm doing right now? I think there is, and as said before, Liquid, they have so much skill. They got to do better.
I would love to see the fire lit underneath Liquid right about now, but perhaps this isn't the exact day that that's going to happen. We're going to get that opportunity to hear from them post losing to Navi.
I've got Twist with me. He just said, just like last Katowice, we did do an exit interview in the quarterfinals then, but you feel different right now. It feels like, actually, you're a lot mentally more resilient than when this happened last year.
There's probably multiple reasons for that. It just doesn't, the loss does feel different because there's no crowd. So I guess it's more bearable, but I guess it's just the way we lost, you know. Like for the rest of the event, we just couldn't replicate the energy we had versus EG, and it's frustrating to see.
What happened, do you think?
I feel like we really get down on ourselves easily. People just clock out, and it's just something that we have to continue to work on. I feel like it's really disappointing for us because we had a really good boot camp. Like, actually had a really good boot camp. I'd say we're winning 90% of our scrims, so there's definitely some barrier that we have to get over, like, in-game.
And it's the start of the season. There's so many more events to come. You've got EPL coming up, of course. Do you think you know what you need to work on to get back on form?
I mean, that's for us to talk about after the match. So we're just going to talk as a team, figure it out, and, yeah, move on from there.
What's next?
Malta, hopefully, if travel doesn't get messed up due to this, like, virus thing.
Well, fingers crossed, Twist. It's always such a pleasure to see you guys perform. You were nutty today, my friend. We'll see soon how Liquid fare at EPL.
Yes, very sombering experience there. Thank you so much to Twist and Frankie for kind of closing that one out. Obviously, so much going on within the Liquid camp, but a lot more Liquid to be had right here. I'm talking about the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play, baby. What do we got?
And it's going to be simple, surely. It has to be one of the two simple clips. Get us the results.
Let's take a look at those.
The judges out here.
I would love to know the results. Oh, we'll take a look at
we're going to do the highlights again. Sorry, my bad. I jumped the gun a little bit. I'm really eager to see who wins this one. Obviously, Alicia to kick us off. And a fantastic Deagle clip.
Yeah, we got it. That's probably the winner, isn't it?
Well, yeah. How many times have we played this, you think?
I'm pretty sure it's probably still being played globally. But now I imagine we'll see it again. If I had to forecast it, I imagine we'll see it again.
This might be the clearest one we've ever done.
Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? Simple here with another obvious nomination. This was a pretty good play, all things considered. Well done. He even gets off of it.
He's so lucky, man.
Gets the kit, gets the defuse, wins the game.
Oh, man.
What do you know?
Just
all right.
started backing away at the exact moment he started shooting. What are the odds?
Just kind of disturbing almost. Let's take a look at those results, though. We promised numbers, and numbers is what we have. 83%. Now, that is pretty overwhelming margin for our victor of the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play. Let's take a look at this one more time.
It's only fair that he gets that one right. Also, the MVP of the game, I feel simple. As I said before, not a game where he dropped 30 frags on both the map, but a game where he had a lot of impact. He was playing smart. He was not taking too many unrational decisions. I feel this was another version of Simple, sort of. This was a Simple that was a smart player. This was a Simple that did what he had to do, and he won the clutches, which was the big difference between Liquid and Na'Vi in this one.
Now, outside of... Oh, sorry, Chad.
I was just going to say, just keep in mind, after that round, they went and won 6 in a row, and then 8, from that round, right? So 8 out of the 9 from that round. So that round just has a lot more impact than the kills you're seeing right there. That is huge for the context of that first map.
So speaking of context, let's take a look at it now and say, okay, Na'Vi have beaten Liquid. They obviously get to stack up against Astralis. Yep. Merry Christmas, Na'Vi. You're going to enjoy that one. You get to play Astralis now. Now, that's not necessarily the funnest of affairs for you, but it could be.
Hold up a second. This Na'Vi roster is undefeated against Astralis.
For now.
Over in London, they beat them. They just the train was the first map. Astralis. I'm getting too excited.
It's okay. Jacob seems like he was getting flustered at what you're saying about the Danes.
Not at all. I'm just
I can see it. Sweat on his
the
brow.
sample size is not too big, chat, but
well, 100% is 100%. That's all I'm saying. They beat them not only on Nuke, but what was the last map they played there? I lost it. I had it here.
I remember. Anyway, you know what I'm looking forward to tomorrow?
What's up?
Device going up against Simple. The best passive AWP player in the world. Wouldn't necessarily say only passive. Device does it all. He's an all-around AWPer, but Simple, potentially the most aggressive AWP player out there. So having those two styles conflicting against each other in a semifinal at IEM Katowice, it can only be good.
Speaking of conflict, it doesn't stop with today. Tomorrow we do kick off our semifinals for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. Here is what the schedule looks like, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic G2, Astralis Na'Vi thereafter, 2 best-of-3s, and only 2 teams will remain at the end of the day to go towards that grand final. Guys, any final closing words here for you?
I'm excited. I'm happy we get to go to bed so we can wake up and do this all again because today's game's delivered, right? We only had these ones. We didn't have the 9 maps. Obviously, we couldn't because there was only 2 best-of-3s.
Sure.
But all the games delivered. We had a 16-11, 16-13, and then 2 overtime games going 19-16. So even though we didn't get all 3 maps in both series, it was still very entertaining Counter-Strike, and it delivered across the board with all the moments you'd want.
I think Liquid was a bit disappointing today. You know, they got to go home, they got to work it out. It's definitely not the Liquid we want to see at this stage, at this level. Whereas for the 100 Thieves, the fact they got themselves into a quarterfinal, they made it so competitive against Fnatic, I think they can be proud of what they've done at IEM Katowice. I don't think anyone expected them to be there, and anyone expected them to actually win against Fnatic. So 2 overtime games right there, that could have gone their way. I'm impressed, so they should be too.
A playoff appearance is a playoff appearance, so we have to give that credit where it is due. So commiserations to both 100 Thieves and Team Liquid, but this is the end of the road for them in Katowice. But for us, the road keeps on. We keep marching forward, and tomorrow we're going to kick off those semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good night globally as we sign off the desk here in Katowice.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds, I know it's alright, it's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night, one more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh,
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes, brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock, brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel, unleash your brilliance.
broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark.